Welcome back, boxing fans. We're going to be watching Canelo Alvarez versus Jaime Munguia's pay-per-view card. Obviously, I'm not showing the video, but we'll be discussing it, calling it live, and having a great back and forth with people in the comment section. So make sure you jump in and join. Remember to So we're off. We just had a great fight between Stanionis and Mastre. In my fight prediction, I was saying that this fight probably was going to be the best fight on the card. It was a very solid matchup between very good, very experienced fighters. Mastre came, gave it his all, fought very well, showed a lot of skill. An old, skilled fighter. That's what he was. That's what he did. The difference between this fight really was Stanionis' jab, which was able to allow him to dictate the pace and the range of that fight and allow him to get a pretty convincingly victory. Now it'll be interesting to see what happens with him moving forward. Obviously, he's been out of the ring for a long time, waiting for that Virgil Ortiz fight, which unfortunately never happened. That would have been a great fight. And now he's in the 147-pound division, which is wide open. Luckily, Mario Barrios is also fighting on this card today. So maybe that's going to be the PBC's plan, to get Mario Barrios versus Stanionis in a unification fight moving forward. That'd be a great fight. It'd be very entertaining. It'd be a good fight to see Stanionis do. Yes, I'm being twisted right now. I'm in the midst of obviously watching the fight and watching the NBA. Denver is playing Minnesota in a great game. If you're a basketball fan, I know you too are also conflicted, watching on multiple screens at the same time. So that's where I am. That's why I didn't come on earlier for the Stanionis Mastre fight, because I wanted to watch the Denver fight for as long as possible. Drunk Irishman's in the house. What's up? Yeah, that was a great fight, and let's hope that that's just a precursor for the kind of competitive matchups we're going to get for the rest of this card. Unfortunately, when we talked about this card earlier this week, we were talking about how it seems to be a little bit one-sided in the matchups. You have good fighters in the card, but most of them are fighting mediocre opponents, just the kind of guys to showcase them, not really the kind of guys that are going to test them very much. But hopefully I'm wrong. I mean, I do expect the Canelo Munguia fight to be very entertaining. When has Munguia not been in an entertaining fight? He's always in a good fight. Obviously, his team, I was going to say Eddie Fudge. Roach is very confident that his volume and his use of the jab is going to be the difference between him winning and losing. And in truth, he's not wrong. If Munguia comes out and really establishes a very active jab, controls the distance, keeps that in Canelo's face, throws his combinations when he's comfortable and gets out and continues to fight behind his jab, he could very well outwork Canelo Alvarez, who's not the busiest fighter. And we've seen Canelo get outworked in the past. So, you know, it's not as if it couldn't happen now. But what a great matchup. Obviously, this is a great fight. Thank you, everyone, for jumping in. Let's enjoy today. And come on, Denver. Right now, it is 91-88. Fucking Ant. I made a video on my old channel before the man who calls himself a man, John Boxing, ratted me out doing something that literally he does. So I don't understand how I got my channel shut down. But nonetheless, I made a video on that channel talking about how Anthony Edwards was on the brink of becoming a superstar player and the best player in the NBA. And this is the playoffs that potentially could do it. If he leads Minnesota to the Western Conference Finals and then to Boston in the finals and potentially wins the title, a superstar is born. The guy who's going to take over for LeBron James, the new Michael Jordan, the new Kobe Bryant. Already he's got over 35 points and has been dominant, unstoppable off the dribble. So I'm a Denver fan, but I appreciate talent and great players, and that's what I'm watching right now. An unstoppable force on the floor. And I did think Denver was going to have enough depth that they could run through him, foul him hard, make him work, and just tire him out. But So far, so good for Anthony Edwards. Come on, Denver. Where are we? Man is him. Munguia is going to make Canelo work for sure. Iceman's in the house. Leisure says, I agree, Sean. I assume you mean on Anthony Edwards. Should be a good scrap. Wayne Evans, yes, it should be. Now it's just a matter of these other prelim fights. I'm kind of disappointed that the Stanionis Mastrier fight wasn't earlier, because in truth, that was obviously going to be a good fight. And I do think it's a fight that should have been closer to the main event. I think a lot of people that are paying for this pay-per-view probably didn't even watch that fight. You know, there's probably not that many people in the stadium. So it's a little disappointing the way they sort of unfold this card. Next, we have Figueroa versus Magdaleno. Magdaleno is old, shot, hasn't been very good since he beat Donaire. How many years ago was that? So this should be just an easy work fight for Magdaleno, fighting a guy with some name recognition in a new division to try to build himself up. And obviously, that's what we're... Come on, big man. Yes, and the foul. Joker. But yeah, that's what we're going to look forward to. Leisure says, Joker is great. He's a Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, floor, ground game player. For sure. For sure. Unfortunately, he's had a few too many turnovers today, which Minnesota has been able to capitalize. In a game like this, every possession is important. We just got bad news. I made a short video yesterday talking about it. Obviously, this is very disappointing. Beterbiev was injured. Apparently, his patella tendon, I think he hurt. I may be wrong. Correct me if I am. And obviously, he's not going to be able to get back in the ring until December, which means the fight between him and Bivol for undisputed is off. And at this point, I kind of think if that's the scenario, what should happen is that, and I know there's 3 belts that he has, so you can't really put him in champion in recess for all 3 belts and have one person take over. But in the perfect world, that would be the scenario I would like to see. Obviously now, I would love to see Anthony Yard get a fight versus Bivol, right? If they want to make that card interesting, and we know fights in Saudi Arabia are primarily directed towards the UK fan base. You throw Anthony Yard against Bivol on that card, as well as the other 5-on-5 matchups that you get, and I think it's going to be a huge success. Anthony Yard's a very good fighter. He fought great against Bivol. Great. Against Beterbiev. Beterbiev ended up winning, but you can't take that away from Yard. Yard fought far better in that fight than I'd ever seen him fight before. And so now I would love to see that matchup. I know they also talked about Buatsi, but I don't rank Buatsi nearly as highly as I do Anthony Yard. I think Anthony Yard deserves another opportunity. And I think stylistically, he just may be a guy that could beat Bivol. And if he does beat Bivol, then at least we are getting big fights happening in the process. We're not sitting around waiting, because that Beterbiev Bivol fight may never happen now. I know Turkey Elishika talked about it being postponed and rescheduled, but the dude is 39 years old, coming off of injury after injury after injury. The Smith fight was delayed because of a infected tooth. Infected tooth, right? That's not the kind of injury that really should have stopped the fight. That's the kind of thing that you should have had dentistry done. You got enough money, you can go to the dentist fucking regularly, so you don't have these kind of situations getting involved. But it's unfortunate. I'm super disappointed. That was the one fight that I was really excited about this year. Obviously, it's a great year. So, it's a great year outside of Minnesota beating Denver right now. But yeah, let's see what happens. Bivol versus Beterbiev is canceled. Yes, Leisure. Beterbiev is injured. So, unfortunately, that fight is off. Yard is a damn fraud. Not a fraud. He fought great against Beterbiev. But Beterbiev is great. And his experience and better skill set ended up giving him the win. Could you imagine how good Joker would be if he liked basketball as much as he does horse racing? Do Bivol versus Morrell. Well, come on, Iceman. Morrell's never even fought at 175. If you're going to do that kind of fight, it'd make more sense to do Bivol versus Benavidez, right, instead of Vosdick. That would be a much better fight, huge fight, and it would just continue the process that Saudi Arabia has already talked about him getting a fight against the winner of Bivol and Beterbiev. In this case, he just jumps in, gets Bivol. If he wins, then he's the guy that's going to get the Beterbiev undisputed fight. Either way, the division still moves forward. We're still making great fights. And as far as you and me, boxing fans, are concerned, we got nothing to complain about, even though obviously we're still going to be a little disappointed. What happened to the Crusher, Sean? Crusher's still fighting. I think he's going to be, he either just fought recently or he's going to be fighting on one of these Saudi Arabian cards at cruiserweight. So he's currently at cruiserweight, which is good. Now it's just a matter of seeing him match up against one of the top cruiserweights, whether that's Zurdo Ramirez or the Australian fighter. Why I can't remember his name. The guy's great. I need to give him more props. What's his name? Anyone tell me? What's the Australian guy who's going to be fighting Bradis? It escapes my mind. But obviously, either one of those two matchups for Kovalev at this point of his career would be great. Great fights, big money fights. And obviously, if he was able to win those fights, those are legacy wins for a guy at his point of his career. Yeah, Opataya, right? I don't think he beats Opataya. As far as Ramirez, maybe. He's still very skilled, has a very good jab, and we know jab potentially can win you a fight. Sean, you saw the Tank Frank Martin face-off. Frank looked shook. I didn't see it. Was that today, this morning? I didn't see that yet. But, it's a good matchup. But as we said, Frank Martin is a 30-year-old prospect. He's never been in big fights. He's never fought a top 10, 135-pound fighter. So even though he's still a guy that has skill and the first legitimate Black American fighter that Tank Davis is fighting, the point is this is a whole different level. Oh, my God. Tank is carrying them up by 10, up by 11. Man, good thing Denver's got experience. So, even though we lose the first game at home, I got faith. But damn, Ant-Man is the real deal, and that's being proven today. I said this was going to be a great series, and it is. Ward, the Nut Crusher. Frank started boxing at 18. Tank started at 7. Yeah, well, that's the difference, right? That's usually something that mostly heavyweights deal with. But when you're talking about lightweights, that's a huge gap in experience, right? A huge gap. All those amateur and international tournaments you didn't take part in, traveling, being on the road. Then as a pro, he's been kind of coddled and babied by the PBC, put in with opponents that he should beat, and hasn't fought a legitimate potential guy that may expose him. Now he's getting his big money fight after ducking a fight with Shakur Stevenson. And would anybody be surprised if Tank Davis knocks his ass out inside 5 or 6 rounds? Nobody will be surprised. The surprise would be if somehow he beats Tank Davis. That would be a gargantuan surprise that no one could imagine. Even the people that say they love Frank Martin and that he's the real deal, they can't imagine that. So, it is what it is. Yes, Brandon, Iceman, son of Gifts Ward. Tank said KO in 1. KO in 1. Now that would be super impressive. If Frank Martin gets knocked out in 1 round, goddamn. But here we are. We're getting ready to start the first legitimate fight, even though I won't say it's legitimate. The last fight was a good one with Stanionis Mastre, but this fight is obviously the fight they're hoping to promote and sell, especially to the Mexican-American population. Magdaleno versus Brandon Figueroa. What did I predict on this fight? Let me go to my prediction league and see what I said. I saw Frank fight. I'm not impressed. You saw him fight live? Here's my prediction. I have Figueroa by 4th round TKO. I had Stanionis by 7th round TKO. I was wrong there, but I did pick Stanionis to win. I had Ramos with a 3rd round TKO. Has Ramos fought yet? I'm not sure. That's a big victory for Minnesota, winning in the 4th quarter. Haney, he's got the hugging down. Who got more skills, Haney or Ward? Andre Ward. Andre Ward's a gold medal Olympian, man. Devin Haney, well, he's had a good pro career so far. He did not look that skilled against fucking Ryan Garcia, did he? He was getting hit by left hands all night, wasn't able to control the pace or the distance, got hit far too much for a guy who is the next Floyd Mayweather. Frank Martin had the LDBC bag at the press conference, so he's losing. Laugh out loud. Don't ever compare Haney to Ward. Exactly. I mean, it's not like Haney couldn't have potentially been in that conversation, but it's a little premature at this point, right? Andre Ward obviously finished his career and, while never becoming undisputed, was 3-belt unified at both 168 and 175. Obviously has a much better resume than Devin Haney and is a huge amateur fighter. Roy wasn't being serious, Sean. Huh? I'm not saying anyone's being serious. I'm just saying. Oh. Okay. I actually didn't even notice it was Roy that said it. But here we go. Round 1. Brendan Figueroa is obviously going to be using his aggressive, phonetic pace to overwhelm the smaller, older Magdaleno. Obviously, he's coming out now using his jab, which, if he really wants to be successful at these bigger divisions where he's not going to have such a huge size advantage over his opponents, he's going to be able to utilize his jab. Much like the criticism towards Funduro, right? A guy that's got length and size advantage, but showed very little ability to actually use it, even though he did a good job versus Tim Tszyu, and thus he got the victory. Magdaleno throwing haymakers at air. She's a cute girl. Brendan Figueroa's girlfriend, sitting all alone. I'm joking, Sean. Laugh out loud. Obviously, it's Ward, but Fat Man and BFTB were saying that Haney had surpassed Ward in legacy with his undisputed victory. Well, anytime a Dante or 78 or fucking LDBC, especially the LDBC, we know that they basically took Devin Haney to be their next superstar. And lucky for them, Ryan Garcia popped 30, because otherwise, how terrible would their whole fucking platform be? They Dick Road fucking Wilder all the way to destruction. They Dick Road fucking, what's his face? Fulton all the way to destruction. They Dick Road somebody else. Who am I missing? Obviously, Devin Haney all the way to destruction against a man that everybody felt Devin Haney was going to be easily. Anthony Edwards is an undeniable talent. Yes, undeniable. Not deniable. Undeniable. He is potentially that new heir apparent. The next Michael Jordan, the next Kobe Bryant. The way he dominated today, lifted his team to the first victory in the series. Congratulations, Ant-Man. And also one of the most exciting players in the NBA. And a down and humble kid. And I said that he was going, oh, fuck. You get a cut? That's a fucking surprise. You know, who cares? This fight was always meant to be a bullshit fucking fight anyway. Nobody ever gave Magdalena any chance at all in this scrap. The best thing he could hope for is the fight gets stuck on cuts and it becomes a no contest. And then he lives for another payday. Already he's not being aggressive. Now you're giving up ground, hoping to walk him into a shot. You should pull your shorts up a little higher. They're almost at your tits. That's a good way to get rid of body shots. Pull your shorts up to here. You look like my fucking grandfather. Jesus Christ. But yeah, we can't be surprised that the LDBC actually is dick riding Haney. He was their heir apparent, right? Oh, that was a nice shot from Magdalena. We know Funduro, he gets hit too much. And at 122, it didn't matter because he was fighting smaller guys. But now he's at 126. You notice nobody said anything about Magdaleno, surprisingly. Magdaleno came in 2 pounds overweight for this fight, trying to fight at an unfair playing field. Yet I don't see all these Devin Haney guys all over the fact that he's cheating. And if Funduro loses, it's obviously because Magdaleno is a big cheater, just like Ryan Garcia. These guys love to pick and choose. I had some people telling me that I should be concerned about PED testing. But what they really mean is I should be concerned that Ryan Garcia got caught with PED tests. But I'm not a Ryan Garcia fan. Boy, I predicted he was going to lose the fight when he won. I gave him credit, but I also said that I thought the fight could have been a draw. So I didn't see me hating on Devin Haney. I did hate on the Haney fanatics who were kind of exposed. And now I should be concerned about PEDs. Why should I be concerned with PEDs? I watch boxing. I don't negotiate. I don't do contracts. I don't do blood testing. All that shit has nothing to do with me. I don't give a fuck. The only thing that stuff does is just create corruption and conspiracy, which allows some of these channels the opportunity to exploit it. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't fucking care. These guys didn't say anything to say when Baumgartner was just caught using PEDs, but now they're all fucking worried about the fact that, of course, Ryan Garcia was caught cheating. I said all along, I think every single person involved in boxing is cheating in one respect or another, whether you're using agents to cut their weight so they can come in with weight advantages on fight night, whether they're using something to give them more energy in the ring so they can go 12 rounds at a more frenetic pace, whether you're using something in training so they can recover and train harder. I think all sports cheat. When there's millions and millions of dollars on the table, people cheat. That's not a surprise. People have been cheating in sports since 1920. A lot of these people that use this, they're just trying to make it into a race thing. They're acting like everyone cheats except Black Americans, right? And that's what they're saying. Oh, and if it was a Black American, everybody would be talking about it. That's not true. I didn't see these fucking people or anybody really making that big of a deal when Big Baby Miller got caught fucking using a cocktail of PEDs when he got set to fight Anthony Joshua in a huge payday. It didn't get as much conversation as this Ryan Garcia situation. And it was a bigger fight. Literally a bigger fight. There's a nice left hand from Figueroa. Figueroa, just like his brother, the way they fight is just not fun to watch. Right? I guess it's kind of like, what's his face? Williams, the long, tall, 147-pound fighter, who also was just holding and heating and ugly fucking fights. Just not an entertaining style to watch. Oh, I'm meeting my hero. That's cute. Nice. What's up, bacon and eggs? Yeah, reckon Usyk is on something. Usyk, but not Fury. Every man wants the edge. That's just a fact. Well, the thing is with boxing, they're doing gloves, they're doing wraps, they're doing ring size, they're doing all kinds of stuff, right? You can't say boxing is dirty with all the money that's passing hands to get people advantages and then act as if it's just, non-black fighters that are cheating. Really, Because historically in boxing, Black Americans didn't get caught using PEDs. Really? Like, come on, man. It's not a race thing. It's never been a fucking race thing. It's about that. Loma ain't using PEDs. Well, Wayne, it's nice to say he's not using PEDs, but how do you know, right? I'd rather be on the side of error and just say everybody's using something, and I don't fucking care, because it's nothing to do with me. If you negotiate to make a fight with somebody, you negotiate fucking stringent testing. You negotiate how much you get paid. You negotiate the ring size, the glove size. That's what you do as a boxer and your team. As a boxing fan, I don't worry about that shit. It's irrelevant. When I watch boxing, no one talked about that garbage. We were just happy a fight got made. Like now, we're getting great fights. That's what I'm happy about. People dwelling on this just to push racial narratives on YouTube so they can get money off of AdSense. I don't fucking care. They're using that to exploit boxing and exploit the negativity. I'm just happy that we're getting great fights in 2024. Keep it coming. Joseph and G Funky say boxing isn't corrupt. Well, they're ignorant or naive. Tank's really out there defending Ryan. He is, isn't he? Like crazy. Do you think Usyk is on something? I think Usyk, Fury, heavyweights the worst for fucking using PEDs. More heavyweights get caught using PEDs than anyone else because there's no weight stipulations. You don't need to cut weight, right? So with most of these smaller fighters, they're not really using steroids. Generally, they're using cutting agencies so they can lose the weight, make the weight, come in and balloon up and use their natural size advantage. But at heavyweight, you don't have that. So they're just trying to be stronger, bigger, and be able to be more resilient and throw more punches. Maybe heavyweights are using like EPOs as well. Defending on location, Leisure. Oh, depending on location. Ellie Setback is a dedicated casual fan. Oh, fuck. He is totally. Ellie Setback thinks Javante is pound for pound king. He is probably one of the worst things you could have for boxing because he's such a fucking fanboy for boxers. How do you call yourself a media member and expect to be treated fairly by everybody when you're a blatant fanboy? A blatant fanboy. That's why he was kicked out of Freddie Roach's gym, right? Because you can't be a fanboy, because then you come across as being unfair when you make videos commenting on fights. And if you are a fanboy, that's fine. Keep it to yourself. Don't publish it on your channel constantly. Leisure Smelly Setback is a strange individual. Well, I think he's like fucking a little slow. Sean, who is Mexico siding with more, Canelo or Jaime Munguia? I don't know. I don't think it's quite like Barrera versus Morales, but there's probably some similarities there, right? People are probably pretty excited depending on what region they come from. Obviously, if they're from where Canelo's from, then they're probably more siding with him. If they're from the region where I think is the west coast of Mexico, where Munguia comes from, they're probably siding with him. And then you get people who are just fans or haters that also use that to dictate who they support as well. He's at the Garcia gym now in Oxnard. He's always at the Garcia gym. He's got a bed in the back. Ricardo Lopez is picking Canelo Alvarez. Well, like I said, I like Canelo, but I would not mind seeing Jaime Munguia win this fight. I mean, I know on social media and all the hater race bait channels, they would use this to criticize and downplay and try to ruin Canelo's legacy, even though his legacy is fucking already cemented. So, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But we had Ryan's big upset. You get Jaime Munguia big upset. It's just good for boxing. It gets everyone talking, everyone paying attention. It shows you that you can't just assume somebody's going to win a fight, right? And that's unfortunately what a lot of casual fans and people, sports fans think. They think that, they just assume somebody can win because that's who they know. And because of that, they take away the intrigue and the excitement of fights. Exactly, Sean. Region matters in Mexico, who they cheer for. Both Figueroa brothers are defensively irresponsible. Always have been. Fucking especially the older brother, right? How many times that guy get KO'd? At least this Magdaleno is tougher and resilient. He was the better brother. But still, he's fighting for a paycheck. I don't think he's fighting for a career at this point of his career. Now the infight is happening. Actually, both guys are having a lot of success inside. Oh, that was a nice little uppercut from Magdalena. The question is, can Magdaleno keep this going for 12 rounds? We know Figueroa and his brother, those guys can throw 100 punches for 12 rounds easily. Easily. But it just makes you wonder, right? People are talking about Inui, who's fighting this week as well, Monday or Tuesday, depending on where you are. Monday, my time, maybe Tuesday, your time. But people are questioning having Inui move straight up to 126 to try to fight for his 5th world weight class division, even though it'd be his 6th division he moved up, but his 5th division he could win. But the question is, who can he fight at 126 that actually is a name opponent? Who can he fight that's a bigger name opponent than Fulton, as far as a more credible opponent? At this point, I don't think there's anyone. Oh my God, come on. Look at Magdaleno. You don't even got no nuts. Why are you fucking acting like this? Literally, you pull your cup so fucking high. Dudes like this, right? This is what he's looking for. He's looking for a disqualification victory. Always has been. Let's see the replay. I bet that punch wasn't even fucking very low. The dude's got his shorts pulled so fucking high. Come on, DAZN. Let's see the replay. That's a body shot. That's a body shot. Obviously, fucking, that did not hit him anywhere near his junk. It didn't also punch up. It punched straight. So it wasn't even like that Usyk punch where obviously upward momentum pulled his cup up into his balls. This one was just a good shot, right? Right under your belly button. I mean, you getting hit, in truth, here, those are not low blows, man. Those are body shots. He's got his shorts pulled up literally here, over his belly button. And then he got punched here. When does that become a fucking low blow? Like, that's a legitimate fucking body shot. Okay, maybe it's straying a little low. But still, it was to the side, not his nuts. Didn't hit him in the balls or anything. Stop whining like a bitch. Fucking Christ, man. You already got fucking warned by the ref how many times for illegal bullshit? Sean, when is Monster coming to the USA? Never. Why would the Monster come to the States? To fight who? When America has an opponent that's a big enough draw, then he can come to the States. Like all these people that say you should fight Tank Davis at 130. Okay, if he fights Tank Davis at 130, then he can come to the States, fight in Vegas. But outside of fighting Tank Davis at 130, who's a pound for pound top 10 fighter on most people's lists, who the fuck can he fight in the States? Like, he's making millions and millions of dollars fighting in Japan. He's literally filling out a stadium for 55,000 people. 55,000. What do you mean? Why not 130? Leisure, what weight do you want him to move to? He may be fighting in Australia soon. And he may be fighting in Saudi Arabia soon because there's money that can draw him and bring him to those locations. Sam Goodman obviously is Australian, and that's a fight that potentially could get him to go to Australia. Obviously, it's close to Japan, so it's not that far away. But it's also a big fight because Australia would love to generate a big, massive event like that. The government would pay, which they've done on multiple occasions, to fund a fight of that magnitude, to pay what they need to do to get him there, right? And we know that apparently Saudi Arabia, Turki al-Sheikh, offered him tens of millions of dollars to go fight potentially MJ Akhmedov in Saudi Arabia. So of course you'd go jump at that as well. But who's he going to fight in the States? And you think Top Rank is going to pay him tens of millions of dollars? He's already fought 3 times in the States. 3 times. These great American fighters, how many of them fought outside the US 3 times? And he fought 3 times in the States, 1 time in fucking the UK. So 4 times he fought outside of the country, and he has how many fights? 20? So close to 20% of his fights have been outside of Japan. That's pretty good. Stay away from America, Inui. Yep, Inui's, why would he go to the States at this point? The people that want him to go there are just looking for reasons to hate on him, like they do every non-Black American fighter. Because it's not non-Black Americans that are pushing this narrative. Does Monster Inui any real threats below 130? I don't think so. Robson Ramirez versus Monster at 126. Well, Robson Ramirez better get back in the ring and win back his fucking title because he just got beat by Espinoza. So even that in-house top-rank fight is no longer as interesting as it was. America loves to ruin foreign fighters' records. They love it. Downplay it, criticize it. Yet, when you look at one of the biggest American boxers of all time, Muhammad Ali, who was a global fucking superstar, global being the key word, these ignorant fucking American fans acting like, you know, you fight on PBC, you're a global star. Why are you a global star? I live in Asia. I can't watch you. If you fight on Top Rank, you're a global star. You fight on Top Rank, I can't watch you. I need to steal a fucking stream. I cannot watch you legally. I cannot get access to your fights in Asia. This is on DAZN, so I can watch it on my computer, on my phone, on my iPad, or on my smart TV. So if you're fighting on DAZN, you have an opportunity to be more of a global superstar because literally people from around the world can watch you fight on their TVs like this. Mario Barrios versus Fabian Maidana, right? Like that fight's not as intriguing as Stanionis versus what's his face? The guy they just fought. Oh, she's pretty good looking. Figueroa is married to fucking Figueroa's sister, eh? So when I said something about Figueroa, I wasn't wrong. It was just his sister. Maidana is not his brother. What's that Asian guy's name that put Maloney to sleep? Oh, Junto Nakatani. Junto Nakatani, he's been training and fighting out of Mexico, right? Like many Japanese fighters have. A lot of them took camps to Mexico just to, you know, build their skill set and fight more opposition, right? And different styles. Quick thoughts on Benavidez versus Gvozdyk. One-sided ass beating. Benavidez is going to fucking destroy Gvozdyk at this point. Gvozdyk's coming off of 4 years of retirement. Is only coming back because he's broke, because he lost all his money thanks to Russia versus fucking the Ukraine. Looking for a payday. So here he is. He's getting a payday, but no one thinks that fight is going to be even. People talk about an even playing field, but they only talk about that when they're trying to make excuses. It's ironic. I listened to John Boxing make like a million videos justifying Tank Davis put a catch weight and a rehydration clause on Ryan Garcia, talking about how there should be no complaints. This is about fighting on an even playing field. Yet when Devin Haney put on 20 pounds and came in 20 pounds heavier than Lomachenko, nobody talked about anything to do with a even playing field there, right? And you go, but he made weight. It doesn't matter if he made weight. It wasn't an even playing field if you ballooned up. So in truth, Lomachenko should have put a rehydration clause on him. But imagine if he did that. If Lomachenko would have put a rehydration clause on Devin Haney, it would have been the opposite. All these people would have been moaning and groaning and criticizing. Like Canelo Alvarez is the perfect example. He's put rehydration clauses on fighters because he was fighting guys that were huge. Yes, Vostik did retire Stevenson 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and then got knocked out by Beterbiev and then retired from boxing. Has come back and fought 2 bums in the process. The oligarchs don't fund war in Russia. They are stupid rich. Nobody's talking about them. The rich get richer, no matter what country they live in. Junto Nakatani. Junto Nakatani is a bad man. I'm hoping that fight happens at 122 pounds. Junto Nakatani versus Inui for undisputed. That shit might not be big in America because American boxing fans are ignorant and only support certain fighters based on race. But you put Junto versus fucking Inui for undisputed 126. That's a fucking great fight, man. A great fight. Haney got exposed. No one is going to respect him in the ring anymore. That's a fact. Even if the fight becomes a no contest, the fact that he got dropped multiple times, got hurt by the same punch consistently, wasn't able to adjust in the ring, he's never going to be the shining star people were making him out to be, right? That's just the way things are. You know, even if it's not a legitimate loss, these things still stay with you. That's why these guys consistently point towards Lomachenko losing 3 times to try to shade him. Even though he never got his ass beat, dropped fucking multiple times. Like, even listen to Devin Haney when he's talking about the result of that fight. He literally came out and said he's never been in with somebody who was better than him, referring to the fact that Ryan Garcia was just better than him that night. Of course, he's trying to say it's because of PEDs, which that's fair, that's fine. But in a fight where he could have won if he wouldn't have kept getting fucking dropped, was he really in with a guy that was better than him? When he wasn't getting hit by left hands and dropped, he was winning the fight. Anyone excited about Fury Usyk? Not really. If it's cheating when Ryan did it, why isn't it cheating when Salido did it? Dante's Boxing Nation constantly brought up the Salido had to discredit Loma. They all bring up Salido to discredit Loma. Salido literally missed weight too and came in way bigger. Yet the people that use Salido as a way to shit on Lomachenko, who was fighting Salido in his 2nd professional fight, lost a split decision, almost had Salido out in the 12th round. And if any points would have been deducted from all those low blows, Lomachenko would have won. But they think that's a negative. No. That fight made Lomachenko, showed him that he could take it, showed him what the game was about, how corrupt it was early on in his career. And he got better because of it, right? He didn't get his ass beat by Salido. He was inexperienced fighting a bigger fighter who used size advantages, missing weight, so he couldn't win the world title, which is why Lomachenko got the opportunity to fight Russell in his next fight. People try to criticize Lomachenko for that. But the reason is because he saved the top-ranked card. By taking on this opponent, he did not need to fight. He did not need to fight Salido, just like Devin Haney did not need to fight Ryan Garcia. He stayed in, took the money, fought the fight because he felt confident he could win. Lomachenko did the same thing, felt confident he could win, took the fight, and in the process got beat. Just like Ryan Garcia, he kept his title. Historically, guys that lose the fight don't keep the belt, right? Even the guy that, couldn't win the belt, he doesn't get it either. Usually becomes vacant. But in this case, Devin Haney got to keep his belt. So these guys that try to look for reasons to shit on certain fighters, to highlight others, it's all based on fucking race and bias. They're not real boxing fans, or they'd be consistent. Magdaleno continuously walking backwards, getting himself on the ropes, hoping to win the battle inside. But it's not a good look when you consistently give up ground. But it just shows you Figueroa did not stick to using that jab very long. And as I said, the Stanionis fight was going to be better than this. And this is what you expected. Not a fun fight to watch. Haney just got exposed, plain and simple. Truth. Ancito was coming in with his head. 50 low blows. Oh, look. You can't stop talking about black people. You can't stop trolling my channel. Me talking about black people, it's ironic when you can't stop hating on non-black people. Like, think about that. Think about this guy. He could be watching this fight, but he'd rather be trolling my channel, pushing more racial narratives. The only reason I'm talking about race is because you literally came out with 26 videos trying to defend Devin Haney and find a reason to discredit fucking Ryan Garcia. You got your wish. He was tested positive. So now you can continue to make it all about race and act like everyone cheats except black Americans, because that's what you're doing. But I'm making it about race. I'm talking about black people. No, I'm talking about you, and that you're a racist and you're bad for boxing because all you do is push racial narratives. You don't want to give any non-black fighter any credit. So I'm surprised you're even watching this fucking pay-per-view, because there's not one black American fucking fighter on this PBC card. But yet you paid $90 for it. Thank you very much, John, for giving your money away to support fighters you don't support. Who Bibble do what Usyk did to Fury and put a penalty fine on Beterbiev if he gets injured? Yeah, but you can't put a penalty fine for an injury, right? The reason that they did that to Fury is because they felt like he was looking for a reason to get out of the fight, primarily because of the shit that he was saying. We know Beterbiev wants to fight, but unfortunately, he's almost 40 years old and injury prone. So unfortunately, that is what it is. Injuries continuously pop up. Lomachenko has never been beaten. Lopez fight could have been a draw. Loma never been knocked out or buzzed, really. Well, it was funny. John Boxing was trying to compare Errol Spence to Lomachenko. And literally, he was fanboying Errol Spence getting an opportunity to fight Figueroa for his title, coming off of a brutal knockout loss. But yet he made a video criticizing Lomachenko for fighting for a vacant title. But you're okay that Spence gets that win, even though Spence got his ass beat, got stopped. Lomachenko lost a close, controversial fucking fight to Devin Haney. And you literally fanboyed Devin Haney beating Lomachenko and used Lomachenko to highlight how much more Devin Haney deserved respect because he was fighting such a legitimate opponent. A legitimate opponent who, if you didn't use him to fanboy Haney, you'd only shit on him and say that he doesn't deserve a world title fight. You're fucking so easy to expose. You're so fucking racist. You're married to fucking a Mexican woman, Mexican American, yet you fucking hate everyone that's not black American. That must be difficult. How do your kids cope with a father who is so full of hate, right? That's you, man. You're so full of hate that it just blinds you. John Boxing in the house. Say my name. Daniel V. Floyd would have never lost to Ryan Garcia. And Floyd did what Ryan Garcia did. Literally fucking came in overweight to agreed contract when he fought Juan Manuel Marquez. Yet this is never brought up. Nobody used that as a way to criticize and hate on Floyd. But then they used it to actually talk about how Ryan Garcia wasn't playing fair, was cheating, and it was an unfair playing field, right? Like, again, exposing your hypocrisy. Be fair. Broner did it too. I mean, people do it. It's boxing. People use weight advantage consistently, and it's not non-black fighters. It's every fighter. Everybody does it. But guys like this only want to highlight the racial narrative because that's all they care about. We're better than you. We're better than you. We're better than you. See, this is why we're better than you. Like, you're so insecure that that's the only thing you worry about. Literally, this fight card, you never even talked about it. You didn't even talk about Bud Crawford, your pound for pound #1 fighters. Huge fucking announcement to fight on a Saudi Arabian PBC card in California. But you're a boxing fan. You love boxing, but only when you can twist it. 47-year-old Floyd schools Ryan now. Well, I don't know about that. Magdaleno style sucks. It does, but so does Figueroa. Figueroa and his brother, mauling, hugging, fucking, yeah, it's just ugly fucking style. You are a hypocrite. You hate black fighters all the time. Show me my video where I'm hating black fighters. Literally, when I highlight people winning fights and having big fights announced, like you criticize me because of your 126-pound fighter, and I didn't make a video only about him. Yet I'm talking about him being a part of a huge Saudi Arabian card against Nick Ball. You never talked about that. You only use him to push a racial divide. I make videos praising black guys, and you say I'm only using them to hate on black American boxing fans. So it doesn't matter what I fucking say. You're going to find some way to discredit it and hate on it and make it that I'm a racist and I hate black fighters. I don't hate on Devin Haney. Post-fight, I'm one of the few channels that said I thought it was a draw, but I'm hating on Devin Haney. You didn't say it was a draw. You just look for an excuse. Right? And then fucking all you do is fucking try to make it racial. Look at your comment. I hate on black fighters. Show me my video recently where I'm hating on a black fighter. You say everybody hates us. Everybody hates black American fighters. Yet literally go to your channel and it's just hate. That's all you talk about. The LDBC consistently has hated on Tank Davis. You haven't criticized them for hating on Tank Davis. They consistently hated on fucking Bud Crawford. You never really talked about them hating on Bud Crawford. Literally, the biggest haters in America boxing community are other black fucking boxing fans hating on other black boxers. This tribal divide. But then you still want to deflect and act like it's everybody else. Yet we all see what's going on. Devin Haney versus fucking Tank Davis, that has nothing to do with non-black boxing fans. Spence versus Crawford had nothing to do with non-black boxing fans. All this hate was internal. It comes down to this. Black fighters don't dominate boxing anymore. Fact. And that makes racists upset. That's why none of these channels talk about heavyweight division anymore, run by Europeans. That's the difference, right? Like, I mean, no one's saying black Americans still aren't producing great fighters. They are. But there's not the dominance that there once was. Boxing is far more global. You have much more of an even spread of fighters. Literally, you had 9 black Americans, 9 Mexicans, and 9 Japanese world champions. But yet, I'm supposed to downplay that and act like it's bad for boxing. Because this small group of global boxing fans situated in America that only support other black Americans, whether it's basketball and hating on European basketball players or in boxing, that these guys are the ones we should kowtow to because they're the group that matters. No, sorry, John, your group don't matter. Because in the world, you're a small percentage of the global population. All you are absorbed about fucking race. Yet people from around the world don't give a fuck about your plight because they have their own situation, their own stories, and their own fucking narratives. But you keep fucking banging your gong. John needs you to clout Sean. You are doing more views than him. Imagine, he closed down my channel. I'm still doing more views than him. So I'm a fanboy of Spence. Not once in this fucking present fucking comment did I say you were a fanboy for Spence. I'm talking about black boxing fans in America who dick rode Spence and Crawford and fucking went at each other the same way Tank Davis fans and Devin Haney fans went at each other. And that was primarily black on black crime. But yet you want to portray it as if everybody that's non-black hates on black fighters. Bullshit. Bullshit. Of course, there's fucking haters and racists on YouTube that are not black, that are Mexican and other fucking countries. That's normal. But you make it out as if it's the majority of fans. And then you downplay the fucking racism from within your group. And your group can do no wrong. Literally, you make videos saying if it was all black boxing fans, events would be better. If it was all black boxing fans, it would be kind of like when Tank Davis fought that fucking Garcia dude and there was a fight in the crowd. Right? Like, give me a fucking break, John. Acting like your fucking people can do no wrong. Your people are fucking the same as everyone else. There's good, bad, and indifferent. People are fucking people. That's it. And then what are you to say? See, and of course you deflect Lomachenko. I'm a Lomachenko fan. I never said I'm not a Lomachenko fan. But you say I'm a hater for every black fighter, which is a lie. You say I'm a Canelo Alvarez fan, which is a lie. Literally, I made a video saying I hope fucking Jaime Munguia beats him. But I'm a Canelo Alvarez fan. I was a Golovkin fan. So how am I a Canelo fan? But you're full of shit. You always have been. You're going to go make a video going racist, non-black channels, hating on what? What am I hating on? I'm not talking about the whole fucking PED conspiracy because I don't fucking care. That fight's done. I'm moving on. I'm going to dwell on boxing and all the great fights we have coming. I'm not going to fucking continue push the same bullshit that you want fucking to talk about, which is just to talk about how your fighters are better and everybody else's fighters are cheating, which is what you're doing. Get back in here, John Boxing. John is in love with you. I remember when you schooled his ass. How many kids you have? What does how many kids I have to do with anything? I'm a school teacher. So at any day, I have 28 kids. 28 kids that I work with day in and day out. And every single one of them is Asian, not a Caucasian. What does that have to do with anything? Again, deflecting. John, just admit you fucking are so fucking hateful towards non-fucking black Americans that you think everyone is part of the KKK and that everybody hates you. And maybe they do hate you, John. I don't know where you live. I don't know who you hang out with. But to perpetuate this on YouTube, it's fucking stupid and ignorant. Unfortunately, you never fucking traveled anywhere around the world, so you just don't know anything. You're so fucking narrow-minded in your opinion. Narrow-minded and ignorant. John Boxing tests positive for estrogen. Facts. It comes here for boxing knowledge. John, what do your kids have to do with boxing? Exactly, I don't understand. John Boxing's baby mama left him. That's the link. The video's still there in Boxing Archive. Floyd Mayweather was a Mayweather that agreed to fight at a catch weight at 143 pounds overweight, right? See, and now you're lying, John. Floyd Mayweather agreed to a catch weight and then fucking didn't fight at the catch weight and came in at 147. Just like Ryan Garcia, who agreed to fight Devin Haney at a certain weight and then came in over that weight. But you're so fucking disingenuous. You're such a Floyd Mayweather dick rider that he can do no wrong. People accuse him of PEDs. You defended him. Now Ryan Garcia gets accused of PEDs. And of course, every fucking video you talk about is how it's all non-black fighters that are getting caught on PEDs. I didn't hear you make one video about fucking Alicia Baumgardner fucking testing positive. Where were your videos hating on Big Baby Miller when he got caught with fucking a plethora of fucking PEDs in the Anthony Joshua fight? You didn't talk about it because you didn't care, because you couldn't use those to push a racial narrative. Now you can. So you come out and you point to all these Mexican American or Mexican fighters that are using PEDs and then try to make it out that black Americans are so innocent. And it's everybody else that's fucking the Antichrist. You're the problem because literally you go out of your way to hate on every non-black fighter and every non-black fan, and then play the victim. Play the victim, which is what you're doing now. You're defending Floyd Mayweather, who did the exact same thing. He didn't get caught using PEDs, so that's different. But even Ryan Garcia told you that Floyd Mayweather told him to do that. He told him to come in overweight. The LDBC fucking made videos talking about it. They hate on fucking Floyd Mayweather like crazy, but you're going to say, oh, now Sean Newton's hating on Floyd Mayweather. I ain't hating on anyone. I'm just pointing out the double standard from you. Sean and John are bitter rivals at the end. We're not bitter. John's just ignorant. Sean and John, the bird and magic of the 80s. See, that's why I thought we should have done a channel together. Hopefully Turkey can pay for Newton versus John. I don't know why Sean just doesn't block him. He blocks me, right? But then he comes on my channel and trolls me. John makes a good show. Leisure is the best rival of YouTube boxing. Figueroa just dropped Magdalena. And I missed it. I did see that he won the fight, but I didn't see that he dropped him. I would kick Sean's ass easily. Listen to John. Listen to him. This is what you need to know about him. That statement tells you everything, right? Ignorant, childish. My dad's stronger than your dad. You know, like he fucking still thinks he's in elementary school. So, John, you take pride that you would beat a 56-year-old in a fight. Yet it wouldn't be an even playing field. You're on steroids and you weigh more than me. And you're younger. But you're so fucking caught up about even playing field. And it's funny because he says, oh, 78 never makes videos about you. No, 78 did make videos about me. He invited me to Milwaukee, right? He's made several videos on me. Not recently, but I mean in the past. But you act like fucking nobody's ever trolled my channel. Yet here you are doing it right now. You say, don't leave comments in my comment section or I'm going to block you. Yet here you are right now. Nobody's threatening you because that's you. So hateful, so angry. You epitomize the angry black man. John Boxing. That's it. The angry black man. I ain't angry. Why would I be angry? I don't give a fuck what you have to say. You're ignorant. You're wrong. So it doesn't really impact me at all. But thanks for giving me your views. I appreciate it. You make good TV. Everybody's enjoy watching you fucking embarrass yourself once again. And we look forward to you making a racial fucking video response because that's what you're going to do. Use my name, use my image, yet you got my channel shut down because I talked about you and exposed your narrative towards Inui, your favorite fighter, your favorite fighter. You only used him to hate on Roman Gonzalez. We know that, but he was your favorite fighter. Wow. Did you hear that body shot? KO. How long in the fight? Oh, well, the Canelo fight, there's still 2 more fights at least but before that. I mean, that fight's probably going to happen closer to 12 o'clock. So at least 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours before Canelo Munguia is actually on. I'm so happy to see Ade. You know, I just wish Ade would buy a better suit jacket, not double-breasted. Like, this is 2024, Ade. You should not be wearing a double-breasted fucking suit jacket in 2024, right? He should just buy a real nice, clean cut. You get a nice t-shirt under it. Keep it simple, smooth, right? But it's good to see one of us YouTubers do so well. You know, I remember when Ade and his buddy used to do videos in the hallway of their apartment building, right? And now he's on the zone, kicking it, representing. It's good. I'm happy for him. He's a good brother. Welcome, black, young, hungry lions. When Wilder lost, they said the loss will make you stronger and keep your chin up, champ. But when Canelo or Loma lost, all of a sudden, you're a bum. You're exposed. The bias is obvious. Obvious. No non-black fighter is good. Just like no non-black NBA player is good. Or no non-black NFL player is good. Or no non-black anything. We know if you're not black, you obviously are subhuman, inferior, and just not that good, according to guys like him. But it's everyone else that's a racist. More like Jordan and Isaiah. Who's John? John is the epitome of the angry black man. You got Sean looking like playoff Kobe. Sean hates all PBC fighters. Jeannie, how do I hate all PBC fighters? Isn't Canelo Alvarez a PBC fighter? Wasn't Pacquiao a PBC fighter? Like, your statement is stupid. You're probably one of the same people that acts like Al Heyman in the PBC was great for Black American boxing. Yet here's a PBC card that doesn't have one Black American fighter on it. PBC has went to mostly having non-Black boxing cards. But yet he's the savior of the Black American boxer. And we all hate him because he's a black man, even though wasn't Don King a black man? Right? You know, there were Butch Evans or Butch Lewis. Butch Lewis, wasn't he a black man? Like, you dudes fucking make everything about race. It's feeling over facts, but butthurt individuals. Okay, I see. John Boxing, pound for pound. What's up, Sean? What's up, Hiroshima? You're excited for Tuesday afternoon? I'm happy because I'll finish work, come straight home, and look forward to an Inui card. Monday evening, my time. So I guess Monday, your time too. John is Wakanda. Well, actually, John thinks Wakanda is real, and that's where he's hoping to retire. Because, you know, everything that's a cartoon must be real, according to him. That's why he uses Black Panther as a role model for Black Americans. A cartoon that was written by a white man in the 70s. John getting barbecued. Is Alicia Baumgardner Black? She is. Sexy. Wow, we got a mismatch on the Canelo undercard. Sean schooling John for the 100th time. Sean versus John is Kendrick versus Drake. I don't know what's going on with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, but apparently it's a big conversation because I see people refer to it all the time. I live in Taiwan, so I'm so out of pop culture, especially things like this. You know, Drake is Canadian, so I guess I got to support my Canadian brethren. John can support Lamar. They also accused Inui of using PEDs and cheating every time a non-Black fighter gets any sort of shine. Exactly. The history is blatant. Whenever we talk about a great non-Black fighter, there's a pushback, right? A pushback. And when you push back, now you're the racist. But we're pushing back because we don't understand why one individual ruins your legacy. No one ever said Black Americans didn't dominate boxing and don't have a great legacy in the sport. But yet John says that that's what I said, and that I'm downplaying Black American fighters. Yet how am I downplaying Black American fighters when Bud Crawford is pound for pound number one on my pound for pound list? When I had Devin Haney pound for pound, just not number two. Where I said Shakur Stevens and Boots Ennis potentially are the future of the pound for pound listing and could hold that down for the next 10 years. But I hate Black fighters. How I said Gervonta Tank Davis is must-see TV and one of my favorite fighters to watch. But I'm hating Black American fighters, right? I supported Anthony Joshua from day one, whether he lost or won. But yet I hate Black fighters, or he's not American, so he doesn't count. Who is your favorite tonight? Tonight, between Canelo and Munguia, I feel Canelo's going to win, but I'm hoping Munguia can do what Ryan Garcia did, pull a big upset, because hopefully if he pulls an upset, that will get us away from all this negative Ryan Garcia conversation and focus on something boxing related, right? Which is Munguia pulling off a huge upset. That would be great for boxing. We know guys like John would then accuse Canelo of being a hype job and, you know, making it about race once again, but, you know, there's nothing we can do. Guys like him. Sean is a fucking liar. What did I lie about? He only attacks Black people who he thinks are so-called hating, but he never has the same energy for non-black fans that hate black fighters. He never attacks Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy's in jail, so it would be unfair for me to attack him. But I often call these people out to their face because I respect them. So I actually talk to them like a man, one-to-one, unlike you. But I notice you, the hypocrite that you are, also do the same thing. I never hear you call out the LDBC at all. And when you call them out, you never call them out by name. You just generalize, black on black hates type of video. So what are you doing, John, that I'm not doing? Right? Once again, you're a hypocrite or a liar. Race is racist hustlers like John always poisoning atmosphere here. That's true. I'm surprised only John is here. Usually I figure it would be the other guys that are holding it down for John. But we're on to our next fight. Who's this one going to be? Is this a better matchup? Oh, I don't think so. I think it's another one-sided matchup. Is this going to be, Maidana versus Barrios? Is this the second main event? What fights after this one? Obviously not Canelo versus Munguia, I wouldn't expect. I know, Sean. I know. Haha, that's true, Sean. Mario Gomez. John ain't tough. Jay Cotto had him so scared he wanted to involve the law. Facts. Look it up. He ain't beating anyone up. Is that true, John? Were you scared? Were you going to get the police in against Jay Cotto, who's like 50 years old and weighs like 120 pounds? Sounds like Haney in his interview. All I want is an even playing field. Rich coming from a snack using weight bully. It's true, right? Remember all these LDBC channels that literally fucking shit all over Bud Crawford and Shakur Stevenson for being on snack, telling that they were using PEDs when they were trying to hate on Shakur because they were fanboying for Tank and hating on Bud Crawford because they were fanboying for fucking Spence. Again, a topic that I don't talk about because I don't care about PED. It's your fucking negotiation as a fighter and your team. Nothing to do with me. I just want fights to be made. Boots versus Crowley is confirmed. Thank God Boots is getting another fight. It's good. That's the good thing about signing with DAZN. At least we know he's going to get fights. And it's good that the Crowley fight's happening. It did look like the PBC, Al Heyman, was going to try to block that. Kind of like it looked like they were trying to block the Terrence Crawford fight when they were trying to get Charlo in there in the way. But luckily, that did not happen. So that's good. Good for boxing. Is Sean Porter cornier than Carlton Banks? How come I don't know Carlton Banks? Porter, get your ass back on the PBC. John getting steamrolled. Well, when Sean Porter pushed that whole Inui narrative, he just exposed himself because that was just the stupidest shit ever. Inui is selling out 55,000 stadium in Japan. Why does he need to come to America? That's like saying if Tank Davis sold 55,000, he needs to go fight in the UK or fight somewhere else. People would kick back and be like, fuck off. That ain't true. Stop being a racist. But when it's Inui or Anthony Joshua, they need to do something that they wouldn't ask Americans to do. Again, talking about race, the hypocrisy. You started your live talking about race. I don't know if I started my live talking about race, but it definitely was a topic of conversation because of the race hustlers like yourself that are talking about this whole Ryan Garcia thing, all to fucking make an excuse for Devin Haney. So I'm talking about boxing. And unfortunately, you guys are making it into this situation, which is what I'm talking about. When I was talking about Better BF Bivol fight being canceled, the fact that Inui and Canelo Alvarez, big pound for pound superstars, are fighting this weekend, is any of that about race or is it talking about boxing? When I talked about this fight card and how I thought it was a mediocre card, was that talking about race? No, John, you're here. And that's why the race conversation is going the way it is. If you weren't here, we would be talking more about the fights and less about you. I still see Lomachenko beating Shakur. You better not duck me, son. What's up, Andre? I'm going with Canelo, but I wouldn't mind Munguia winning as long as we get a great fight and a rematch after that. True, Lopez. That would be great, right? We just want a potential fight of the year. If Munguia won because of, more output, more volume, then obviously we would get the rematch. Of course, people would do what they do to try to shit on Canelo. I mean, John is right here. Ask John what he thought about Canelo fighting Munguia. He said it was a cherry pick. Racist, shake my head, is called having a preference. Having a preference. Listen to John. I don't care who we all support, but you comment section bangers care about who us black fighters support. Listen to John. John, you consistently are making this about race. If you didn't care, you would just be talking about the boxing that's on TV right now. John still thinks Obama is president. Canelo is next. That's early, right, for the Canelo fight? And I wonder how Maidana is going to perform. I don't think he's going to do what his brother did. No chance. Heard Johnny Boy got arrested for going on a rampage and was roundhouse kicking Haney fans. Psh. PBC would have wasted Boots' prime. Well, they did waste his prime, right? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Viva Mexicali. John. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to go to a party last night and I forgot all about it. I respect Barrios. Sean, stop cooking, John. You won already. Okay, so let's get to the fight. Obviously, Maidana. See, that tells you everything you need to know. 22-2. Already has 2 losses in his resume. Obviously, people tried to build him up based on his brother's success. But he's already lost to 2 fighters that you wouldn't even know who they are. So Mario Barrios fighting for an interim championship versus a fighter who's not even ranked by the WBC, right? Literally. Let's take a quick peek. Let's open this shit and see if Maidana is even ranked. Oh, I can't scroll there. I need to scroll here. So there we are. WBC, Mario Barrios. We scroll down the list and we're looking for Maidana. Number 15, Adrian Broner, obviously just put on this list. But you don't see Maidana's name anywhere. So you're going to win or become like an interim champion, being elevated once Crawford officially moves up to 154, getting a email title, right, against a guy who's not even ranked. Whereas Stanionis just fought Gabriel Mastre, who's number 4. At least he's fighting a guy in the rankings, right? I mean, of course, Boots didn't fight anyone to get his ranking. He was just elevated. So this is one of the problems with boxing, this kind of bullshit that these people think they're fooling us. I mean, I have no problem with Mario Barrios becoming the WBC champion, but let's not act like he did anything and he legitimately did it. When he beat Ugas, that was a very good win. But fighting this guy means nothing. The dude's not even ranked by the WBC. But here we go. Round 1. Barrios versus Maidana. Maidana does not have the power of his brother. But it'd be a great story if he pulled the upset, wouldn't it? Have some respect on AB's name. The only reason AB's ranked is because they're going to make him fight that other fucking corny motherfucker from Florida. Which I don't hate on AB. I'm happy he's getting a money fight. Let's just hope he actually fulfills this contract and makes the fight and actually gets paid. There's no point making fights but never getting paid because you pull out of training. Mario Barrios establishing his jab. He's not a bad boxer. I don't think he's got a chance in hell against Boots Ennis, but that's a different story. Obviously, Boots is fucking levels above a Mario Barrios. But that's why I think Boots should stay at 147. You fight a Stanionis, that would be a great fight. You fight Barrios, that would be a good fight. You become 3-belt champion, and then you negotiate and make a deal. Obviously, I think that's easy now that he's with DAZN and Matchroom to fight top-ranked fighter, what's his face, and become undisputed at 147, following Bud Crawford. And then you move to 154 and try to duplicate Bud Crawford's success in trying to become a 2-weight undisputed champion. Build your own name, and then hopefully those big fights will fall into your lap. But so far, Maidana is not nearly the aggressive fighter that his brother is. I predicted this fight in 4 rounds. It'll be interesting if Mario Barrios' power has any effect on Maidana. We know Maidana's brother was strong, but could get dropped. Didn't have like a granite chin. Everybody that's watching, like, subscribe, and share. Much like Stanionis won behind his jab, I mean, that's what Barrios can do here. He can just continuously use his jab. He should be pistoling that shit out more, especially right now, early in the fight, kind of like Stanionis did. Just keep doing that. Get in your range, keep hitting with that jab. You're going to win rounds, and eventually you're going to be able to time that right hand. Oh, look, there we go, flashback. This is obviously the best victory on Mario Barrios' career, beating Ugis, even though it was an old beat-up Ugis who, I mean, I think at this point is pretty much retired, right? After getting his face broken by Errol Spence. Round 2. Let's see what Mario Barrios can do. Native American or Mexican? I think he's a mix between both. But Mexican, remember, it's also Native American, Aboriginal as well, right? So there's definitely Aboriginal blood, whether it's North American, United States, or Mexico. But in reality, they're all the same. They're First Nations people, right? So I think location doesn't mean anything. Back in the day, you did not need a passport to go from fucking Texas to Mexico. And actually, Texas was part of Mexico. So that's why when you talk about Mexican people, you know, obviously there's a there's a lot of, you know, mixing and stuff going on. Maidana fights way too passive for an Argentinian fighter. Maybe he's just hoping to go a few rounds and then put it on him later, but you're just going to keep giving up rounds if you're doing this. He just looks like he's in for a payday, not a victory. Aztec originates from Arizona. There you go. As I say, like there was no borders, right? Hey, David Benavidez in the crowd, getting ready to fucking clout chase off of Canelo to help sell his fight. Hopefully he's not drunk. He does have a fight coming up. So far, this fight is not the most entertaining fight. It's kind of like I said, I thought the best fight on this card was easily going to be that Stanionis Mastre fight, which was great. If you guys didn't see it, you should definitely go check it out later. It was definitely a back-and-back fight, even though on the scorecard, Stanionis won pretty competitively, pretty easily. But Mastre was competitive. He gave as good as he got for the majority of the fight. But the rest of these fights, Figueroa and Barrios, they're just showcase fights. They're not in with really legitimate opposition. Not the kind of guys that are really going to test them. Haney Dox was terrible in Ryan versus Haney. I don't understand. Oh, Harvey Dox. Harvey Dox is the truth. That's why he keeps getting hired. Damon Wester is in the house. Damon, let's be real boxing fans. Can you ever have a conversation without mentioning race? Oh, is that what he mentioned earlier? Where are we? What's up, Sean? You ain't got a black to hate on this card, thank God. Yeah, see? That's why I should just block you, Damon. Because what are you talking about? Hate. Right? That kind of stupidity. You sound a lot like John Boxing right now. Literally, I'm being truthful in this card. I ain't fanboying. I'm telling you the way it is. Fighters that are good in with one-sided opponents that are going to make uninteresting matchups. And that's what I told you early on this week. Am I hating on Mario Barrios and Stanionis? I just said David Benavidez, hopefully he's not drinking. Am I hating on a Mexican-American? Now I know. It's because they're PBC. Cinco de Mayo. I have no problem with Harvey Dock, but what he did in the Ryan Garcia-Haney fight in that 7th round wasn't the best way to deal with that. He should have gave it a 10-8 round. Oh, that's the weakest fucking knockout I've ever fucking seen. Oh my God, dude, you're fucking Argentinian. Your brother is Marcus Maidana. Like, that right hand, was there that much even behind it? Like, that's the problem, man. This dude's not even ranked by the WBC's top 15. He shouldn't be in with this level of opponent because he's never fought anybody worth talking about. The only thing that's got him any fights is because his fucking brother was a big name. But we are not our brothers. But if we get Boots Ennis versus the winner of Stanionis Mario Barrios for unification, I'm a happy camper. That would be a great fight. And they should make that. Stanionis Mario Barrios, WBC, WBA titles. And then you can have IBF champion Boots Ennis take on the winner. Because obviously he's fighting Crowley next. So he can fight Crowley, they can fight each other, and then they can match up. Boots can become a 3-belt unified champion by the end of 2024. Great. And then by early 2025, he can become undisputed. Even though I think Barrios and Stanionis and Santillan, they're good opponents, solid. Better opponents than anyone Boots has been in with yet. But I definitely think he's levels above those guys. But the good thing is, stylistically, it's 3 different type of fighters, right? Mario Barrios, Stanionis, and Santillan. You wouldn't say these guys are tailor-made or they all fight the same, right? You got an Eastern European. You got 2 Latin American fighters, both American. Right there, he should have fucking threw a straight left, Maidana. And then you wouldn't have maybe got caught by whatever that weak-ass fucking right hand was. Barrios is a solid C-plus fighter. Harvey Dock looking like Lawrence Cole in Haney versus Ryan. Exactly. We know judges are paid off because we've heard all that shit been paid. And I don't want to point fingers at anyone, but we know boxing is corrupt. You look at the ranking systems. The fact that somehow Barrios becomes an interim champion by fighting a guy who's not even ranked in the top 15. How does that make sense? Makes no fucking sense. So they're just trying to use the Maidana name to sell the fight because maybe casual fans would think this was Marcos, even though he's a promoter now. He definitely ain't fighting now that he's like about 40 pounds heavier than he was on fight night against Floyd. What did I say? I said round 4. So let's hope Mero Barros can put that shit away. Come on, man. Make my prediction come true. Oh, no. I said Figueroa in the 4th. I said Barrios in the 10th. I gave Maidana way too much credit. Way too much credit. Santillan beats Barrios and Stanionis, in my opinion. Really? You think so, drunk Irishman? I mean, he did good against Alexis Rocha, but Alexis Rocha is not as good, I think, as Barrios or Stanionis. I think he's a very one-dimensional fighter. Definitely not nearly as good as either one of these two guys. So I don't know. He's giving up reach advantage to both of them. They both have better jabs than him, and they're both taller fighters, so they can control distance behind their jabs against Santillan, who's a bit of a short ass. I do like him. He's a fun, exciting fighter to watch, but Marcus Maidana has a lot of jewelry. Did they just show Marcus? Oh, Funduro is there, sitting beside his sister. You don't have a girl, man? You just became a fucking unified champion. Shouldn't you have a girl, right? He's totally a professional. He's just focused on boxing and nothing to do with women. That's probably a good thing. Stay away from women as long as you can. Kind of like AC Green back for LA Lakers, who was the 40-year-old virgin. Uh-oh. Mario Barros is also part of Snack, so obviously he's PEDing as well. Maybe post-fight that's going to pop up. That woman with the red necklace does not look like she belongs at a fight. I don't know how Maidana expects to win this fight when he really doesn't put out any volume at all. Come on, Maidana. You need to do something. So what was I just going to look at? We were talking about something, and now I got distracted. So, box rec. Sorry. Canelo, Munguia. This fight, people downplay and hate, man. You might want David Benavidez, and I don't hate on that. That's fine. That's a great fight. But Munguia versus Canelo is a fucking good fight, man. And it's ironic. John Boxing was saying that, Munguia needs to step up. And then when he fights Canelo, then he says it's a cherry pick. So you want the guy to step up. When he steps up to take on a pound-for-pound fighter, now you criticize Canelo for fighting him, calling it a cherry pick, right? Like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't when it comes to guys like him. Like, there's nothing you can do that's not going to be fucking something that people can criticize. Yet, as he says, it's my prerogative, right? Yet that only applies to him, nobody else, right? If I support certain fighters, I'm a racist. If John supports certain fighters, it's a preference. right? Isn't that interesting? A preference, but only a preference he can have. You can't have it. I can't have it. I have a preference that I hope Jaime Munguia wins. Does that mean Mexicans are going to call me racist or a Canelo hater? It's not that I'm hating on Canelo. Would be surprised if he loses. Very surprised. But I think it'd be great fucking news, man. And we have lots of content to talk about next week that has nothing to do with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. I don't want to be like Fandom Boxing and all those channels that literally are beating that dead horse fucking day and night, video after video. I'm hoping we get some new conversation. And then we got a Nui fighting fucking Luis Neri on Monday, Tuesday, which obviously, if that sells 55,000 people in Tokyo Dome, wow. 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 That tells you everything you need to know. Nui definitely does not need to come to America when you're selling out 55,000 stadiums in fucking Japan. What are you doing, Benavidez? You can't be walking in and out during fucking the round. You got to do that shit during the minute break, man. Round 5. Fannin is disgusting. I just don't know how so many people actually watch his content, because it's the same video every day, just with a new fucking, title to grab people's attention. Clickbait, right? It was funny. I was watching a live and somebody said that he was clickbaiting, and then he defended it and got angry. But literally every video he does is fucking clickbait. He is the epitome of clickbait videos. He just says a controversial fucking title and then talks about the same fucking shit again, consistently. Maybe I should be like Ryan Garcia and pretend to be crazy and pull that on my channel just to get more attention, kind of like Fannin did. Blood boxing is disgusting as well. I haven't watched blood boxing for a long time. What did he do recently that was disgusting? Blood has had his ups. He's had his downs. He's had his good. He's had his bad. Generally, he doesn't necessarily play into a lot of the LDBC narratives, which makes him not really an official hardcore member of the LDBC. But he can definitely fucking jump on that bandwagon. I remember specifically when that dude pulled the gun on me, as if I should be intimidated that some dumbass in fucking Oakland pulled a gun on me and I live in fucking Taiwan. Retard. But he pulled a gun on me, and then it created a real racial divide on YouTube. And Blood Boxing and 78 both defended him. And that's literally when the LDBC was created, post that whole scenario. And at that point, I didn't know what Blood was fucking doing, because me and Blood, we went back and forth, but we have a lot of similarities. We both hardcore boxing fans who sort of have, I think, a very similar experience growing up as boxing fans, from kids to adults. Neither 78, Blood Boxing, or myself were big Floyd Mayweather fans. They also weren't big Manny Pacquiao fans either, but they weren't big Floyd Mayweather fans back in the day. Both of them had their channels closed down to ridiculous fucking narrative-driven fucking people, kind of like John. So you're the reason why racial division is a YouTube now. No. Racial division was going on during the whole Pacquiao Floyd Mayweather situation. It's just one particular individual pulled a gun on me and threatened me on YouTube. And then, of course, a lot of people kicked back at that video. And then those two guys defended him, and then they created the LDBC, which actually had nothing to do with them. It was actually that guy from Georgia and some other people that created the LDBC originally for a debate platform. But, people forget the past. The guy attacking me, I didn't even know who he was. Some dumbass from fucking Oakland pulling a gun, attacking, so threatening somebody on YouTube. Like, oh yes, you should definitely be scared when somebody pulls a gun on you on YouTube. But this is like John Boxing today said he'd easily beat me in a fight. It's like these clowns, man. These dudes take this shit way too serious. We're watching a sport, and it's okay to have a different opinion and to root for a different opponent. It's preference. It's okay. Right now, there's some people out there that prefer Maidana's brother, Fabian. There's other people that prefer Barrios. It's cool. It's okay. There's no problem with having a preference. Unless you're American. And then there is a problem having a preference because there's a specific preference you're supposed to have. And if you don't have that preference, the woke fucking minority is going to fucking jump on you and try to cancel you. Right, Damon Wester? Barrios got a black eye. Upset alert. Well, at this point, I don't think Marcus Maidana's brother has won one round. But yeah, he did land at least one punch, or it was a headbutt. But I can definitely say that if you could drop him with that weak ass right hand, at this point, you should get his ass out. Maybe Maidana does have power like his brother. Crippling one punch power. Let's see. It's funny. BoxRec now has Junto Nakatani, pound for pound number 3. John Boxing and Damon Wester must be losing their shit. Man, Sean, you really started the LDBC war. Laugh out loud. You should make a documentary about this. Man, I'm sorry you went through that shit. Wow. All for boxing. God damn. I didn't go through anything. Somebody just showed that they're an idiot. And what was embarrassing is he didn't even know he needed a fucking passport to come to Taiwan. Can't believe a Maidana fighter is on his back foot. I know. That's really the thing, right? When we talk about Argentinian fighters, who could imagine somebody coming in doing what this guy's doing, which is basically pecking and pawing, moving. He obviously watched Floyd beat his brother and sort of felt that maybe he should be more of a slick boxer. Sean got kicked off pound for pound boxing report too. I didn't get kicked off. That was because of Boxing Beats and Rhymes, who was situated with a New York racist. And then it came on this channel, got in a back and forth with another guy that also got kicked off or left. I can't remember his name because he had a problem with Beats. And then when I said something in a video about Beats cried to fucking what's his face. And so there you go. But it's funny how people are one-sided. When you looked at the content Beats was making back in the day with that one particular individual that was from New York, that dude was a fucking blatant racist. Hated Jews, hated white people. He said it. And that was somebody Beats and Rhymes was consistently making videos with. But I was the problem because I said something that was untrue about Beats. Really? You are who you fucking associate with. Now he's no longer associated with him because he saw fucking what I was saying was correct. And getting kicked off of Pound for Pound Boxing Report, what does that mean? Does anybody even watch that show anymore? Like, before John Boxing got my channel closed, I had much more fucking traffic than that show ever fucking had. And not that I have anything bad to say about it, but you need a little bit of controversy, right? A little bit of controversy sells, it gets attention. They have a bunch of really nice people that are very polite, and there's nothing controversial. You can go back to that show. Though another reason why I got kicked off was this black girl who went at me when I was talking about Manny Pacquiao, and they were pushing that Pacquiao should retire. And this was before Manny Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman to become a world champion, right? Years before, and they were saying he should retire at that point, and I defended him, and people went at me. You might even be able to still find that video out there, which now historically makes me look fucking great, makes them look terrible, because literally you were saying this dude should fucking retire, but yet he went on to beat Keith Thurman to become a world champion again. Sean has an aggressive history of violence. I do. Barrios' face was all fucked up. The fight with Akhmedov, that's true. Sean has a history of violence, not violence. I don't think Pound for Pound has 1,000 views combined in the last 10 years. Like literally, it never comes up on my feed. If I try to find them, it's difficult because sometimes I want to listen to them, right? Reminisce. As I say, they're smart boxing people, boxing fans. It just, too vanilla. They are the epitome of too vanilla, even though you got Mexican Americans, Black American from Georgia, Gail from the West Coast, but they are super vanilla. The best thing they did is when they had what's-his-face from Detroit, who would jump on the channel occasionally. What's his name? Big guy, married to a cute Asian girl. How come I can't remember his name? Yeah, Gail is fucking excellent. She knows boxing, and she's a hardcore boxing fan, and she likes dogs. So you can't be all bad, can you? See, that's why I like 78 more than John Boxing, because at least he likes dogs. Dags. Even though I don't know if he really likes dogs. When you're making dogs fight, I question if you really like them. I could never put my dog in a position where it would get hurt. It's like my child. It's like if I was a boxing father, I don't know if I'd be a good boxing father. I don't know if I'd want to put my son in there getting punched in the face. My dad would be great. He would have loved to put me in boxing to get punched in the face. It just shows you generations, right? I don't know if I'd want to see my son get pummeled in the ring. Whereas I think my dad, he was hoping for it. If we didn't live so far away from downtown Toronto, he would have drove me to the fucking gym. You're not winning any awards, Mr. Mario Barrios, with a performance like this, which on the cards is going to be an easy victory, but not a fucking exciting fight, not a dominant performance, actually getting countered by that fucking left hand way too much. And I told you could win this fight just with your jab. Boom, there you go. See, I don't know how Maidana got dropped with that weak-ass fucking right hand, yet he just got caught there clean with a big shot. Can a pit bull defeat a coyote? Fuck, a pit bull would rip a coyote to pieces. We're not talking a wolf, we're talking a coyote. A pit bull would fucking kill that fucking thing. Coyotes are not aggressive animals. They're pack animals. So they don't fight the way a pit bull fights. A pit bull is like a boxer, somebody who's trained to fucking go one-on-one, right? Look at that venue. Huge. But fucking Canelo's not the face of American boxing. No. I'm looking forward to that fight. Subriel Matias versus Liam Paro. Let's see if the fucking Australian guy can do anything. He's come off of a few big victories recently as well. But I think Matias is just a bad man. It's terrible that I hate black fighters so much, yet I give them so much praise. I can't see 78 training. What's he training? In rolling a blunt. That's as much training as that guy's gonna fucking be doing. Fat bastard. He's younger than me, and that guy fucking will be lucky if he could run half as far as I could. Not that I'm fucking somebody that can run far right now. Can a pit bull defeat a prime Siberian tiger? Dude, are you mental? Come on. They used to fucking get groups of mastiffs to attack bears and wild animals. Groups, right? Because you couldn't do that shit alone. A tiger would kill that thing fucking like that. That would not even be, cats, man. Cats are vicious compared to dogs. You're comparing a coyote, which is a dog, and now you're talking about a big cat. Like, we could go smaller. You could say a fucking leopard. A leopard would fucking kill a pit bull dog. Like that. And a leopard is much more similar size to a pit bull. But it's not fucking comparable. Cats athletically, are on a whole nother level. Maidana, the only way you can win is if you knock out Mario Barrios, and I don't see that fucking happening. Because I don't think you've literally won one round in this fight, even though you can say, I had success. Look at his eye. Okay, you had some success. You fucking swole his eye up and gave him a black eye tomorrow morning. But he's going to be the WBC champion. And you're going to disappear back to fucking Argentina to never be seen again. So I hope the paycheck was good. But this is a less than inspiring performance. But what do you expect, man? Like, the PBC put this card on. They could not expect this to be a very intriguing fight. Like, when we look at who Maidana has fought, there's nobody you even recognize. Literally nobody. He hasn't been in with that level of opposition. So now you jump into a big fucking venue in a world title fight. Who would you like to see Barrios fight next? I said Stanionis, both on the same card right now. One's going to be WBC champion. One's going to be WBA. You have them fight and then have Boots Ennis take on the winner. That shit would be fire. PBC is just pandering to the Mexican fan base. Well, that's what this card is, right? That's why there's not one black American fighter on the card. They're just giving Mexican American fans. John will make you believe that Mexican American fans don't sell pay-per-view. But yet, who is this fucking Canelo Alvarez fight directed towards? Black Americans? Like, I mean, if you think about this as a black American boxing fan, like a John Boxing, a PBC fan, who on this card would you be intrigued to watch? Like, maybe you want to see Canelo Alvarez get beat because, that's always something you want to see. But outside of that, there's no fighters you relate to. There's no one doing anything for the culture, right? There's no fighters representing the culture on this card. This is the weakest 147 has ever been. I don't think that's true. I think boxing fans are too quick to criticize. Right now, potentially, you have a future Hall of Famer in Boots Ennis in this weight division, right? And at one time, it looked like guys like Devin Haney potentially were going to move up. Taylor and other guys moving to 147 to fill in the division. You still have the young, up-and-coming fighters as well. So there's always a transition, right? In with the new, out with the old. So I don't think people can be so quick to criticize. I mean, Boots Ennis easily could be pound for pound number one, the best fighter in boxing for the next 10 years. And then are you going to say it's a weak division? Like, we've had divisions when 147 was dominated by one fighter. Now Barrios is coming out with fucking a bee in his bonnet. But why haven't you done that the whole fight? Now you think you can do something in the 10th round? Yeah, it's true. They started this card pretty early when you think about it. If it's only 11 o'clock and you still have the main event, that's pretty good considering. So what happened to, oh, okay. Ramos stopped Gonzalez in the 9th round, the unknown Venezuelan fighter. Another fight that didn't look great. Prime versus Prime, who wins, Brook or Thurman? What your thought on Jose Ramirez's performance last week? He'd been off for a long time. It definitely was not a great performance. But to be fair, Rances Bartholomew is smart, is a veteran, is somebody that's hard to look good against. And historically, that's been the norm. Maidana looks pretty fresh. Well, he hasn't done anything, right? So he should look fucking fresh. Literally, he has not done a fucking thing. I think I'd favor Prime Kell Brook over Prime Keith Thurman. Obviously, there's one fight where we can look at them. Porter against Thurman and Porter versus Kell Brook. I felt Kell Brook won that fight pretty convincingly. Obviously, we both saw them against Spence. Obviously, Porter did better, but that was also a version of Kell Brook coming off of a knockout loss to Golovkin at middleweight, needed to drain himself all the way down to 147. And we know one of the biggest things in boxing is not moving up in weight, it's coming down in weight. When you drain yourself to make weight, it's far harder on you physically than it is to put weight on and move up. Jose Ramirez was concussed after the fight. Well, he got hit by a lot of clean fucking shots, man. A lot of shots that nobody anticipated him getting hit so much from, and especially buzzed as much as he was. He showed a lot of heart. He had to. He was representing his culture, right? In the heart of his culture. If he would have lost that fight, fuck, man. Now, potentially, they were talking about him against Ryan Garcia. Obviously, it's a big money fight. If you were Ramirez, you would jump at the opportunity to do that. Wash Thurman versus a Wash Spence. So a Thurman that got beat by Pacquiao but beat Mario Barrios is Tank Davis. He looks in shape. He's thin looking. I heard, and let me know if you guys saw this, but apparently Frank Martin looked pretty shook at their face-off. I didn't see it, but apparently it happened today. And that's some bling bling fucking Tank's wearing. I think I have to run by and grab that shit off his neck and jump into the crowd. But apparently Frank Martin looks pretty shook. Pretty shook. Those are some big earrings you got. You're a walking fucking advertisement for fucking a jewelry shop, man. I wonder what John Boxing is saying about his man, Floyd Mayweather, being fucking in house arrest in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai. Ismail Barrios sleeps Devin. Tank violated Frank badly. Really? Jose versus Ramirez. Ryan is good, but Ryan can't make 140. Yeah, it's fine. Neither can Ramirez. At this point, Ramirez would be better off fighting at a catch weight because him, just like Josh Taylor, those guys have grown out of that weight. They're not at their best at 140. But if they fought at like 144, 145, I think for those guys, they'd be better. More resilient, right? Look how chinny Ramirez looked against Bartholomew. Not a hard puncher. And you have to attribute a lot of that to cutting weight, right? We know when you cut weight, it can really sort of take a lot out of you, sap you. So meeting at catch weight probably would be beneficial to both Taylor and Ramirez. Barrasso versus Devin. I would have said historically Devin would outbox him easily, control the distance, and just beat him convincingly by unanimous decision, even though obviously Barrasso is a hard puncher. But with the way Devin looked, he also looks like he probably should be fighting at about 144 to be at his best. Is Tank the face of cherry picking? Well, I wouldn't say Frank Martin is a cherry pick. Frank Martin's a legitimate lightweight. It just, let's be fair, Frank Martin has never fought a top 10 lightweight. So this is a big jump in competition for him. But at least Tank Davis is fighting a highly ranked fighter at 135 pounds. It's better than cherry picking dudes from 130 and pulling them up in weight. Sean, if you take Tank's jewels, you'll wake up in jail in heaven. Man, if I get away, I'll fucking be set. That shit will fucking send me into retirement, man. Sometimes risk reward, right? If I'm in jail, what do they say? 3 beds, 3 meals and a cot. If he kills me, then I don't need to worry about it. And if I get away, I'll be like Jake Paul running around with Floyd Mayweather's hat. Got your hat, got your hat, got your hat. And it'd be great PR for my channel. Barrios win has aged well. For Tank Davis, I don't know if it's aged well. He got beat by Keith Thurman. Now he's fucking getting his face pummeled by a dude that never fought a top 10 welterweight in his career. He's winning easy, but at the end of the night, Maidana is going to go to the club, pick up bitches, and Mario Barrios is going to go to the hospital. Who you got tonight, Sean? I'm hoping Munguia pulls the upset because that would be great TV, but I assume Canelo Alvarez is probably going to stop him around 8th or 9th round. So Tank is the new Henry Armstrong, fight at 130, 135, 140 simultaneously. Well, he doesn't. He just picks fighters from those weight divisions and pulls them down to his weight class. Obviously, the Ugis win is by and far the best victory for Mario Barrios. But that was a fucking Ugis coming off of a brutal knockout loss to Errol Spence. When has a guy fighting a dude coming off of a knockout loss been considered great? Like when Errol Spence beat Kell Brook, look. And now Ugis, look, right? Like we won't give other fighters props for beating a guy who comes off a knockout loss. So why would we give these guys props for doing it? Let's just be consistent. Who was avoided, Matthias or Janibek? I think both of them are avoided for different reasons. Janibek because he doesn't sell. Matthias because he fucking is too dangerous. Round 12, can Maidana pull it off? Get the sensational 12th round knockout. Do what we've seen done before by Raymond Ford at 126 pounds. Let's do it. Get on him. But of course, oh, there you go. Land a big right hand. Got caught by a big right hand. If you want to be your brother's brother, you need to fucking land a big right hand. Chin check this dude. Show that Argentinian power is fucking for real. If Munguia wins just now, Wester and John will be trolling you hard. I don't know why they'd be trolling me. I'm actually the one calling for that. They didn't say a word. They called it a cherry pick. So I don't know why. See, this is like people trolling me about Ryan Garcia failing a PED test. Why are you trolling me? I wasn't all over YouTube fucking hating on Devin Haney and praising Ryan Garcia post-fight. I did show some narratives towards LDBC Devin Haney fanboy channels, but you know that's just purely for fun because those people were acting as if Devin Haney was pound for pound the best fighter in boxing. Literally, they said that he was the face of boxing, right? They were saying such outrageous shit that it was amusing to highlight the fact that they were exposed once again. But you think I care that fucking Ryan Garcia didn't win the title? No. He can still do a big pay-per-view. Do you think I care that he was caught using PEDs? I don't fucking care. Has nothing to do with me. I'm not calling him a pound-for-pound top 10 fighter. That's IBFP that called him pound-for-pound top 10, right? Like, and if Canelo loses to Munguia, he's still probably one of the top 3 Mexicans of all time. And He's had a great career, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So what does that have to do with me? Nothing. But those are the kind of guys that do that. They will criticize people for hating on Devin Haney and Devin Haney fans, but yet if Canelo loses today, they will be the first ones mocking and ridiculing fucking people, right? Hypocrites. Devin Haney, the face of boxing. I know. That's what people were saying. How ridiculous is that? Literally, these people were fucking making him out the face of boxing and downplaying Tank Davis. But if you're that stupid, and I know they're not, they're just making a back and forth. They're creating a in-house fucking fight, right? So they can get content. You got a group of people like Knockout Boxing who are huge Tank Davis fans, and then guys like BFTB and the LDBC who are pushing Devin Haney. And they know that they're contradicting or conflicting with one another, and they're using that to get attention to their channels. So it's smart business. I ain't hating on them. What's your top three? Canelo, Olivia's Canelo. I would really put Canelo above those guys because he's just did better. He's got better resume, better accolades. He's done what no other fighter has done, Mexican descent. But I know that's probably closer to what people would say. Bill Haney is the face of boxing. Psh. The faces are Canelo, Loma, Tank, AJ, Ryan, and the Monster. Well, Loma is not the face of boxing, let's be honest. But AJ, Ryan, Loma, Tank, they are. And the Monster, obviously, he's got his neck of the woods as well. 55,000 people in Tokyo, Japan. When you think of these people right now, AJ, Canelo, and Inui are the only ones that could sell a 55,000 stadium venue. Tank and Ryan, maybe they could do it together in a rematch. Ryan Garcia against Teofimo Lopez. I don't think they do that much. They might do a good number, though. So let's see. To 111, all three in favor of the winner, and still champion Mario. His face fucking swells up too much. That's true. That's true. And when you point that out, people act like you're hating. Like, you put Shakur and Devin Haney on the pound for pound list. I don't understand how you're hating on them. The fact that you say they don't have the it factor, that's not a criticism. That's like saying Lomachenko doesn't have the it factor. Lomachenko's a great fighter, but his personality, like Bud Crawford, isn't to the point where he becomes the face of boxing. Not everyone is the face of boxing just because they've done something in the sport of boxing. See coming, and are usually the hardest. And there's a direct tell you, your eye is basically closed. How much did it affect you here in the late round? I started putting it right away. It was hard to find my range, do my rhythm and everything down. He had a lot of movement. He was picking the shots pretty well, and it didn't play the factor. I'm not happy with my performance, but thank you for everybody being here. I appreciate the support. I don't we hit the Maidana. It wasn't a fight that's going to win you any fans. You went out there with a nobody, and you did what you should do, but nothing more. Like Shakur and Devin can't sell a pay-per-view. That's true. Like, you look at John, who tried to downplay. There we go. 5-on-5. John, not talking about that. The fighter that he's fanboying there is facing Nick Ball on a huge Saudi Arabian card. I talked about it, praised him for fucking getting a big opportunity to get money in his pocket, but I'm hating. Yet he hasn't even talked about that dude, fucking Raymond Ford, getting the big opportunity. But I'm hating. Okay. Hey, what time is it over there, Sean? Here it is currently 11:15. So this fight's probably going to start at 11:30, which is pretty good. We've seen a lot of these cards, specifically top-rank ESPN cards, right, really fucking start too late. Is PBC and DAZN working together now? Not working together, but obviously because of Canelo's connection to DAZN, that's why DAZN is broadcasting it. And that's perfect. Like, this is what I said all along. DAZN showing this fight doesn't hurt fucking the PBC. It helps it, because now you can showcase this to the whole fucking world, whereas you couldn't otherwise. And I know it's on Prime, but I'm not sure. Can you watch the fight on Prime? Like, I'm not even sure. Like, I know in Taiwan, it's definitely not showing on Prime in Taiwan. But in the States, how are you guys watching this fight? On Prime or on DAZN? Like, if I go to Prime, it's definitely not showing here. Oh, what's this? You get all the build-up stuff, but the fight's not here for me.
I may have been dumped on the bachelorette. That door closed, a whole new world opened up to me. Destruction is spinning my blood. My dad's a general contractor, and I've always wanted to follow in his footsteps. Is this for me? Roll out the red carpet for you. Oh my God.
I don't even know what this show is. But yeah, you got these things that are shown on Amazon, but that's not the fight, right? So in Asia, I can't watch the fight on Amazon. Oscar wants Jaime to win with a passion. Of course he does. Just like he wanted Ryan to win. For Golden Boy, even with Ryan Garcia failing PEDs, that does not hurt fucking Oscar and Golden Boy at all. Just the opposite. More fucking attention. They could still do that Lopez Ryan Garcia fight, and it'll be a huge pay-per-view success, right? No one's going to give a fuck about the whole the PED things. Like, Lopez already said he'll fight at a catchweight. So, you know. Yeah, it's showing on Prime and DAZN over here in the US. So it's good, right? You have more access to it. People that don't have one can do it on the other. And obviously, Amazon, as I say, in Asia, Amazon isn't showing this fight. So you can only watch it through DAZN. So thank God that they're working together. This is all I ever said. These promotional companies should be working together specifically like this to make the sport bigger. But somehow this is me hating on the PBC. I think the fact that this is on DAZN is great for the PBC. Now these fighters get far more global access. Isn't that a good thing? Right? But it's people like John that just want to make this, you know, us versus them. He thinks, oh, you're just hating on the PBC. No, you dumbass. I'm telling you the fucking truth, the fact. You can't watch PBC fights on Showtime, because Showtime is not something you can watch outside the US, and Amazon, which is global, but isn't showing fucking all these fights globally. 2 Golden Boy fighters beating 2 pound-for-pound fighters within a few weeks. You don't see PBC fighters doing that. Let's go, Munguia. Well, and it's just great, right? For Golden Boy to have 2 fighters coming off of these kind of wins, Oscar De La Hoya will be fucking in his glory if that happens. And I'm not saying this to benefit Oscar De La Hoya, because I don't give a fuck about Oscar De La Hoya. I don't dick ride a promotional company. But I think it'd be great fucking for boxing. You know, we saw the big push and the big fucking celebration when Ryan Garcia beat Devin Haney. Some people like John made that all about race. Now you have Munguia versus Canelo. If Munguia beats Canelo, that shit's going to be fucking bigger than Ryan Garcia beating Devin Haney. And you would say that in truth, it should have nothing to do with race, because it's 2 Mexican fighters, right? So, you know, but that will be huge. It'll be fucking the talk of the town for fucking a long period of time. Great, great, great. I think anything that benefits boxing is fantastic. So I don't mind. Who's next Crawford fight? He doesn't fight regularly enough to be above Inui. Come on, man. Hard recoil. The next Canelo fight's already been announced, just because haters haven't talked about it yet, because it's paid by Saudi Arabia and is primarily PBC. The shit's going to be in California. Crawford versus Madrimov for his WBA title. Upsets keep the sport of boxing alive. Facts, Irish. Yeah, upsets are great for the sport of boxing. Some people want to make it out into their own narrative, but this is what grabs casual people's attention. When Jaime Munguia upset the world by beating Canelo Alvarez, now this becomes the biggest talked about thing ever. And Canelo's huge. He was just doing ESPN, fucking Stephen A. Smith fucking interviews, right, to build up this fight video, this fight. And so that would be big. Obviously, people that are trying to push that whole David Benavidez narrative, they would be upset. But David Benavidez literally just moved to 175. He's no longer going to be eligible to be mandated as Canelo's WBC title contender. He could have been, because the WBC said they're going to mandate him to be Canelo's mandatory, meaning the fight probably would be forced by the WBC in September. But he chose to go to 175. Look at Canelo. He looks like a fucking Italian gangster. Hey, Gino. Hey, Gambino. Hey, what are you doing? Remember that channel, everyone? Gambino. He was a good channel. Had some good energy. I didn't always agree with him, but you don't have to agree with people on YouTube. We can have different opinions, a different preference. It's okay to have a different preference. Benavidez and Morrell ran from Canelo. They did. Just like Boots and fucking Virgil Ortiz ran from Bud Crawford. Right? People now try to twist that, but come on, man. We saw what happened. Madrimov is Crawford's toughest opponent to date, in my opinion. I still got Bud winning, but Madrimov will give Bud a tougher fight than Spence. Well, that wouldn't be hard, would it? Think about Madrimov. We saw Bud fight Kavaliauskas. People fucking shit on Bud fighting Kavaliauskas. But Kavaliauskas has shown you he's a solid fucking 147-pound fighter. Will give everybody a tough fight. Doesn't get rolled over by anybody. He dropped Bud, and it wasn't counted, right? But he was a very good, solid opponent for Bud Crawford. Madrimov is far more dynamic than Kavaliauskas. He's a far more dangerous fighter. Better foot movement, a little more unorthodox in the way he throws punches. Physically, he is a natural 154-pound fighter, right? So he's going to be physically bigger and stronger. As I say, Ade, you need to buy a better suit jacket. And Sean Porter, why are you looking like a fucking gnome? Why is his suit jacket so short? Like, you need to buy a fucking suit jacket that fits you, man. That shit's too short. You look like a gnome. And then the other dude wearing a double-breasted jacket too. Who the fuck wears a double-breasted jacket in 2024? You need a two. Sean's got the right jacket, 2-button suit jacket, but you don't need that shit buttoned up and 1 button undone. And you don't need it to be as short as it is. It needs to be at least 2 inches longer. But, this coming from a guy who doesn't even wear suits. Who remembers Zone 6 boxing? I do. That's who I mentioned earlier. When they created the LDBC, it was Zone 6 and a few other dudes that created it. And of course, 78 was involved, and it was doing like a boxing debate series. And they would go on that channel on YouTube to do it. And Zone 6 was one of the people that was behind all of that. Zone 6, who was the biggest Keith Thurman fanboy in boxing history. He also almost dropped Virgil and had him in trouble. For sure he did. I forgot that they announced Madrimov fight. I wear Canadian tuxedos. Oh no, Canadian tuxedos. Double denim. Double denim. Jeans and a jean jacket. Fuck me. What kind of shoes you wear with that? Crawford haters say Bud cherry picking a dude with 10 pro fights in Madrimov, yet are the same haters that say Canelo ducking a 10-0 Morrell. Exactly, right? Exactly. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. They will fucking say anything. Literally, they will say anything. The reality of the situation is fucking Oscar better be careful. Fucking Canelo might just run over there and fucking knock his ass out. See, that was the shame about Ryan Garcia's PED thing. That was the big shame, because the whole buildup for the Canelo Alvarez Munguia fight with the back and forth between Oscar De La Hoya was fucking fire. And then the next day or the same day, then the whole information with Canelo Alvarez popped out, with Ryan Garcia popping out. It just, man, I rather focus on the things that are beneficial to boxing as opposed to things that are done, dusted, and just take away from the sport. Devin Haney, if Ryan is truthfully a cheater, Devin Haney will have no loss in his resume. The fight will be a no contest, and we'll move forward. We don't need to make more out of it than it is. Look at this dude. He's got some bling bling, but that shit looks like fucking, ancient witch shit. Drunk Irishmen, those dudes aren't boxing fans. They just push narratives. Facts. I mean, Madrimov is a world champion, and he beat a top contender ranked by the WBA to do that. A guy that had beaten world champions, right? Madrimov fucking fought Michel Soro. Michel Soro is a very underrated fighter who a lot of people did not want to fight, right? Who was the guy that ducked him? Got the victory the first time around and then ducked him in the rematch. Was that Erzandi Lara? I can't remember the specifics. Or Castano. Castano maybe, right? And people, they downplayed Castano until he legitimately deserved to beat Charlo in the first fight. Madrimov is a legit champion, unlike Morel. Well, Morel is a regular champion, right? Madrimov is the super champion. Look at these guys. I'll take Crawford versus Madrimov or any champion 154 over Eubank Jr. fight any day of the week. Me too. The Eubank fight after him getting knocked out, stretched by fucking Smith. Come on. Who wants to see that? He doesn't have a title, even though he's ranked by BoxRec pound for pound top 10. How do you fucking legitimately fucking give that credit? Where is he? Oh, they dropped him down. Good. Ken Shiro's been moved up. Sabrina Matias is 10th. Boots Ennis is 11th. Brandon Figueroa is 12th. Over fucking Bivol and Ioka. Well, Haney lost. Benavidez. Man, BoxRec's rankings are ridiculous. Fucking downright ridiculous. Oh, Rikishi's there. Did he just get a win today? No. Here we go, boxing fans. Fannin said Ryan's win over Haney surpassed Crawford's win over Spence. Yeah, because he's a fucking Tank Davis fan, hating on Ryan Garcia. But then you're going to have guys like John blaming me. Okay, it's my fault. It's my fault that these narratives are being pushed. Munguia. That'd be a great venue to be at. Look at it. It's packed. Fucking nosebleed seats. How many people fit in this stadium? Does anyone know? It's going to be sad when Freddie Roach kicks the bucket, eh? A great legacy, even though Black American boxing fans have done nothing but criticize and hate on Freddie Roach fucking for the last 25 years. How would that have played out? Imagine how good that win would have translated for Golovkin if he would have fought Munguia as a replacement for Canelo. Beat Munguia, who, is moving on up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Moving on up. Who can tell me the name of that TV show? Just got a weird feeling Munguia gonna pull this off. This is Canelo's 65th pro fight. Will wear and tear finally catch up to him? Let's go, Munguia. John's only line of defense is to blame Newton, just like Canelo haters blame Canelo on everything. It's not just me. He just blames everybody for their preference. Yet then he will come here and say that it's his preference. Yeah, it's your preference. Just like everybody else has their preference. And it may be based on race like yours. So what's the difference? And then say, I just hate on Black American fighters. You go to his last 25 videos, find one video that isn't hating on a non-Black fighter. Go to my last 25 videos, and you'll be lucky to find any video hating on a Black American fighter. But okay. 20,000 people for boxing event. Is there 20,000 people in there right now? The Jeffersons, darkness in the house, representing. Yes, the Jeffersons. Wheezy. See, I don't know how people can actually believe that someone that came through the pop culture era of sports and entertainment that I grew up through somehow hates Black Americans. When I was on the cusp of the generation where Black Americans became part of pop culture, right? But, I hate them. No, I hate you and your racism and narrative pushing. But that's it. Spin off from All in the Family. Look at you, historian legend. I can't say All in the Family because that would legitimize me as a racist if I attributed myself with Archie Bunker, even though Archie Bunker was fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Can you imagine putting a show like All in the Family out now? That shit would be canceled within the first fucking week. The fucking anti-Black, anti-Jew fucking narratives that fucking Archie Bunker was pushed. And people would make it out to seem as if somehow it was being pushed in a positive way. Yet he was an anti-hero while the rest of the people in that cast were showing how ridiculous and ignorant the things he believed were, right? So it wasn't like what he was saying was looked at as a positive. It was looked at as ignorant, as a negative, which is why he became the anti-hero in that show. And then you had, of course, Sanford and Son, fucking Red Fox. What a man. What a legend. Woke culture would cancel it. Yep. Fucking Sanford and Son. And the funny thing is, George Jefferson was just as bad, right? He was the same. He looked down on white people. Archie Bunker looked down on Black people and Jews. And the funny thing is, who wrote the show? A Jewish guy, right? But, nowadays, the world is a fucking crazy place. Who's this? Look at the bling bling. What's that? Fucking Jesus fucking in a diamond halo. God damn. He was the only good part of that show. Who? Archie Bunker or George Jefferson? Also liked the detective show from New York, Barney Miller. That was a good show. There was good shows in the 70s. Canelo. It was funny that Oscar De La Hoya was just hating on Canelo Alvarez because Golden Boy made him. Yet, couldn't Bob Arum say the same thing about Oscar De La Hoya? Right? Like, this is the kind of ridiculous narrative you see people push. Canelo's pushing, Oscar De La Hoya is pushing this kind of, you're a traitor, you have no fucking loyalty. Yet he's the same dude that did the exact same thing to fucking Bob Arum and Top Rank. Yeah, Archie. I love Archie. Well, Archie was funny as fuck, man. Archie was funny. Just like Jefferson was better on his own show. On that one, obviously, you just had small clips of it. But then Sanford and Son as well. You big dummy. Canelo was already carrying his own buzz before Golden Boy. I don't know. When did he join Golden Boy? Before what fight? Obviously, he was with Golden Boy when he fought Mosley, right? When was he not with Golden Boy? I can't remember specifically off the top of my head. So Canelo says he's going to stop Munguia in the 8th round. What did I say? I think I predicted a 9th round TKO from Canelo Alvarez. I know I say I want Munguia to win, but when you're in a prediction league, you got to fucking be realistic, right? Mind over heart. I say Canelo by 9th round TKO. Stanionis by 7th, Barrios by 10th round, Figueroa by 4th. So far, I have not been correct in any of my breakdowns. Nishida by split decision. Did Nishida win? That was a good fight. William Skull won. Fuck. Melanicki won. I was hoping Melanicki would lose to fucking Ronald Cruz. I hate that fucking little prick, Melanicki. Mexico was already looking at the red-haired Mexican knocking people out. Well, of course. On a Mexican domestic level, Canelo Alvarez was a big name. But to be fair, he was second fiddle to fucking Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., who had far more fans and was seen as the real deal, more so than Canelo Alvarez. That's the irony, right? When you look back then, this was the prospect Mexico was really supporting, Chavez Jr., and the guy that they thought was really going to be the next Mexican face of boxing. And then Canelo Alvarez, who, wasn't getting the same level of support. And now in hindsight, you see how things panned out. Fucking, it's not a surprise Chavez Jr. bottomed out because unlike Canelo, he came from wealth, pampered fucking kid. Father was a legend. He got into boxing only because, well, why wouldn't he? His dad was a legend, so he could capitalize off of his dad's name. But he didn't have to go through any hurdles as a kid. Didn't have to go through tough times. It was easy.
First on my right, the challenger, fighting out of the red corner, wearing colors of the Mexican flag, red, white,
come on, John Boxing, I'll knock you out.
He weighed in at 167.5 pounds.
167. I wonder what he weighs now.
43 wins, no losses, 34 big wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight in his 7th world title appearance, he aims to capture the undisputed crown. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBO 154-pound champion of the world, the undefeated all-action, battle-ready, hard-hitting world-rank contender, introducing Jaime
Munguia. It's funny, people are saying Munguia needs to step up. Is there a bigger step up than this? He's just making his hate video, that's all. Guadalajara, Mexico.
He weighed in at a trigger-ready 166.75 pounds with a tremendous career, a record of 60 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws, with 39 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making the fourth defense of his undisputed title, here is the sensational star of boxing, the four-division world champion and pound-for-pound great in his 25th world title appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the renowned, the current, the reigning and defending undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Prelim Saul
Canelo Alvarez. It's a gong show. It's a gong show. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Guadalajara, Ireland. So, who's going to be the winner? The good thing about this is Munguia is game, so he should make this a much more exciting fight than the Golovkin fight, than obviously the John Ryder fight or the Charlo fight, which was very fucking disappointing. Charlo showed very little heart in that fight at all. Just coming for a paycheck, right? Not really coming for a victory. You figure he could have used his jab and his length and just tried to outbox Canelo, but he didn't even really try that. And here we are. We're off. Munguia, physically looking like a monster in there against fucking Canelo. I wonder if this is an even playing field. Once again, Canelo fighting a much bigger fighter than himself. Look at Munguia's legs. They're thick, like tree trunks. Trying to establish that jab early. That's going to be key, essential. You think Mexico's siding with Jaime? Well, part of Mexico, that's for sure. That's the thing. If he's going to fight behind a jab, throw his combinations, and then get out of range, he could win this fight. Good jab to the stomach, good jabs, very effective, right? See, this is the irony. The same way I said Bivol and Kovalev could outbox and control distance against Canelo, Munguia can do the same thing. Right now, with the way he's using his jab, a new star could be born. And Munguia is a good kid, down to earth, soft-spoken. Munguia versus David Benavidez. Is that the fight? Look at him changing it up. Yeah, you get off and then fucking stifle. Canelo trying to land that counter. A counter left on the inside. That's the thing, man. For Canelo to win this fight, he might really have to fucking dig in, go to war, take some to land some. You get out of the fucking way, man. Newton lives in Wester's head rent-free. Why? What's Damon saying now? Roy Dixon, you love butter biscuits, don't you? Oh my God, what does that say? Man, Sean, he's going to sleep. Who's going to sleep? Damon Wester. 1-0 Munguia. Munguia round. Yep. Who's going to sleep? Munguia? Maybe. As I predicted, Canelo by 9th round TKO. But, I can still push for Yeah, Munguia won that round. He landed fucking about like 20 jabs. Canelo maybe landed one counter left and one jab. It was definitely a Munguia round, and it shows you what he's going to try to do. Control distance behind his jab, be busy, throw his punches, and then get on the outside, move, hold Canelo on the inside. That's what he should be doing. Obviously, he doesn't have Dimitri Bivol's feet, but he still has a good jab and length. Canelo's starting to time his jab now. That's it, right? Adjustments. Who can make adjustments? Don't stretch for that body. You don't need to extend yourself. You can just fight with that jab and win that fight. Trying to drop that right hand guard to throw right hands over the top. See, easy work. Easy work. Be careful on the counter left. Yeah, get out of there. You don't have to stay in there. Make him chase you a little bit. Oh, leading with his head. Dirty motherfucker. Don't stay mid-range because that's giving Canelo range. There you go. That was a nice body shot from Munguia. Whoa, nice left. Use your jab. You don't need to get pulled into a war, especially at this point. See, why is he getting away from his jab? He was so effective, and now he's just posing and standing there in range. Keep using that jab. Up and down, up and down. Don't go crazy. It's early in the fight. You don't need to fucking swing for the fences early. You're winning the round. Win the round. Make Canelo get fucking frustrated. Make him do something that he has to do, which is push. It's a good little combination for Canelo. Keep jabbing to that body. 2-0. Ginger by 7th round, TKO. Did Canelo punch the ref? I don't know. I didn't see. But I will say that Munguia is up 2-0. And that was a great fucking body shot. Great body shot. There you go. That was a nice right hand from Canelo. The body shot made Jaime Bill made him go back to the jab. Huh? The body shot made Jaime. I don't know what you said. Bill made him. What does that mean? Two rounds. It's early. 10 rounds to go. Obviously, things can change. But Munguia started off doing what he needed to do. Establish his range, his pace. We know Canelo has never been a fast-paced fighter. Of course, if Munguia wins, then this is going to be a victory for David Benavidez. But yet, David didn't get the win, so he's not getting the victory. Sorry. Look at Jaime. He's fucking tough, man. Busy fighter. You got to punch with him. But it's dangerous. Nice right hand from Canelo. I think Canelo got a jab at that nice uppercut. He got a jab at that chest just to move him backwards. Mexico versus Mexico. Barrera, Morales, Chavez, Ramirez, Marquez. You don't need to stay in that mid-range as much. That's the problem, I think, with Munguia. You're staying in there, but you don't need to. You can use your jab, control the distance more, get your work, and then move, right? Because now you let him counter you. Good counter left by Canelo. Trying to counter that jab with a big right hand, but missed by a mile. Canelo looks slow. Canelo is slow, right? That's why him moving up to fight bigger fighters helped him become more speedy. But when he was fighting smaller guys, obviously he was giving up speed advantage to them. Now fighting bigger, more plodding dudes, that's not such a disadvantage any longer. There you go. You get yours, you get out. Eat and then get out. Wow. Oh, wow. Big right hand from Munguia. God damn. High me. 3-0. Munguia. Munguia is big, eh? You know, I said Munguia is a fucking game, dangerous opponent, man. People trying to downplay him, dismiss him, try to hate on certain fighters because of certain reasons. But I said this is a good fight, quality matchup. Stylistically, it should be very entertaining. And Munguia is no punk. And the good thing about him is we know that he only puts on entertaining fights. Entertaining fights, man, consistently. So you're down 3-0, but that's not a big deal. You got 9 rounds to go. So you just need to be more effective. You got to throw with him, right? Throw with him. Try to fucking stay in range. When he throws those volumes, you can't just be standing there defensively. You need to fucking throw with him. You got to be more like Roman Gonzalez. See, this is something people didn't give Roman Gonzalez credit for. Round 4, and we're off. That's it. Time your jab. Munguia. Oh, that's the problem. Getting countered from the big left hand. You got to get yours and get out. Keep your defense high. You don't want to give Canelo big fucking counter opportunities. Oh, big right hand. Oh, Canelo starting to fucking find his range a little more. That's why you need to be using your jab and controlling distance, Munguia. When people compare Canelo to Marciano, there's some truth in that, eh? Right? Like the reality is, you know, you got to fight rugged, break dudes down physically, hit them on the arms, hit them on the shoulders, Those punches might not score, but physically it's going to play effect moving forward on them. Well, Munguia tends to have a very good gas tank, right? And he always throws a lot of punches. The thing with Canelo is he's never had a great gas tank, and he doesn't throw a lot of volume. So if he needs to fight at Munguia's pace, it's probably more likely that Canelo is going to get tired later in the fight than Munguia. But Canelo is, oh, nice right hand from Munguia. There you go. Oh, that was a big right hand. Munguia's taking it good, man. He's rolling with it. If he can take those big right hands from Canelo, oh, uppercut, sat him on his ass. That's why you can't stay inside that range, buddy. You can't stay in there. You need to fucking fight with distance. You got lots of time. You can just use your distance. You can get out of this round, no problem. 10-8 round Canelo, even though you should be winning. Don't fucking stay there. Move. There's not much time in the fight. Fuck, he's too much of a Mexican warrior, eh? You don't need to fucking engage. You don't need to engage. You can move. You already lost the round. Take your fucking battle and move on. Fucking Munguia. Fucking all heart. All heart. Yeah, I'm okay. Cherry pick gone wrong. God, please let this motherfucker lose. It would be worth Devin losing if this happened. See, look at Damon. It's all about hate and all about race, right? Wow, that left hurt him. Great fight. Wow. That uppercut, man. Boom, short, right on the chin. Good punch. That's the problem. He's staying in range. Why are you staying in there? Like if you're throwing your punches and making Canelo take a defensive posture, good, that's fine. Then get the fuck out. Don't stay in range. You're winning this fight on 3 rounds because you were controlling distance with your jab, throwing your punches, making him go on the defensive, backing him up. If you're going to stay in range, that shit ain't going to work out for you, man. Canelo's chin is better than yours. At least it has been, historically. Here goes the Mexican pride. But that's the problem with Munguia, right? Mexican pride is keeping him in there when he should be using his brain more. Round 5. Let's see how he bounces back. He really came out effectively with that jab, jabbing to the body, jabbing to the chest, jabbing to the head. It was making things very easy, but now he's tending to get away from it a bit. And I don't know if Canelo was really timing it. There you go. Use that jab like that. And then you can throw your shots. And then move, reset behind your jab. Boxing is a simple game. Jab, jab, right, left, body, get out. Oh, that was a nice timed fucking jab by Canelo. The good thing about Munguia, he go out on his shield against Canelo. Mexican fans still going to love him. And if anything, he's just going to get more respect from them. Of course, we see guys like Damon who said cherry pick gone wrong, but that's because they got nothing to do but push fucking hate narratives. They're not boxing fans. This is a great matchup. Why are you trying to push some fucking stupid, ignorant narrative? Was Haney fucking a cherry pick gone wrong? Because much like this fight, everybody favored Haney to win that fight easily. Just like everyone favors Canelo to win this fight easily. The difference is so far, Canelo's got the knockdown, unlike the Devin Haney fight where he got his ass knocked down 3, 4, 5 times. Good, there you go. Get your shots off. Canelo just absorbs that shit, eh? Like it don't even hurt. But you still lose a round. So that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to win rounds. You're not trying to knock fucking Canelo out. You're trying to be like Bivol. Oh, nice shot. Use your jab, control your range, control your distance. fucking long uppercut. That was like Navarrete. So that's a Canelo round. So right now, 3 rounds to Munguia, 2 rounds plus a knockdown for Canelo. So I think that would make it even Steven on the cards, right? If I'm not mistaken. Munguia outperforming your boy Charlo. That's true. Doing way better than Charlo. Showing a heart, something Charlo definitely did not do. This is what happens when you fight a prospect. Devin fought a charged up cheater. Oh my God. How can Munguia be a prospect when, unlike Ryan Garcia, he's actually been a world champion? Right? So Canelo's fighting a world champion coming off of a big victory, knocking out a guy that Canelo went the distance with. Devin Haney cherry-picked Ryan Garcia, who just got knocked out by by Tank Davis to try to sell a pay-per-view, because he knew he needed that big pay-per-view to negotiate with Tank Davis. No one's hating on him for it. It's good business, but it's good business that went wrong, right? It's kind of like when Wilder picked fucking Fury for his cherry pick to sell his pay-per-view, and that shit went wrong. This is not a race thing. It's just a truth thing. Who had Munguia beat? Oh, wait. Who did Ryan Garcia beat? What are you fucking talking about? Good left hand. Keep that right hand up, Munguia. Good body shot. Canelo starting to break him down, eh? See, I don't know people like that. Like literally, you were probably pushing for David Benavidez to get a fight in 2023 with Canelo Alvarez. Yet who did he beat? 2024, he had a great year. He beat a Canelo leftover in Caleb Plant, and then he beat an unbeaten fighter moving up in weight in Andrade. 2 legitimate big victories on his resume. But prior to that, who the fuck did he beat? Right? But yet that didn't stop you from pushing him as an opponent for Canelo Alvarez. Like, you will push an opponent you want and you will hype him up and act like he's legitimate. But if it's an opponent you don't want, then you're going to fucking criticize him and hate on him. Munguia is a much more fucking dedicated professional fighter than fucking Benavidez is. You don't see him fucking coming in fat or fucking drunk at press conferences. And he's still fucking game, still having good rounds. This round he could win and go ahead of Canelo Alvarez. Oh, that left of the body starting to land too much. Don't stay in range, young fellow. Oh my God, stop. What are you doing? There's no headbutt, man. Calm down. Fucking these judges, man. Always fucking about them. Good work, Munguia. That's it. Go back to your jab a bit more. You got to use your jab a little more. You don't need to be staying in range fucking consistently. Canelo's starting to find his range on his jab. That's probably a Canelo round, even though it was a good round. Could be both ways. Munguia fought 43 bums, and you know it. Get the fuck out of here, man. Canelo's still asking for $1 trillion to fight someone on his level. Damon, you just expose yourself as an idiot, because who the fuck did David Benavidez fight before 2024? Nobody. So stop. He consistently fought fucking bums himself, right? but you're going to fucking fanboy him because you want to fanboy him. You want to criticize Canelo, so you're trying to downplay and hate on fucking Munguia. Munguia is a much more professional fighter, much more diligent. Fucking, come on, give me a break. Give me a break. Munguia would be one of the best wins on David Benavidez' fucking resume, easily. Damon Golovkin fought Canelo when Canelo tested positive and didn't go out like Devin, and Devin went out like that against a TikToker. Well, Canelo is a Hall of Famer. If he didn't, why ask for $1 trillion? Now you're just being stupid. Canelo can ask for whatever he wants. That's what happens when you're fucking the face of boxing and a pay-per-view star. You dictate fucking how much money you're worth. See, when this was Floyd Mayweather, you wouldn't be saying this stupid shit. You'd be defending him. But because it's Canelo, you're fucking using it as a way to criticize him. Be consistent. Tank Davis, who you probably have as the face of American boxing, fucking asked for shitloads of money. What did he ask for from fucking Alishika? He said, give me 2 Ferraris and then we can start talking, right? But yet he's not done fucking anything in his career. And you're not going to be critical of him. You're going to be critical of Canelo. What are you, a fucking idiot? Well, we know the answer to that, but right? Dudes like you, every time you open your mouth, you expose yourself because you're inconsistent. You don't keep that same energy. Yeah, keep jabbing, keep jabbing. Use that jab. And fucking get your right hand back. This has been a great fight so far. I remember Charlo, who was a superstar, pound-for-pound fighter, great resume, fought everybody, even though who was the best fighter he fought in his career at 154? Any superstar fighters? Any legitimate, real fucking long reigning world champions? No, but okay, he's great, right? Jaime Munguia ducked him, Golovkin ducked him, Canelo ducked him. And when he got his opportunity, he didn't show fucking this much heart. He didn't win any fucking rounds. He didn't show fucking any fucking heart at all. He just came to collect a paycheck, and you were okay with that. Jab to the body, Munguia. There you go. Don't stay there with your head extended. Munguia's had way more success. Actually, he's had more success than Golovkin did in the third fight as well. Maybe more success than fucking Caleb Plant and Billy Joe Saunders. Definitely more success than fucking Callum Smith. Munguia. This is why I said this was going to be a good fight, because Munguia fucking is never in a bad fight. Good fight, young man. Don't let the fucking haters fucking say anything. I want to see Munguia go balls to the walls. He will. If David is a bum, no one said David was a bum. You're the one literally saying Munguia is a bum, so you can hate on Canelo to dick ride David Benavidez. The guy who just moved to 175 to duck mandatory opportunity with Canelo. Running from someone who ain't done nothing. If he's a bum, why not fight him? You're not fooling anyone. I'm not trying to fool anyone. I never fucking said anything about Canelo not fighting Benavidez. Unlike you, I'm not fucking dick riding a fighter just to hate on somebody, because that's what you're doing. You're not fooling anyone. We all said we want to see Canelo fight David Benavidez. And once the WBC said they're going to mandate him, what did he do? He just moved to 175 to fight Vostok. A dude fucking coming off of 4 years retirement. But you're going to highlight that and act like he's fighting somebody legitimate because his resume is better than Munguia. Yeah, the dude just fought 2 bum-ass fucking opponents. Hasn't fought in 4 years after getting knocked out by better BF. But you're going to act like that's a better opponent than this is because you're fucking full of shit. And everybody knows it. So you're not fucking fooling anybody. And then Morrell, he could have fought Morrell and he blatantly ducked Morrell. Now Morrell is chasing him to 175. And good luck, because Benavidez ain't going to fight Morrell, because Morrell would kick his ass. You better be careful. You almost got hit with the same punch Tank Davis hit Ryan Garcia with right there. Round 8. That's it. Hold. Body. 6-3. 6-3. We're in the 8th round. What's 6-3? Who's 6-3? What's 5-2? Yeah, Roy Dixon is telling you. Literally, he ran to fucking the other division once Suleiman told him he was going to mandate him. All these dudes, like it's when Charlo was the WBC mandatory for Canelo. Canelo literally offered him the fight, and people act like he didn't and act like Canelo ducked him. But even Charlo's brother fucking told you that they offered him the fight, right? You dudes are fucking, you will say anything to hate on Canelo because you don't want to fucking give any non-black fighter any credit at all. And nobody has Canelo above Bud Crawford right now, pound for pound, or above the Nui. So why are you fucking so bent out of shape? But you are. For some reason. Right now he's putting on a huge pay-per-view in a fucking really good back and forth fight between two Mexican fighters. Oh, Munguia, be careful. You're getting hit too much. Nice jab from Canelo, snapping back that head. There you go. Now when Canelo's starting to win the battle of jabs, you know fucking the tide has turned. Because early on in the fight, Munguia's jab was fucking money. There you go. You throw your punches and then get the fuck out. You throw your shots and then move out of range. Good round. Got to favor Canelo, but it was a competitive round for both guys. This is why Canelo chooses this bum. What's fought? No one. Look what he's doing to this bum. No defense, no experience. Dante Boxing ain't trying to stay away. You're full of shit. Like, Damon, please, just shut up. Just shut up. The more you dig a hole, the more stupid you fucking looked. Literally, we all fucking know that Suleiman said he was going to mandate him in fucking May to become Canelo's mandatory. And then, of course, what did he do? He decided to fucking go to 175 to fight Vosdick. Are you going to criticize David Benavidez for fighting Vosdick? Are you going to criticize him, or are you going to dick ride and fanboy for him? Right? Guys like you shit on Canelo for fighting Caleb Plant. But then you fucking highlighted Benavidez fighting Plant and act like it was fucking the best fight of the year. What are you, fucking stupid? How fucking dumb can you be to expose yourself consistently? Fine, you don't like Canelo Alvarez. You don't need to like Canelo Alvarez. But it doesn't mean other people need to fucking agree with you. Nobody has to agree with you. What have you done to fucking be agreeable? You're like on John Boxing's channel, fucking downplaying me, shitting on me, kissing his fucking ass, and then come to my channel, speak a load of bullshit, and then at the end of the fucking live, kiss my ass before you fucking take off. Right? Like, what does that say about you? Dude, man, you have no integrity, none whatsoever. At least I fucking mean what I say, and I stick to what I say. I ain't fucking contradicting myself and going back and forth fucking from one fight to another. Go Munguia. Munguia's game, and he's giving it everything he can, just like he should. He's won rounds. He's been competitive rounds. He's only got dropped once by a sweet little uppercut in the inside. He's fighting way better than fucking Ryan Garcia did against Devin Haney. He just doesn't have that incredible left hand. And maybe that's because of PEDs. Who am I to say? Come on, Canelo. That body shot wasn't too low. What are you? Oh, come on. What? Why are you whining and crying? It's a fight. That's the problem with fucking people that become superstars. They moan and groan too much. That's people saying about Luka Doncic right now. Complains too much. Good. There you go. Get your work off. And now get out. Nice right hand. Fucking Munguia, man. Don't turn in the ropes. Hold him. There you go. Smart. Munguia's no punk. Not like Charlo. Both Charlos. One Charlo got slapped the fuck out by Caleb Plant, and the other one fought like a bitch against Canelo Alvarez. At least Munguia is earning his money. You know he's guaranteed to get big fights after this because he comes to fight. Whereas nobody wants to fucking put Charlo on a card, that undisputed junior fucking middleweight champion. Not even in the mix at 154 pounds. Because that performance was terrible. Good round, Munguia. I think you got that one. I will take care of Webster, fool, Sean. The old lion is too smart for the young lion. That's true, but that's what happens, right? Munguia seems lost, but has the heart to keep pushing, to keep fighting. Yes, he does. Jaime doesn't fight with a game plan. He just fights. No, he started with a game plan, but, you know, the Tyson adverb, dang, is, you know, look who's beside. No, sorry. That must be his bodyguard. Who's beside him? I don't know. Benavidez. Is that his woman? I think he probably could fucking aim higher, in my opinion. But no one will ever cry as much as LeBron. That's true. Going life and death with a bum-ass prospect. I'm glad I stole this crap. Of course you did. You steal every crap. When have you ever paid for a fucking pay-per-view? You're the kind of person Ring IQ fucking rips to shreds fucking every week. No integrity. Round 10. My ninth round prediction did not come true. Munguia is still game. Keep jabbing to the body. That punch is fucking really effective for Munguia. These dudes. Come on. Let's do it. Canelo got to throw that uppercut in the inside again. Like, you got to ask yourself, why does somebody like Damon Webster hate Canelo Alvarez so much, right? Like, what's wrong with these people that hate fighters? It's kind of fucking pathetic. I can understand having a preference, but why do you hate somebody you don't even know, right? Just because they're more successful than you? And? Like, I never hated Floyd Mayweather. I was a Pacquiao fan. I had a preference. But I respect Floyd for what he did. Get paid. Munguia is game. He might steal this round too. Going into the last two championship rounds, this shit's going to be competitive. Interesting. Uppercut. Oh, big right hand from Canelo. After a fight like this, you could throw fucking Munguia in with Caleb Plant. Oh, that's a big right hand. You could throw him in with fucking Berlanga. You could throw him with fucking Diego Pacheco. There's a lot of big fights for him coming off of this fight. He's been game, man. He's fucking fighting. Just like we knew he would. Benavidez would beat Canelo. That's an opinion. Tim Bradley said he despises Ryan Garcia. I know, eh? Like, that just shows you the emotion some of these dudes put on it. They take this shit all personal. Everything is personal to them. Yet they call everybody else emotional or fanboys. But yet, look how personal dudes take shit. Like, I'm looking at this as a great matchup between two Mexican fighters, the new and the old. Obviously, the older guy, more experienced, a pound for pound top 10 fighter. Munguia stepping up, which is what people wanted him to do. You step up, a lot of times you fucking lose, right? This is a guy that was just fighting at 160 pounds not that long ago. And now he's in his third weight division against a pound for pound fighter and has done well. Championship rounds, round 11. Versus either David, but they moved up to 175. So they're talking that they don't even want to be at this division, which for Morale, I don't understand. I think he still had a lot of things to do at 168. For David Benavidez, it's understandable. There's opportunities for him at 175. He's struggling to make weight. He's a weight bully, right? All these guys, they fucking call Ryan Garcia a weight bully. For some reason, they don't say that when it's regarding David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, right? They talk about an even playing field. But that only applies when we're trying to defend a black American fighter, right? Whether it's a Tank Davis or a Devin Haney. It doesn't apply when we're talking about a Lomachenko or a Canelo Alvarez or an Inouye. Then it doesn't have to be an even playing field then. As long as they get beat, that's all that matters. What are you whining about? You don't have a cut. Calm down. There's no cut. It's fine. Oh my God. It's fucking championship rounds. Shut the fuck up. Nothing's going to happen in the 11th round that's going to fucking... Oh my God. Fucking refs. Munguia, don't stretch. Put your punches together. There you go. Nice little uppercut from Canelo on the inside. Munguia took this one better. Maybe you can throw Munguia in with Danny Jacobs next, just as a nice bounce back fight with a name opponent who's obviously a little past his best, but, you know, a solid fight. Munguia is doing good. Munguia is no bitch, that's for sure. It's funny that when David Benavidez was talking about a Munguia fight, nobody was calling that a cherry pick, right? But of course, the Canelo fought him. Now it's a cherry pick. These dudes expose themselves fucking every second they open their mouths. Can't wait to see Canelo in a 50-50 fight. Yet this is the same Canelo that fought pound for pound Hall of Famer Floyd Mayweather. Something every single fighter Damon Wester supports has never done and probably never will do. Who's winning? I think Canelo is up by probably a couple rounds right now. Munguia has no construct, just tenacious volume. Munguia has to go all out. This is it for him. Well, I think if Munguia wins the 12th round, he probably still going to lose by one round, maybe two. But if Canelo wins, it's just going to stretch the lead maybe to 3. But I think it's that competitive. Probably a 2 or 3 round difference when we get to the cards, which is a solid performance for Jaime Munguia. Came out well, obviously got dropped, showed heart and tenacious fuckingness, stayed active and busy in the fight, gave as good as he got, but obviously was a little outgunned by the experienced pound-for-pound champion. Pretty much like I think most people would fucking probably predict. And more or less, it's a competitive, good back-and-forth fight. One good thing you can say from Canelo, he's shown good endurance. Even though the fight has been fought at a fast pace, he's holding up good. He doesn't look tired. Jaime's form has gotten a little off, of course. He's not obviously technically as good as he was early on, not using his jab as much, not picking his spots nearly as much, leaning and throwing a lot more arm punches. This is when people want to see you step on it, Canelo. Step on it. Push forward, not push back. Show fucking that killer instinct. Try to get him out in the 12th round. Bear down, put pressure on him, jump on him. Maybe if you do that, you could get him out, right? Canelo definitely doesn't fight with the same passion or heart he did when he was younger. But, what they say, silk sheets. Dolce & Gabbana fucking tracksuits. Nice right hand from Canelo. Come on, Munguia. Less than a minute. Put it together. Oh, Canelo tried to time that fucking short left. Go Munguia. 15 seconds to go. Let those fucking hands go. Don't let him get off. You get off. You get off. Throw. Don't load up. Just put your volume together. Boom, 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 boom. Big right hand from Canelo. Fight's over. It's a good fight. I have Canelo moonwalking out of that Bivol rematch. What do you mean? I'm glad Sean isn't the judge. Canelo winning easily. What do you mean easily? Canelo lost the first 3 rounds, and then there was at least 2 rounds in there that Munguia could have won, which would give you 5 rounds to 7, plus a knockdown. Right? Munguia got dropped once and got back up and showed heart. Devin got up by a guy with a... Dude, stop. Here you are trying to make this about Devin. This is not about Devin. Who cares about fucking Devin? That shit's fucking last week. You're acting like fucking I was hating on Devin. Devin lost. Canelo didn't.
Everyone's kind of wondering what is the state of Canelo, right? Like what level is he at now? I don't believe we'll ever see the version of him that stormed through middleweight and super middleweight from 2018 and 2021.
No, he's too comfortable now.
But this version, he's still very fast, still hits very hard, and is probably a lot smarter fighter, Sergio, than he used to be. That's what happened to get older, get smarter, more patient.
If black fighters get destroyed, he got heart, but if a non-black, he's a bum. Well, that's true, right?
He did not got an older 40-year-old Golovkin.
Canelo Berlanga at the theater near you guys. Yeah, that fight's going to sell more than fucking David Benavidez, Canelo, probably. And it's fucking definitely going to sell more than fucking David Benavidez versus fucking Vostik on the undercard of Tank Davis, Frank Martin. Come on, man. Dudes are mental. Mental. Still, I haven't heard you fucking say one thing about fucking David Benavidez fighting Vostik next. 116, 111. I think it's closer than that. 115, 112. With that point taken off, how would that count? I don't know. 115, 111? What? I don't know. Would that be it? All I know is Canelo got nothing to be ashamed of. He fucking did what he had to do. And Munguia's got nothing to be ashamed of either. He fucking gave it his all, fought well. Came out early using his jab, controlling distance, getting Canelo on his back foot. Obviously got dropped, continued to show heart, brought the fight to Canelo for the majority of that fight. But, you know, there's levels to this. But we're going to fucking make this about Devin Haney. What are you talking about? It's nothing to do with fucking Devin Haney. Imagine fighting on the undercard of Tank versus Martin, and you're supposed to be a big draw. Exactly. Oh my God, yes, Canelo got to fight you, the guy that had 2 fucking pay-per-views that did shit numbers, and now is fighting on the undercard of Tank Davis. But okay, you're a superstar. Munguia can learn from this. He gave a good fight, but you need to be smarter.
Indeed, he is still the king and the face of boxing. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hi, Lily. 60,000 pay-per-view buys, Benavidez. And still champion, Damon. How many pay-per-views Munguia sold?
This is a huge fight. All the folks back home, what does it mean to you to have won this?
Sounds like you're deflecting. Munguia never tried to sell a pay-per-view until this one. And I guarantee this does more than fucking both of Benavidez's pay-per-views together. And remember, I mean, that's how we judge fucking Tank Davis and Haney's pay-per-views based on the opponent, right? The opponent gets no credit. So then we can give Munguia credit here and take it away from Canelo. I'm representing Mexico. Mexico, cabrones. Fucking, and Damon Wester is still angry because nobody he supports is fucking as big or popular as Canelo Alvarez. Shit, eh?
That's why I have a lot of experience, yeah? Munguia is a great fighter. He's strong, he's smart. But you know, I take my time. I have 12 rounds to win the fight, and I did really good, and I feel proud about it. Were you certain that you were going to be able to counter-punch so effectively? Yeah, you know, he's strong, but he's a little slow. I can see every punch. Sometimes he got me because I get so confident, but you know, like I said, that's why I have.
Hi, don't worry, I'll feed you in a minute. Okay?
That's why I'm the best, right? You feel you're the best Mexican fighter ever? Best Mexican fighter ever? No, I don't consider myself the best fighter ever. I think when I retire, my numbers is gonna say where the position I am. But I respect all the Mexican fighters in the past and the press, and I feel proud about it. I just doing my thing.
Unlike those Mexican fighters that hate on Canelo constantly, like Marquez. Fuck, man. Dude's fucking jealous, envious. Right, Lily?
Because everybody wants to know what's next. And David Benavides is the person that everybody across this country and across the world would like to see you fight. You said earlier this week you're willing. What are your thoughts now?
I don't know right now. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna enjoy my family. But you know, if the money is right, I may not go. If the money is right, I can fight right now. I don't give a shit.
So it's only a matter of getting.
You know, at this point, everybody is asking for everything, right? When I fought with Lara, Paul, Miguel Ángel Cotto, Mayweather, Carlos Smith, Billy Saunders, everybody, they say I'm not gonna fight them, and I fought all of them. So right now, I can ask whatever I want, and I can do whatever I want, and I'm Mexican.
True. Fact. Tank Davis can fight a bunch of nobodies and no one fucking says a word. See, that's the irony. Damon Wester will never shit on Tank Davis, his piss poor resume, the fact that he didn't fight Lopez, Haney, fucking Lomachenko, and is ducking fucking Shakur. Why don't you have the same energy for Tank Davis to fight one of those fucking killers? Of course you don't, because we know why you push this narrative. It's the same reason John Boxing does, to hate on non-black fighters. You don't want to give any non-black fighters any credit at all. Are you insecure? What's the issue? Why are you so insecure, man? Why do you want to give nobody credit unless they're the same fucking race as you? You can have a preference, that's true. But having a preference means you should at least be fucking honest and consistent and fair. But we don't see that shit from the comments you leave. Calling Munguia a prospect and a bum. But then fucking you ignore Vosdick as fucking the next opponent for Benavides.
It seemed like you were pretty good track and you were gaining some confidence. What happened?
I ain't hating on Tank. I'm just saying, where's the fucking consistency? You've heard it from the Irishman. Who?
I gave my will, however. But I think at the beginning I was winning some of those rounds. It was going well. I let my hands go. But he's a fighter with a lot of experience, obviously. Canelo said he beat me. Unfortunately, he beat me. Definitely hurts. The loss hurts. Canelo says you have a big future. You think if you were fighting anybody other than him tonight, you'd have won? Sí, así es, la verdad que yo me sentí muy bien, la verdad que yo es un peleador con bastante experiencia, empecé muy bien los rounds, pero después de ahí pues me empezó a ganar los rounds. Yes, it's no doubt, I would have. I felt very well, but again, he's a fighter with lots of experience. I started well, but yes, obviously, had the problems. Thank you so much, thank you for your time. All right, bro.
Jaime classing in defeat, unlike other people. Oscar De La Hoya. You know, Oscar is not looking so happy in the back. Fury versus Usyk, May 18th. Let's get it on. This is a huge fight, obviously giant legacy fight, but neither of these two dudes have the style that really fucking sells a fight. Neither of them are Anthony Joshua, unfortunately. But, you know, it's a huge fight. Obviously, I look forward to it. And I'm curious to see AJ take on the winner. That's going to be a big fight. Damon Wester likes Mexican style. Now going to eat carne asada later. Unlike Loma, who couldn't take the L like a man and said he won the fight when he lost. Against Haney, he's not the only one that said he won. The majority of boxing fans that watched that fight felt that Lomachenko won. So, you know, you can understand him being a little bitter in the loss. He tried to kill my baby. Sean Porter.
Where is Canelo? Listen, I got explanation. So, this was an A performance, okay? But styles make fights. He had a guy in front of him that he didn't have to search for. He had a guy in front of him who was willing to trade shots with him. He had a guy who fought the fight that he needed.
But let's put this here. This is, of course, more shade from a Black American boxer towards Canelo Alvarez. Jealousy breeds contempt, right? When you look at 3 of the last 6 fighters that Canelo Alvarez fought, he fought slick movers, guys that didn't stay in front of him, guys that made him hunt for them and beat them. Outside of Bivol, who he literally went up in weight to take on and lost to Bivol, which is no fucking crime. You took on a bigger fighter who stylistically is tough for you, and he beat you. And some people think Bivol is pound for pound top 5 and the best fighter at 175 pounds.
September with a lot of regrets. He didn't show up. Munguia showed up. He just found out tonight that
Charlo didn't show up.
What we saw after the Canelo's defeat to Floyd Mayweather was Canelo go on to become the superstar that took over boxing. Could Munguia take some comfort from that performance?
No, actually, boxers say he won. Tons of boxers said Lomachenko beat Haney. So, come on. Again, here you are deflecting, Damon Wester. What does this have to do with fucking Vasily Lomachenko? Why you always need to make this a race thing, like John? No one's talking about fucking Loma. No one's talking about fucking black fighters. We're talking about 2 Mexicans. And the fact that you're hating on one of them and you're not being consistent. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, you'd be doing what you're doing now, deflecting and defending.
Stronger because of this experience. A lot like Canelo did. He threw everything at Canelo. He threw his biggest punches. I mean, it was really impressive what this young man did, but it just wasn't enough. And, I know we're going to talk about what's next for Canelo down the line, but Terrence Crawford just tweeted, he carried him. I don't think he carried him. I don't think he carried him whatsoever.
Look at this fucking dude. Damon, you just embarrass yourself by fucking attacking people on personal levels. Like, the reality is you're here on Canelo Alvarez fight night and you're making it a race thing when it has literally nothing to do with race. It was 2 Mexican fighters fighting in a very entertaining fight on DAZN. But of course, you want to make it about you and your fucking racial narratives. Just like John, who's going to come out with videos doing the same thing after this, because that's the only kind of videos he can come out with. And this is the only kind of narrative you can push. Like, why are you so fucking hateful? What's wrong with you? Did a Mexican guy drop you on your head when you were a kid? Like, what's wrong? Do you get bullied and beat up by non-black kids at school? Like, why do you have this deep fucking resentment towards everyone that's not black? And if that's the case, why are you coming to my channel? Because I ain't black, even though I do got swag, but that's a whole nother story. Thief of Joy. Devin Gift Haney got a gift in the Loma fight, and many get a refund from Ryan. Dude, age and IQ are the exact same. He won't get anything other than that. How he was brainwashed, I mean, raised psychic. Damon got used as a piñata as a kid. Canelo made that look too easy. Well, it didn't look easy because the first 3 rounds he got outboxed, and then 2 of the preceding rounds were very competitive and could have went Munguia's way, right? Depending on how you were scoring it. But that leaves 7 rounds plus a knockdown for Canelo Alvarez. And most people felt Canelo was going to beat Munguia. I was hoping Munguia would win, but hey, let's give fucking the guy some praise. He was in a very entertaining fight, far better than fucking Charlo. But, it is what it is. I mean, we know Damon, he's a pseudo boxing fan. If it's a black American fighter, he's got nothing negative to say. You notice he still didn't fucking talk about David Benavidez' next opponent. David Benavidez is the guy Canelo has to fight. But yet he literally went to 175 to take on a fucking guy coming out of retirement. And you're going to fanboy for that. You're going to say that Munguia doesn't sell pay-per-views, but neither does Benavidez. We saw that firsthand. Right, firsthand we saw it on 2 occasions. And now he's fucking going to be carrying fucking Tank Davis fucking cape into the ring. And then Tank Davis has not fought any of the top fighters people wanted him to fight. But yet you don't hold him accountable to that. I ain't hating on Tank. I'm just saying, let's keep that same fucking energy. If you're going to be criticizing everybody else for not taking on the best opponents available, why are you giving Tank Davis a pass? Why? Damon, I can tear you apart with facts all day. All you do is use emotion and fucking narratives. That guy might actually have a good chance of beating Benavidez too. Munguia? For sure he's got a chance of beating fucking Benavidez. Benavidez is slow as fuck. Slower feet than Munguia. The best opponents he beat was fucking Andrade, a guy with no power who's never fucking beat a champion. Munguia already did more than that. And then, of course, Plant is a solid fighter. But unfortunately, he wears down late in fights and he doesn't have much power, right? You know, not everybody's perfect. Great card. Damon, John, and Munguia take losses, but only Munguia showed heart. Facts. That's going to be the title of this video, right? American fanboy, narrative-driven fucking black supporters of PBC show no heart today. What was a prospect? See, again, you throw out prospect, but how's a world champion a prospect? And especially a world champion that beat a world champion. Like, unlike Demetrius Andrade, who never fought a world champion. I really wanted to see Canelo be the one to beat Benavidez. Oh, Bumdrade. Yeah. That fight should have happened at 160, right? I'm emotional, but you dudes stay coming for me. Okay, I'm on you dude's head. Yeah, this fucking head. Keep sucking. What are you talking about, dude? You're the emotional one, deflecting and making it personal. No one's coming in your head. You literally are on my live pushing racial fucking narratives. And you expect what? Nobody to kick back? If this was the LDBC and I was pushing this kind of propaganda on their channels, I'd be fucking blackballed after my first comment. You fucking are lucky that you still allowed to fucking give your opinion. I believe in freedom of speech. Just watch what you say, motherfucker, as the great Ice-T once said. But you don't even know who that is, do you? You don't even know that song. Damon going to Walgreens to get pads in a bit because he's bleeding all over the floor. How is Munguia a prospect? But Canelo was in his prime when he fought Floyd. Make it make sense. Exactly. You can't. Because truth doesn't matter when dudes like this try to push racial fucking narratives. Like, you got to ask yourself, why did dude hate fucking non-black fighters so much? Where he consistently needs to fucking ridicule and belittle every fighter that's doing great things in the sport, but isn't black. But yet then points fingers at me, accusing me of things I didn't even say because other channels say it. I'm not fucking the police of other channels. People say what they say. If you want to fucking call them out directly. Andrade going on 40 still hasn't beat a champion. Facts. Be a man and have a call in so I don't have to type and I'll shut you down. A call in? I don't know if anybody fucking wants to hear you call in. Let's be honest. A call in. You know, How do you copy and paste on a Mac? Oh, now look who comes rolling back in. The internet makes people feel tough. John, that's you. That's you, John. You're the one fucking saying you'd beat me in a fight. Who feels tough? You, John. You're the one literally pushing that narrative. Sean is setting up his projecting. How am I projecting? I'm telling you exactly what fucking Damon is saying. Like he's a non-black are victims. Mine, Sean, cares about what black people think. And you care about what I think, John, and I'm not black. So what exactly are you doing different than me? How do you copy and paste on a Mac? That shit ain't working. Control V. What? Like literally, John, you accuse me of doing the exact same things you do. How fucking ridiculous is that? Think about it. You're like literally coming on a fight card where two Mexicans are fighting, but making everything about race. Yet there's nothing to do with fucking black, non-black politics with regards to this fight at all, except what you and Damon are making it about. No, I respond. You constantly attack my people. My people. Oh my God. You constantly attack my people, John. So what are you doing different than me? Disrespecting my people, you get a response. But yet you constantly disrespect my people and fucking Asian people and fucking Latino people, right? Not only do you disrespect my people, but you literally disrespect every person that's not fucking part of your people. So, but you have the gall to accuse other people of something as if you're doing something that other people aren't doing. It's like, come on, man. Why you get a channel shut down and then come talk in the chat? Exactly. He had every opportunity to come fucking face me like a man consistently, but he'd rather fucking be a sneak prick and get my channel shut down because that's fucking legitimate. Now I just put out the link for you to jump on. Damon and you. Both of you guys can jump on. It's cool. Because Damon literally is coming here hating on Canelo Alvarez and making it somehow about Devin Haney. Yet I don't understand how this has anything to do with why are you deflecting, John? Why are you bringing up other channels? You don't attack Black American channels. So how are you different than me? Right? Like, John, you sound like an idiot. So I need to attack BDA and Johnny Boy. So then you need to attack the LDBC. And you need to attack Knockout Boxing. And you need to attack Showbiz. Go, do it. You need to attack Bruce Vane. So you're accusing me of doing the exact same thing you fucking do. How fucking hypocritical is that? But yet you think somehow that's legitimate. Because as you said, you don't need to support non-black fighters. It's your preference. But I need to support Black American fighters because I don't have a preference. I still don't see you guys jumping in. Are you in? Where are you? What's going on? Are you guys in my chat? I just sent fucking a link. because Damon Webster said he'll destroy me if it's a call-in show. Well, this is better than a call-in show. Who do I respond to other than you? You call out black people directly. You call out me directly. And fucking other people. Don't be fucking stupid. You called out fucking IBFP. You called out Ring IQ. You called out fucking, what's his face? The guy we just mentioned earlier. You do it constantly. Now you're calling out Southpaw, acting as if somehow he's a Caucasian like me and we have the same beliefs. What are you talking about? I don't watch Southpaw. That dude identifies with you. He doesn't identify with me. Click the link. Exactly. I sent you the link. So what are you waiting for? You got something to say? Put on your big boy pants and fucking jump in. You know, you come to my channel on a Canelo Alvarez pay-per-view and you're attacking me for hating black fighters, but there's no black fighters fighting today. Literally none. None. The three dudes you attack your whole career, your whole race of people. Huh? Dude, man. You're a fucking idiot. That's it. You're just an idiot who fucking has a victim mentality. Everyone's against you. Oh my God. It must be tough to be you. I feel sorry for you. Everyone, let's fucking, play the smallest violins for poor John Boxing because life has been so unfair his whole fucking life. You only target us. You don't keep that same energy. Oh my God, Damon Webster. Either do you. So what are you saying? Why is there racist on this channel? If YouTube didn't protect people like you, your channel would be taken down already. Exactly. Right? Devices not connected. Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do if devices are not connected. John and Damon sleep together. Well, I don't know. I don't care. Sean is clowning John and Damon bad. I tried to get on, but it didn't work. Well, John's been on before, so I don't know what any of that has to do. Invite. So the invite is there. Invite guests to the studio. They have 10 people on screen at once. Copy. It's copied. Okay. There we go. And then we say Command V. There it is. It's there. In truth, you should have to fucking be subscribers to my channel before I allow you to jump on my fucking my feed, right? Look at John. He won't even let me comment in his comment section before attacking me and saying that he's going to block me. Yet I never say anything on his live that is racist or nearly as fucking provocative as what you guys have said today on my channel. Isn't it ironic when I go on channels, all I do is fucking tell you truth you don't want to hear, so then you shut me down. John, tell the people here, did you not say that if Inouye beat Fulton, he would become your pound for pound #1 fighter? Damon Webster is here.
What's your problem, man? What's going on, man? I'm here.
Dude, what are you talking about? My problem. You're coming on my feed, and let's be honest. Have I been respectful, allowed you to continue come on my channel, say what you're going to say, never block you, and all of that? Of course I have. And yeah. So I allow you to have an opinion and express it on my channel. I don't shut you down. But yet you show me no respect at all. You fucking attack me, accusing me of things that I didn't say. And then you make this today about race when we're literally watching a Canelo Alvarez fight, where there's not one black American fighter even on the card. But give your opinion. What were you saying? Go. You want to?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, man, listen. You let me give my opinion every time, man. And I have no problem with that. You know, I love when you let me get my opinion off, man. And you don't shut me down like other channels do if you try to, say something that they don't like. But come on, man. You know that was a bullshit ass fight with Canelo right there, man. You know that was some shit, man. How you dick riding this motherfucker and he was against Triple G with PEDs in the system, and you're sitting there actually with his fucking coattails and pom-poms and you're right there jumping up and down like, all right, dude, I love this dude. Man, you don't love that motherfucker, man. You just love him because we hate him. You know,
Dude.
We hate that motherfucker because he ain't fighting the best, man. You know he ain't fighting the best, dude.
But you say that, but then Tank Davis, who you say is the face of American boxing and pound for pound top 10, who is he fighting that's the best? Canelo Alvarez's legacy is far exceeding any fighter currently in boxing. Let's talk about the pound for pound number one fighter, Bud Crawford. Great fighter, Hall of Famer, first ballot. Bud's resume isn't even fucking close to Canelo Alvarez's. But Canelo gets criticized consistently. And yes, Aerospan's fanboys hated on Bud Crawford and criticized his resume like crazy. But that's my point. These dudes fucking are hypocrites. They shit on Canelo's resume, they shit on Bud Crawford's resume, but then they defend and deflect against a guy like Tank Davis, who they're supporting. But you say that I'm dick riding and fanboying for Canelo. I predicted or hoped that Canelo would lose today against Munguia. I'm a Golovkin fan. So of course I feel Golovkin won the first fight and the second fight was a draw on my cards, but I score very fairly. But I didn't make it Golovgate 2.0. I didn't fucking make it about PEDs and fucking all of that. No, I didn't go there. I didn't need to deflect. I took my loss. Golovkin lost to Canelo. I disagree with it, but it is what it is. It's not my responsibility to worry about PED testing and all that shit. I just want fights to be made. Sometimes fights go your way, sometimes they don't. Lomachenko lost to Haney. Didn't go my way. And now I'm looking forward to Loma fighting Kambosos and putting himself back in big and better fights. I want fights to be made. That's all.
You want fights to be made.
Yes.
And wasn't Devin Haney doing that shit?
Yeah, and I praise, and if you watch my channel, which you do, you know I praise Devin Haney for doing that. So let's not fucking act like I'm somebody that was hating on Haney. When Haney went to Australia, I praised him for it. Ironically enough, when Lomachenko was going to do it, people were saying he was going to cherry pick. Not me. I praise Haney for doing that, for crossing over to chase what he wanted to become undisputed, like Canelo did when he crossed over to the PBC to fight Caleb Plant. But yet he gets no credit, but Devin Haney gets all the credit. Who's being a hypocrite, me or you? I praise both of them for doing that. When you cross over to chase what you want and don't let politics and promotional companies get in the way of stopping you from doing something, I praise Haney for doing it. I praised Haney for fighting Prograis. I even praised him for fighting Ryan Garcia, even though we understand why he fought Ryan. He fought Ryan to sell a big pay-per-view so that he would build up his profile and then be able to talk to Tank Davis on an even playing field, like Wilder did when he fought Fury to fight AJ, right? But that's politics. That's business. Go.
Don't you think that should be enough though? Like he fought Romo. He freaking fought the best fighter at 140, and you still fucking shit on. Yes, at the time he was the best. I don't care which nobody said he was the boogeyman at the time.
But he already got beat by Taylor.
Tank wasn't even. He got beat by Taylor. Okay, he took that L and he came back and came a two-time champion, and he got that belt.
And then the fight prior, he got embarrassed by a fucking mediocre fighter who outboxed him.
He wasn't mediocre, dude. Come on now, man. Nobody wanted to fight him. Tank Davis didn't even want to fight him, man. And I'm from Baltimore, man, and I know I fuck with Tank, but right now he's not even doing what I want him to do. You know, he's fucking cherry picking and picking who the fuck you want to pick. You know what I'm saying? I want to.
You're being honest.
Yes, I want the best to fight the best. I'm honest with it, man. And Canelo didn't do it tonight. You know, we cheered because we're hardcores and we wanted to see a fight fucking Saturday. I don't care who fucking comes on. I'm going to fucking watch it. It doesn't even matter, man. But the same thing is, you know, that was a fucking cherry pick. You know, fucking prospect of the year, 43-0, ain't fought nobody, man. Now,
a prospect. He was a champion that guys like John Boxing was asking to fucking step up. He stepped up, and he fought well. He got outboxed by a fighter who's better, more experienced than him. For Canelo, Canelo's staying busy. He fought a game opponent who just stopped John Ryder, somebody that he wasn't able to stop. So he was coming off of a very good performance, and obviously just fought Derevchenko prior to that. You're going to discredit him, but the point is,
John, 7 losses, man. He had 7 losses, man. How fucking how much credit can you say with 7 losses, man? Of course, I give him all that credit. He's a warrior, but 7 losses, no, dude. You're the face of boxing. You're supposed to be fighting the best and the only.
Who's the best?
Benavidez is the best.
Well, now he's the best, right? But he just moved up to 175.
Years, you know, he's been the best. The last 3 years, he's been the best. Nobody's have done what he done. He even fought fucking Andrade.
What has he done in the last 3 years?
Canelo couldn't even do it. Canelo didn't even be a man and try to fight the man. If he did nothing and he's a piece of shit fighter and he's nothing, fight him then. That's all I'm saying. Don't talk about it and downgrade his resume and all. If he's that piece of shit,
but that's what you're doing. But that's what you're doing to Canelo, downgrading his resume, downgrading Munguia's resume, downgrading You're doing the exact same thing you're accusing Canelo Alvarez of doing. Like David Benavidez, up until 2023, hadn't done anything except lose his title twice because of him being fucking not professional.
Has he done more? Has he done more? Has he done more than Munguia?
No. Prior to 2023, he didn't.
Wow.
2023, he had a great year. Who did he fight before he fought fucking Plant and Andrade?
And who did Munguia fight?
Exactly. But no one's calling Munguia a pound fighter. You're the one calling Andrade or say Benavidez the best fighter in the division. I didn't call Munguia the best fighter in the division. You did. So you need to justify why he's the best. He ducked Morrell. Morrell would fucking kill him.
And I agree.
Well, then how's fucking Benavidez the best?
I agree. Munguia, everybody ducked the shit out of Benavidez. That's why the man moved up, man. Nobody wanted to fucking fight him. You know, fucking WBC ain't pushing shit. And he knew they wouldn't pushing it for him to fight nobody. So he said, you know what? All right, fuck it. Give me bullshit ass Govlet. And it's a bullshit ass fight. Yes, it is, man. But at the same time, he fucking could have fought Morrell or none of them. I agree with you right there, man. I agree with you big time.
In-house PBC fight. But let's be fair.
I'm not gonna wait around and not fight nobody, man, and wait for fucking this punk motherfucker not to fight anybody. Talking about give me $1 trillion fucking dollars to fight you, you know. Even fucking Turkey Ashik said, you know what, I ain't doing that shit, man. I can fucking take fucking $50 million and fucking have the card of my life off of great fighters. And that's what he's doing right now. He's saying fuck Canelo.
Sure. You know? And the reality is he's still gonna work with Canelo. He's just gonna make the fight he wants. He wants to make Bud Crawford versus Canelo. I mean, I think Bud Crawford can win that fight, but many people think that's terrible to have Canelo fight Crawford because he has to come up so much weight divisions. I'm not saying Crawford needs to jump up, but if he wants to, who am I to stop him? This big money, big opportunity, and I think he could totally beat him. But, you know, it's up to him to do it. Hold on a second. I'm going to add John to the live because, you know, he's sitting there. So let's just add him. And then let's allow people to.
Hey, no. Where's your headphones at?
Hi, John. You got a big crowd behind you.
Find your headphones.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm trying to get my headphones because I want my youngster to hear this track. You know where your headphones are at?
Crap. Don't worry. Nobody's gonna say anything out of pocket.
Huh?
I took it in your house.
You should just, Don. You should
It's okay.
your mic off
That's fine.
and wait until you're set.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to you real quick, Sean, because you were talking about, you know, people being in your comment section on this, you know, fight night, and the fight was good. The whole card was good. The only time you get a response from me is when you call out my people. That's it. You over here talking about, oh, yo, you know, what we're doing, what we're saying, how we're bad for boxing, but you're no different. You started your life off disrespecting black people.
What did I say? What did I say?
You basically were talking about how we degrade this, we degrade that, but there's no black fighters on the card. So why even call out black people when black people got nothing to do with this card?
Okay, stop. Now can I talk?
Go ahead.
I'm pointing out something that you and other people consistently say when you fanboy the PBC and Al Heyman, saying that, oh, me, specifically me, I hate Al Heyman because he's black. And Al Heyman is great for black American boxers. Yet here's a pay-per-view card brought to you by Al Heyman that doesn't have one black American fighter on it. You say that Mexicans and Mexican fighters don't sell in America. Yet here's a card the PBC is pushing that is just all Mexican, right? So I'm pointing out something that historically you've consistently pushed on your channel again and again and again. So I can't hold you accountable for things you said in the past.
Okay,
when you were wrong
to this point today. Okay, I don't think anybody talked about what you're trying to say about black people. I don't think anyone was here talking about or degrading this event.
Actually, Damon Webster or somebody else on the chat section actually brought it up earlier. Guys in the comment section.
My point is, what led you to disrespecting black people?
I just told you. Somebody literally in the comment section.
What did I say, Sean? What did I say?
I don't know if it was you.
No one's even talking shit about it.
John, can you listen before you let your emotion think? No. In the comment section at the beginning of the video, somebody literally jumped on and said, how come there's no brothers on the card?
Wow. I know. And that's all you need to go off on.
No, John, because then John, listen to you. Somebody said that, so then I addressed it. And I addressed the historical point with you. See, but now you deflect and you laugh about it. But did you not say all these things about Al Heyman and the PBC? You have. Did you not say all those things about Latin American fighters not selling in America? Yes.
This is what I said about Latin American fighters. There's only 2 Mexican fighters, well, now 3, that's a part of history, meaning the highest gate. Am I right or am I right? Oscar, Canelo, and Ryan. That's it.
In America.
Am I right? Am I right?
No, you're not.
The pay-per-view, the highest gate is dominated by African American fighters. Am I right or am I right?
No.
How is that?
Who else?
You're not right. Because you cherry pick these things to only fanboy black American fighters, and you give no credit to anybody else. That's the problem. If you want to say black Americans are involved in the pay-per-view, nobody would disagree with you. And if you want to say Floyd was the biggest seller in pay-per-view, nobody would disagree with you. Pacquiao was also big. De La Hoya was big. Canelo's big. Obviously, heavyweights, Holyfield, Tyson. Nobody's discrediting black American fighters for being pay-per-view stars. You are the one that's discrediting everybody else. Ryan Garcia recently, you give him no credit at all for the Tank Davis pay-per-view. You didn't highlight the fact that the only reason Devin Haney is fighting him is so that he could sell a big pay-per-view to put him on even level with Tank Davis. This is not me pushing a racial narrative or hating on black fighters. This is fact.
Can I correct you?
No, you.
No, I said Devin Haney was trying to compete with Gervonta Davis, meaning perform better. That's what I said. And going back to what you just said about the whole pay-per-view situation, didn't you co-sign with Abel Sanchez's statement about black American fighters not being able to sell? That's what set the tone. That's why people like me responded to that narrative. Yes, you did. No, yes,
John.
You did. That set the tone.
No, John,
bro.
Can I speak? It's my channel. So can I respond?
Go ahead.
No. Once again, you're lying, which you do consistently. The only thing I ever said with regards to that was that Floyd Mayweather said that before Abel Sanchez did, and you refused to acknowledge that. So you want to make Abel Sanchez out to be the bad guy because, of course, he's a Latin American. But Floyd Mayweather said that before Abel Sanchez did. And that's the only thing I ever highlighted, is that Floyd Mayweather said it and Abel said it. So, of course, Abel gets criticized, but how come you don't highlight when Floyd said that? You ignore Floyd saying it, and then you make it a race thing. When Floyd said it, it's not about race. It's just him giving his opinion.
How many Latin pay-per-view stars are there right now? Yes.
Who? Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis. How many Black American stars are there right now?
Ryan Garcia, no ever.
Whoa!
You got Tank.
What?
You got Devin Haney.
Huh?
You got Tank. Devin ain't a pay-per-view star.
Earl Spence.
John, when you're not talking, you can mute your
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to mute this thing. Hold on. Go ahead.
And then I don't know why you don't turn your video on, because if I can see you, you can do this, and then I can get ready to respond to you and listen to you. But you guys are afraid to show yourself. We saw you, John. You showed yourself on video before. Damon, go. What were you saying?
I was saying Tank Davis, Earl Spence.
Errol Spence is not a pay-per-view star now.
These are three consistent guys that be on pay-per-view. That's black. Name some Latins or white guys that's on pay-per-view who's doing it consistently like that. Nobody's doing it consistently like us. But you continue to criticize.
So Damon,
you got on Tank Davis earlier about what? Because he did his press conference today. He was a little mad or jealous because he did his press conference today. On Canelo's, he's
not David. Can I talk? Because you're accusing me of something I didn't even say. I literally asked people if they saw Tank Davis's press conference today because I didn't see it, and the only thing I heard about it was that Frank Martin looked shook, but I didn't see it. But that's what people were telling me. But outside of that, I didn't say anything. As far as Tank Davis being a consistent pay-per-view and Errol Spence being consistent pay-per-view, we know why that is, because the PBC consistently puts all their fights on pay-per-view. So even if you're not a pay-per-view star, like David Benavidez, a Latin fighter who just did 2 pay-per-views and now is going to be on his 3rd, right, back to back, Ryan Garcia, who is going to really be a part of the 2 biggest pay-per-views in the last 5 years with Tank Davis and Devin Haney, and of course Canelo Alvarez. So no one's making this about race. We know why the PBC does it. The PBC does it because they're trying to basically draw out as much money as they can from their product. When we consistently say these are not pay-per-view fights, that's not a criticism. You said today you didn't pay for this fight. You said that. Right?
I did.
I'm not surprised, John. You always do. But Damon said he didn't pay.
I didn't want to watch it, but I didn't ask for it. So why watch it? I asked for the Devin.
Nobody asked for Tank Davis versus Frank Martin. Nobody asked for him versus Garcia coming up from 130. Nobody asked for many pay-per-views the PBC gives us, and this was a PBC pay-per-view.
Tank Davis versus Frank Martin is a way better fight than what we've seen today, man.
Why is it a better fight? What has Frank Martin done more than Jaime Munguia?
It's more of a 50-50 fight, dude.
He beat a guy that was considered 50-50, which is Michelle Rivera. You can laugh at all you want.
Michelle Rivera hadn't done anything, John. You fanboy for this guy who got caught on PEDs.
And that's my point. He beat a guy who was on steroids.
Okay. Because of that, he's a great fighter. Yet he just fought a German fighter who nobody had ever heard of and fucking struggled and didn't fight well. Has never faced a top 10 135 pounder. So don't get me wrong. I think it's a good fight. I'm entertained, but it ain't pay-per-view. And if it was pay-per-view, they wouldn't be putting David Benavidez on the undercard. They do that because they know it's not a strong pay-per-view fight.
So let me ask you this. Was Chris Algieri a pay-per-view fighter?
When he fought who? Pacquiao?
No, prior to him fighting Manny Pacquiao, was he a pay-per-view fighter? No. Was Brandon Rios a pay-per-view fighter?
You're
no,
stop. You're going to compare Tank Davis to Manny Pacquiao.
But these guys are pay-per-view fighters, are they not?
No, you're comparing Tank Davis to Manny Pacquiao. Everyone in the comment section, how do you compare Tank Davis to Manny Pacquiao? Manny Pacquiao was a pound-for-pound top fighter who fought great opponents and went through multiple divisions, winning legitimate world champions. The criticism for Tank Davis is no. What? No, John. No, because it doesn't make sense.
Oh my God! Hey,
who's reflecting now?
Answer the question.
John, is Tank Davis Manny Pacquiao?
In terms of legacy, career-wise, they're not on the same level. But
No,
you can't deny Gervonta Davis star power. You can't.
Gervonta Tank Davis is not Manny Pacquiao star level. Are you fucking
But you
mental?
can't deny his star power. That's what I'm saying.
What's his star power? The biggest pay-per-view he did was with Ryan Garcia. Outside of that, he's never done 300,000 buys.
Okay, he can't capitalize off of what he just did with Ryan?
Maybe we will see.
Okay, then that's my point.
Yeah,
So,
but that's you're saying capitalizing.
He did more than Manny Pacquiao has ever done without Floyd. Did he not?
Are you mental?
Did he not?
No.
Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis is in the record books. Manny Pacquiao has never done a pay-per-view that considered the biggest gate without Floyd. Am I right or am I right?
I have no idea. I would say De La Hoya has to be there.
You don't know that now.
De La Hoya.
The genius, he ran out of words to say now.
No, I didn't run out of words. Oscar De La Hoya. Are you mental? Oscar De La Hoya and Manny Pacquiao was a huge fight, far bigger than Tank Davis versus fucking Ryan Garcia.
But just answer my question. Was Chris Algieri a pay-per-view fighter?
Of course he wasn't.
Okay, Brandon Wood, was he?
Brandon
No.
Rios, of course he wasn't.
Okay, but they were on pay-per-view when they fought Manny Pacquiao. Why? Because Manny Pacquiao was the star.
Yeah,
Gervonta Davis, in his day and age, is a star, whether you agree or disagree.
But
so
that doesn't
anyone who fights Gervonta Davis will be on,
everybody who takes fights,
they will be on pay-per-view.
Even without him.
Okay, John, that's fine. Fine, John. Fine, John. We will find out what his fucking numbers are when he fights Frank Martin. And if that doesn't do more than 300,000 buys, what's that going to tell you?
That he needs a dance partner to sell.
Exactly. And that's all anyone's saying. These are not
on pay-per-view. Barrios is on pay-per-view now. All because they fought Tank, man. All because they fought Tank. Now,
Dave, stop. Mario Barrios is on pay-per-view. He's on a
Did you not watch him today?
He didn't headline the pay-per-view, dude.
No, he didn't. But what was he? Wasn't he like the co-main?
No.
Because of Tank?
Oh my God.
These guys are on pay-per-view because Tank. That makes sense. Dude. Come on, man.
No, it's not because
they lose and still wind up on pay-per-view. Their name is getting bigger because of the Tank.
Are you okay? Are you okay? No,
I'm not trying to gang up on you, Sean. So don't take it as me ganging up on you.
Let me finish my point, Sean, and then you can jump in. So didn't fucking Mario Barrios fight Keith Thurman and Ugis like well after he fought Tank Davis, right?
Yeah, but
and how
Keith Thurman was on pay-per-view.
Huh?
Keith Thurman, that fight was on pay-per-view.
I know. And how did that pay-per-view do?
I mean, he's still on pay-per-view.
But how did that pay-per-view do?
It did very poor.
Yes. And that was against the pay-per-view fighter in Keith Thurman. And having an opponent that was built up and made by Tank Davis. Yet they fucking did terrible fucking numbers. And I ain't hating on Tank Davis. Literally, you guys are coming to a Canelo Alvarez fucking live and making this a race thing and making this
no. That's not my point. No. You, like I said, I'm watching the fight and I listen to people's lives. Don't get me wrong, I do. The first 3 minutes into your live, you just start taking the crap on black people. And I'm thinking, what made you say this? You're contradicting your point, right? No, you're talking about on the eve where there's no black fighters, but you're talking about blak people. Makes no sense.
No, John, you're not listening. Somebody literally brought it up in the comment section, which is why it was brought up. And then you historically, consistently have brought these topics up. So I reflected and talked about what you always talk about. Mexican Latinos don't sell. Mexican money doesn't push boxing. And the other point was, that Al Heyman is great for Black American fighters. Yet here he is.
I've never said that, but okay.
You constantly say it. What are you talking about? You say the reason people hate him is because he's black.
Well, that's your reason for hating him. You were saying he was bad for boxing for a long time. You couldn't give a reason.
Which had nothing. What are you talking about? I did give multiple reasons. He wanted to fucking make every single fight pay-per-view, John.
So what's the zone doing? Was this event a pay-per-view? How many pay-per-view events has the zone had? In the past a year?
This was a PEC fight card.
Well, they're known for pay-per-view, right? The zone was supposed to be something different.
So now you're deflecting.
No, I'm not deflecting. I'm using your point against you. Because you're trying to say the PBC is bad because of pay-per-views, but you high praise the zone when the zone went to
I never high praised the zone. Last year, I literally was critical of the zone for putting out terrible fight cards last year and praised the PBC for carrying boxing in 2023. But I guess you cherry pick what narrative suits you.
I don't need to.
I never heard that.
You do. Because literally, I did not praise the zone last year. I praised them this year because they're doing great things in conjunction with Saudi Arabia. And I noticed you haven't even talked about these fights. You're not fucking excited about it. You're not even talking about the big card they're doing with Bud Crawford in California with the PBC. Like, you're trying to accuse me of something, yet consistently we can go look at your channel and the content you put out day and day.
Can I say something real quick? This YouTube, this stuff, you guys don't get under my skin. You trying to make it seem like I'm bothered by, you guys, and I'm not. Like, my life. You're going to make a video, but you're going to make a video about me today because you're easy work. That's why.
But every time you make a video,
you're easy work, Sean. You've been easy work. You've been easy work since you discovered me. I didn't discover you. You came to discover me.
Ammo, Sean.
Damon Wester, come on,
dude, man. You do give him plenty ammo because we are talking about race all the time, and the first thing come up in the video.
It's race. It's race. The first thing coming out of your mouth is race.
No, it wasn't.
No, dude. Yes. You talk about race the whole time. You're bringing up race and talking about.
Okay.
That's you, Damon, on the comment section. You, Damon, on the comment section. It's all you, Damon. That's all you. If you weren't in the comment section perpetuating this, nobody would have been talking about that. Nobody. And then John Boxing jumps in. Again, you guys act as if you have no fucking responsibility for what you're doing on the live. Right now, here you are. And this has all become about race because of you.
I wanted to ask you. Can I ask you, bro? I wanted to it's off topic, man.
Mute.
As far as like PEDs and stuff like that, you don't care and you don't give as long as the fights happen. Man, do you think it was a fair fight that a guy should go in the ring clean, drain himself to make weight for a championship fight, and then come in there and then the guy just come out there and just obliterates him with PEDs? And then you give him full fucking credit for it. I mean, I don't know, man. Do you give him full credit for just doing what he did, man? And the drug that he took, man, you got to shoot in your ass, man. It's not something you can just take in like a pill form or something like that. You got to.
Nobody's shooting anything in their ass. You're putting in the muscle. You're putting in the muscle. It doesn't have to be your ass. It can be any fatty area on your body.
Stronger and faster, dude. That's everything that dude was that night, man.
Damon Wester. Damon Wester. Can I talk? Or are you just gonna fucking Damon Wester? Are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna fucking continue to go on?
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Why are you making Ryan Garcia PED situation about me? It has nothing to do with me. I didn't negotiate the contract. I didn't negotiate the fucking VADA testing. I haven't defended Ryan Garcia on the PED situation. I'm consistent. I don't care. It's nothing to do with me. If it's the situation, the fight will be a no contest and we'll move on. That's it. But why do you want to make this about
fair win?
No, because fairness in boxing, now you're going to cherry pick when it's fair and when it's not fair.
What do you mean by that? What are you talking about?
Of course, you don't know, right? Like, I mean, this is the same as what people were saying. Oh, he came in overweight. John was criticizing him for coming in overweight. But yet Floyd Mayweather did the same thing. Adrian Broner did the same thing. People have done it countless times. People do it all the time.
Floyd,
hi, stop. Hold on.
Can
I finish my statement before you contradict me and jump on? Hi, Damon. Just let me finish, Damon. Damon, just let me finish, and then you can respond.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
I don't care if Ryan cheated, then the people in power that control these things will. I'm not exploiting this topic on my channel to get fucking AdSense fees. I'm not talking about it. I moved on and talking about Inui and Canelo Alvarez. You want to continue pushing this because you want to make it about race, just like John. You're happy that Devin Haney, who got beat, now has a valid excuse for why he got beat. For me, I don't care. It's going to be a no contest, and then Devin Haney is going to move on in his career, and then we'll find out what he's made of. As far as this win, this is not the first time this happened. Salido did this to Robert Guerrero. Nobody talked about it. The fight was a no contest, and people act like the fight never happened. It's just part of boxing. Am I defending Ryan? No. And do I think everything should be a fair playing field? Sure, but that's negotiation. Devin Haney took the money to allow Ryan Garcia to come in overweight after Floyd Mayweather told him to do that. As far as the drug testing, I think everyone's cheating. I think everyone uses an advantage. So that's why I don't talk about it, because why have this back and forth? Why continuously make everything about PEDs? But go.
Okay, I'll give you that one. He did take the money and say, you know what, my skills should still beat this motherfucker. But he signed up for that. He did. He did sign up for that 1.5 million. But he didn't sign fucking for 2 fucking PEDs and drugs all in the system after that, dude. After I done drained my fucking self and to make this fucking weight, I'm already struggling to make. I think he should move up to 147. But he still fucking drained himself down to 140 to make the fucking weight, all fucking skinny and shit. And then fucking Ryan don't even try to make the weight, you know, and then fucking jump in the ring with him, knowing you got all this shit up in you, just to give you an advantage. Why take it if you don't think that you're going to get an advantage, man? You know what I'm saying?
But that you're telling the story yourself. People do this to get an advantage. That's why they're doing it. If you can get away with
Ryan
it,
did it.
Do it.
And everybody else does it, but the ones that get called out for it are the ones that get VADA puts up on the fucking. They have a list of guys and B samples of guys who fucking came in and caught dirty, and it's thrown out of boxing. All I'm saying, I wanted it to be a fucking.
Now, I'll be patiently waiting. I'm gonna chime in real quick. Sean,
you're not gonna let Damon finish.
Oh, my bad, Dave. Go ahead, bro.
I wanted it to be a fair fucking playing field. And I was just as shocked as everyone else when I watched. But then I found out that it's not a narrative. Dudes are not going on their channels making narratives, dude. They're just speaking the truth of what happened in the fight, man. And for the ones that is trying to do that, man, fuck them. We're not talking about them. We're just speaking the truth of what happened, dude. I'm a real boxing fan. I'm not one of these dudes that just walk out here and just, all right, man, because they're black, I'm going for them and all that. I'm from Baltimore. Tank Davis, I fuck with him, but I'm not liking what he's doing. I don't like how he's moving right now. So I'm going to call him out on that shit. You see what I'm saying? If you see a fucking white guy or Mexican, you're just because you don't like us, you're going to just you're going to push a narrative and say we're trying to make it look like it's about race. It's not a race. It's about being on a fair playing field, man. That's all I'm saying. Just give me a fair playing field, man. And if a guy beats him, that's what's up, man. That's what's
sure.
Up.
And Damon, my point is just be consistent. Just be consistent. If you're going to push fair playing field, then don't highlight certain people and try to make it into a race thing. John's going to jump on now, but he consistently made this a race thing. I'm
actually gonna kind of call you out on what you said about how you're not calling out this issue on your channel, right? I mean, which is, you know, I have no problem with it, but you for years called out Salido for doing the exact same thing that Ryan did. You're quiet on this one, but you were vocal about the other one.
No, John.
You do not speak about Alito coming in overweight. Yes, you do, buddy.
Hi, John.
Yes, you do.
John.
Yes, you
once
do.
Again, no, John. Once again, I highlight when people use that victory against Lomachenko, and I point out, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that people, anybody, isn't it funny that people want to discredit Lomachenko in his second fight, fighting a dude who didn't make weight, couldn't win the title, came in fucking too big for an advantage, not a fair playing field, and then fouled like crazy. And Lomachenko still lost a split decision and almost knocked him out in the 12th round. But yet people are so hateful to Lomachenko, they don't tell you those other things. People literally say Salido beat Lomachenko's ass. So I just highlight the truth. The truth is, isn't it ironic people are trying to use this against Lomachenko? I didn't fucking go on and make countless videos fucking moaning and groaning when Salido got the win and fucking try to deflect. I point out the facts, and then we moved on to Gary Russell fight. Moved on and fucking moved forward. But go.
Didn't Salido say he wanted to run it back, but Lomo said no?
No, you're wrong again. Salido was supposed to get the fight. They offered him the fight. He agreed to the fight, but then he didn't want to make the date that they had specified. So then the fight fell through because he wasn't prepared to fight on the special date Top Rank had. So Mariaga became the replacement opponent, who John criticized and hated on Lomachenko for fighting a replacement opponent. And then Tank Davis offered him a fight, and he ducked the Tank Davis fight. So then you had to think, okay, maybe he is too fat and not in shape to take the fight. And then he ended up getting knocked out his next fight. So that's what happened with Lomachenko. He was offered the fight. He agreed to the fight.
I'm gonna say this. This is where I stand with you, Sean. Like you come at. Look, I don't care what you say in regards to the sport. You know, you can say what you want. You can have your. That doesn't matter. But when you single out a certain demographic of people, then you get a response from me. Like Canelo Alvarez, everyone wants to see him fight. Hold on, everyone wants to see him fight David Benavidez. You call that hate, and you try to make black people the center of that hate. When the world wants to see him, yes, you do, because you talked about it on your live. They, meaning black.
You make they about black, but no. Everybody knows. Everybody wants David Benavidez to fight Canelo.
Okay, what I'm saying is
black people.
The reason why you get a response from me is because you call out us directly. Okay, I don't care about your boxing. You do. I'm gonna give you a credit. You have really good boxing knowledge. All right, you will never catch me responding to you like disagreeing with you. But when you call out us directly, that's when we get a response from us. And you've been doing that for many years.
John. You do it consistently. You do it consistently, John.
Call out you directly.
You use the same generalizations to attack non-black boxing fans and accuse them all of being racist. Everybody, John. What are you talking about, John? Every video.
My videos that I respond is mainly towards you.
The anti-black boxing fans. No, you attribute it to more than one person, because you can't attribute it to me, because things you say, things that I didn't even say. So
you respond to it the most. So it's obviously talking to you, right? You the only one that makes a video responding to my anti-black videos. So I don't see anybody else tripping over me saying anti-black. It tends to trigger a nerve in you. You're the only one hearing it, so it's obviously talking about you.
Everybody,
because you're being a hypocrite.
I'm just busting your bubbles, man.
Like, you're the one who closed down my channel because you said, and tell me, John, deny right now. Did you not in your video say that if Inoue beat Fulton, he would become your pound for pound number 1 fighter?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that?
Did. Yep.
Okay. And then
let's
after
talk about
he won, And then after he won, after he won, what position did you put him on your pound for pound list?
Number 2. Why?
Well, you didn't. You put him number 6.
Wow.
You put Devin Haney number 2.
Hold on. Terrence Crawford that same month destroyed Errol Spence. Did he not?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard for me to put some guy whose best win is against Fulton over someone who's been dominating top guys. And then you look at Haney. Hold on. Haney beat somebody that's better than everybody that Inoue fought. Did he not? Lomachenko.
You would never say
and
that.
he was undisputed. He's undisputed. So I couldn't put Inoue over him because of one win.
What are you talking about? One win, John? You put Inoue pound for pound number 1. Crawford beating him means Crawford beating Spence he moves to number 1, which would put Inoue number 2. Not have fucking Devin Haney jump all the way from being pound for pound based on beating Kambosos, a guy you say is a cherry pick for Lomachenko, but that made Devin Haney pound for pound. And then by beating Lomachenko, a guy you give no credit to, and you actually say doesn't deserve a world title fight. Now, of course, getting that victory, all of a sudden that elevates Haney past Inoue, who is a 4-weight world champion and undisputed. Devin Haney at that point was a 1-weight world champion and undisputed. But yet he did more.
Body and work. He beat the better fighters.
His body of work's not better.
Beat the better fighters.
No, he didn't.
And
outside
then
of Lomachenko, who did he beat?
He beat Jorge Denars, who's a name. He beat Jojo Diaz, who's a name. He beat a guy. I've been patiently waiting, Sean. I'm not trying to disrespect your channel. I've been patiently waiting in the background. So let me get a second to talk, all right? He beat George Kambosos. Now let's talk about George Kambosos for a second. All right. George Kambosos, when he fought Devin, was coming off of an impressive win over who?
Lopez.
Teofimo Lopez. That is the Kambosos that Devin fought. The Kambosos that Loma's fighting is coming off a loss 2 times from Devin and a shaky performance against Maxie Hughes. Different type of Kambosos. So I'm going to give Devin a lot for beating a champion who beat the champion. Am I right? Am I right? Did Kambosos beat a champion? Yes, he did. He beat Teofimo Lopez, and then Devin beat him twice.
But now, see, the problem with your whole narrative now is you want to. It is a narrative because when Lomachenko agreed to go to Australia to fight Kambosos, John was shitting on him and saying it was a cherry pick fight. Only when Devin Haney then agreed to the fight because Lomachenko went to the UK, which John said he never went to, and he's thing and whatever he's doing. Went to. Hi, Damon, just put it on mute. Come on, dude.
Okay, sorry.
My bad, bro. My bad.
This is what my stance was on the whole Lomachenko situation. I wanted Devin to fight Kambosos before Loma because Devin had the belt, the last belt. Wait, are you muted or are you?
No, I'm there. But I'm saying that's what you wanted.
Oh, okay. So I never said that Kambosos was a cherry pick. I never said that was a cherry pick. I wanted Devin to get his shot because he was one waiting. That's my whole stance. I never said, Kambosos is cherry picking or Loma. No. I wanted Loma to wait his turn and let Kambosos and Devin fight for undisputed, and then Lomachenko get his shot.
But John,
it's what actually happened.
But see, John, what you do is you fail to understand the business and why fights happen the way they do, except, of course, when it benefits you. Devin Haney wasn't going to get the Kambosos fight because he wasn't as big of a draw as Lomachenko. In Australia, Lomachenko-Kambosos was going to be a much bigger fight. Only when Lomachenko pulled out did that fight then become relevant. And Devin Haney did exactly what he had to do. Congratulations, Devin Haney. Let's congratulate Canelo Alvarez for going over to the PBC to make the Caleb Plant fight too, right? Let's be fair and give guys credit for making big fights happen for undisputed, right? And Devin Haney beat Kambosos. We all knew he was going to. There's literally nobody that was, well, maybe the first fight, there were some people, but the majority of real boxing fans felt that Devin Haney was going to outbox Kambosos. Just like people feel Lomachenko is going to outbox Kambosos. This is not a different version of Kambosos. It's about styles make fights. Certain style fighters match up well against certain fighters. And we know that Kambosos didn't match up well with Haney. He wouldn't match up well with Shakur. He doesn't match up well with Lomachenko. But this doesn't diminish him as a fucking quality opponent for a vacant title. See, another time you want to discredit Lomachenko for getting a world title fight because he lost to Haney. But you want to highlight Haney beating Lomachenko to elevate him to pound for pound number 2 because Lomachenko is such a great opponent. He's such a great opponent, but you don't think he deserves fucking an opportunity to fight for a vacant title. You want Shakur to get the fight, but Shakur just got a vacant title fight. Why should he get a different sanctioning body vacant title fight?
Because Loma's coming off a loss.
No, because that's never fucking. No, it's not, because you're not being fucking. You're being disingenuous. When Bud Crawford drops all his titles at 147, that means only fucking Boots Ennis should be allowed to fight for those vacant titles.
Actually, there's Stanley Otis, there's Mario Barrios.
Exactly.
There's the winner between
fight for other titles, but it's not okay for Lomachenko and Kambosos to fight for a vacant title. But it's okay.
It's not okay because it doesn't look right for the sport. It doesn't look right for the sport because you got a guy that's come off a loss, and you got a fighter that's known for getting beat and having a shaky performance against Maxie Hughes. So why not have Navarrete or somebody like Shakur get that up? I don't think that's
Navarrete is going to get an opportunity. He's getting the WBO chance. Mm-hmm. Fucking Tank Davis was elevated by the WBA. Shakur got the WBC. Lomachenko, Kambosos are getting the IBF. And then the next fight is going to be either Lomachenko, Kambosos fighting the mandatory, Zepeda, or a unification fight with Navarrete. What exactly makes that bad for the sport?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It just shows you that what a lot of people has been talking about, there is a lot of corruption going on because this would not flow well with any other fighter.
It would've-
Okay, you were mad
would've
about
any
Spence.
top level fighter. You
You're
don't
mad
compare
about
Spence to Lomachenko because you highlighted Spence getting a Funduro fight coming off of a knockout loss, John.
But guess what? He was unified. What was Lomachenko?
He got knocked the fuck
What
out.
was Lomachenko? I'm asking
Lomachenko.
you.
No.
I'm asking
Lomachenko.
you.
Lomachenko fought for undisputed, just like Errol
Okay.
Spence did.
Well, was
And
he
the difference
unified?
the difference is people feel Lomachenko won the fight. Nobody felt
John,
Errol
was
Spence
he
won the
unified? Did he have anything going into the Haney fight? The answer to that is no. He wasn't a world champion since he lost
John,
to
it's fucking
Teofimo
irrelevant.
Lopez.
Errol Spence got knocked the fuck out.
But he was unified.
He got knocked the fuck out, John.
He was unified. And
Okay,
he moved
okay, stop. So let me expose you, John. Quick. Let me expose you. So unification.
Go ahead.
So
I'm
Lomachenko
here.
was unified. Lomachenko was unified before he lost to Lopez.
Mhm.
And then you don't think he deserved to get a Kambosos fight. But he was unified, John. He was unified.
No,
was
I actually wanted him to get a
unified,
rematch.
John. He
I
was
wanted him to
unified.
get a rematch.
He deserved an opportunity to get a Kambosos fight. He was unified, right?
But he was supposed to get a rematch with Teofimo Lopez, was he not?
No, because Lopez went up to 140.
No, he didn't. He fought Kambosos.
Well, he was trying to go to 140.
Sean.
John,
I mean,
you seem ridiculous when you laugh like a hyena
I
because
mean,
I misspoke once.
Go ahead, Sean, my bad,
Why did Lopez have to fight Kambosos?
because, excuse me? Say it again?
Why did Lopez have to fight Kambosos?
Because he was a mandatory. That's why.
And because Lomachenko didn't have a rematch clause.
How that make
So-
sense? That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's why fights went the way it did.
But
So-
guess what? It worked out for all of them, did it not?
Of course it did. It worked
Okay.
out. That's what I say about everything. I'm optimistic. You're the one always hating and fucking right now making videos. Why do you need to make a video now shitting on Lomachenko Kambosos? Really?
Because it's not a good fight, man. Not for a championship fight. I'm being honest.
Okay, but
It's
Shakur Stevenson fighting De Los Santos, was that a good fight?
No, it was not. I even talked about that.
Bullshit.
I said I
Maybe-
wanted Shakur Stevens to fight Williams Zepeda. I wanted the Williams Zepeda fight. That's what I said. I've been pushing for Shakur to fight Tank for a very long time, and I was pissed off that Frank Martin pulled out of that fight. Yeah, I was pissed off about that fight because that was a better fight.
I think you went on to defend it and say that, well, you know, he's
After
not done.
I found out
not
why
done.
he did it,
Why did
after
he
I
do
found
it?
out.
He waited
Because he's
6
fighting
months.
Tank Davis.
He waited 6 months before he got the opportunity to fight Tank Davis. He could have already fought Shakur and
He
then
got
fought
beat.
Tank Davis
and got beat and missed out on an opportunity to fight Tank.
or won. What's the difference in money, John?
Nobody knows the difference in money because we all can speculate all we want, but at the end of the day, we don't know what these fighters are getting paid. That's why I don't cover that part because I don't care. I just
Me
want to see
too.
the best fight the best.
Same as PEDs. I don't care, and I don't
Oh,
care
I do.
about what they pay.
Because I was in combat sports before too, and
Good.
I played football and I used to box. And then when someone has an edge over you like that, it kind of look at this guy in the comment section.
Everybody use fucking PEDs in football.
I mean,
in decades.
I'm not gonna. I don't tolerate that. I'm sorry.
Decades. You don't have to tolerate it, but it was the norm. I mean,
And
that's
what do I
happened.
call Jarrell Miller? You said I don't shit on. What do I call Jarrell Miller Big Dookie? Why? Because he tests positive for performance enhancements.
Well, my point is a lot of the channels now making this a big deal and exploiting it for AdSense money. They
Why
didn't say
not?
anything. They didn't
Why
say
not?
anything about him.
Why not? Big Dookie got criticized for almost 2 years, and he was suspended. Justice was served, was it not? Justice
did
was
not.
served because he was
John,
suspended for 2 years. Justice
John.
was served.
Sure, justice was served, John, but
Mhm.
he wasn't criticized the way fucking people are using this Ryan Garcia thing. You use this to make it about race. Literally, you had a video and you only had Latino fighters that got caught using PEDs. Literally, that's what you did to make this all about race. We are good. We don't cheat. These guys cheat. They are bad. They are evil. You are doing that. And now all of the LDBC and a bunch of these channels are going to continue to do this for months and months and months. And
Well,
boxing,
actually, ego
boxing-
is on the Ryan Garcia side. You have Champ
boxing-
side who seems to
boxing
be.
is, I don't know.
neutral.
I don't watch Champ Side too much, but the reality of the situation is they're using this to exploit it, regardless of what side they fucking jump on. They're
You
just
know, I'm
using.
gonna keep it about with you. You'll be better. I'm not telling you what to do, but I think a lot more people would respect you if you was open to criticizing everyone that supposedly is criticize the sport of boxing. If you focus on black people, only gives you a certain type of image, and that's why I respond to you.
The
Fair?
thing is, John, I do respond to other people, but
Alright, cool.
you just fail to fucking talk about when I do. John, I don't need
give us a name, please.
John. I did this multiple times and you continuously pull up the same stuff.
Like
Anyone
who?
who watch, no, John, I don't need to fucking go over this with you again. You know it's true, but you just cherry pick it and you don't want to fucking highlight it because you want to make it a race thing. You want to make me the
I
bad
don't care
guy.
about race.
You want to make me the bad guy. You don't care about race, but yet that's all you talk about in your videos.
And defending of my people. When I see my people get drugged every day.
No, John. No, not defending your people. Literally to criticize and hate on. How are you making a video shitting on Lomachenko and Kambosos, defending your people?
So what's that? Okay, what this? So you do this a lot. You mistake our criticism as hate. You do this with us all the time because we criticize the fighters that you like. You say we're hating, but when you criticize
because you only criticize non-black fighters, John. You only criticize non-black fighters, and then if I say anything about a black fighter, you call me a racist. That's the point, John. So it's okay for you to criticize non-black fighters, but it's not okay for anybody else to criticize a black fighter.
Like honestly, I don't think anybody cares what you do.
Literally, Wester just fucking put it in context. He's from B-more, and he's fucking disappointed and critical of Tank Davis. But yet you will defend Tank Davis. Tank Davis can fight whoever he wants, but yet you're going to criticize Canelo Alvarez regardless of what he does. Even though
actually, I like Haney more than Tank Davis at the moment because he's been fighting.
Of course, you're a LDBC sneak disser, right? So you're well, you're rolling with anything the LDBC says. So of course
okay. I guess I'm my own person.
But you consistently never criticize them, even when they say things that go against your narrative. But yet
because they don't call me out directly. That's the difference.
Johnny Boy Boxing doesn't call me out directly.
Johnny Boy Boxing calls us out directly.
What does that have to do with me? That has to do with you.
Well, you're supposed to be the police guy, right? You're supposed to be the equalizer because you don't like negative, right?
Okay, John. So then when I do that and I criticize people for criticizing Bud Crawford, what do you say about me?
I don't have anything to say about you.
You do. You say that I'm using Bud Crawford, and I don't really like Bud Crawford because of something I said 15 years ago when he was at
like 5 years ago.
At 140 pounds was more than 5 years ago.
Yeah,
it was more than 5 years ago. And at that point, it was true. Bud Crawford hadn't done what he went on to do. He hadn't been undisputed. He didn't move up to his third weight division. He didn't become a two-time undisputed champion. He didn't beat Errol Spence. So what I said back then was valid. Fighting in Dongu does not make you pound for pound number one.
But it made Golovkin number one, right?
No, it didn't. I never said
he was number one, was he?
But he fought Canelo.
But he lost to Canelo.
But most people feel he won.
So based off of what people felt, that should have elevated him to number one.
But you do the same thing.
Sean, my point is,
you feel that Devin Haney
champion. Golovkin's never been a champion before he fought.
Who are you talking about? What?
Crawford.
Why are you bringing Golovkin into this conversation?
It's to show you like the hypocrisy. You're telling me that Crawford didn't deserve to be number one pound for pound fighter, but you were okay.
He didn't deserve to be pound for pound number one after beating Ndongu. This is not hypocrisy. Nobody highlighted Golovkin. Golovkin's my favorite fighter, but I never felt that until he fought Canelo, he was fighting great fighters. You're the one, literally, when I was telling him to fight Cotto, Sergio Martinez, fucking Canelo, Quillen, and these top middleweights, you're the one defending those guys for ducking him. You literally defended them to duck him because he didn't sell. He wasn't a big name, so they didn't need to fight him. But then you use that to criticize him because he didn't fight them and say his resume is garbage. But yet you praised Deontay Wilder, who didn't fight anyone legitimate until he fought Luis Ortiz in his 8th fucking title defense.
Actually, Deontay Wilder first world title fight. Bermain Stephens, was he not a champion?
He already got knocked out before he was gifted a vacant title.
And he revenged that knockout loss, did he not?
I don't remember. Who did he get knocked out by? I don't think he defended it.
He revenged it.
Stavern, I don't think he defended it.
I think he revenged the knockout loss.
No, he didn't.
But
the reality is, Stavern wasn't a champion. He was given a title when Klitschko retired. It was a vacant title.
He had to beat Areola for the belt. Okay, Sean.
No, he didn't have to fight. No,
he did.
And who's Areola? Areola had already been beaten by Klitschko, destroyed.
You're just nitpicking.
No, it's not nitpicking.
You're just nitpicking.
No, who did Stavern beat that was legitimate? You're going to say Areola. Okay. And then he got knocked out by fucking some other guy. I can't remember who he was. Like, he was not a great fighter. But if you want to say, okay, Wilder fought Stavern. Okay, Wilder fought Stavern. And then it took 6 more title defenses before he fought another legitimate opponent in Luis Ortiz.
Okay, you just did something that you just did something.
No, John, because this is what you do to Golovkin.
Okay.
You discredit everything he does, but yet now when I put it in the same perspective, now you get upset.
Okay. No, I'm not. I was going to use what you said against you because you just wrote off Bermain Stephens, and I said, well, Deontay Wilder fought someone for a belt.
Fighting somebody for a belt, what is that?
Didn't matter.
Huh?
Oh, really? Really? That's all what you talk about when it comes to these other fighters. Belts. No,
John.
When I say, okay.
That's not true, John.
You just clearly contradicted yourself. You wrote off a guy.
How am I contradicting myself, John?
Because
you need to give examples of me contradicting myself. From me saying he beat a guy that was never a champion, a guy who never successfully defended a heavyweight title. That's who he beat.
Stephens was a champion going into the Wilder.
Stephens never defended a world title.
Champion.
Of course he was. But you're the one critical of people becoming belt holders. You're the one
Wilder beat him and then moved on. But you just said Stephens didn't matter. So in your case,
no, John.
When it comes to African American fighters, the opponent matters when it comes to.
So now it's about color again, John. See?
Well, you just said it. You just said
I never brought up color.
Wasn't nothing, right?
But what does that have to do with Black American fighters?
Because you have a certain standard when it comes to them. You just wrote off Stephens like he wasn't a great opponent, but
yet you do the same thing with Golovkin. What world champion did Bermain Stephens beat in his career? That's like you fanboying for fucking Demetrius Andrade, who never fought a world champion. Now you do.
I know. I never did. I thought he was a good opponent for anybody.
Literally, he never fought a world champion. Never fought a world champion in his career. Who did Stephens beat a world champion in his career?
Like I just told you, he was a world champion going into the.
Who did he beat? What champion did he beat?
I don't think he's beaten any champion. I don't have my phone in front of me.
Exactly. But okay. I'm holding him to low standard.
But keep that energy when it comes to these other fighters making belts. That's all I'm saying. You can't.
But I do, John. I do.
See, when it comes to Roman Gonzalez and a new way, you can't even talk about the guys that they beat to get the belts.
Yes, I can, John. What do you
never do?
About?
You never do.
I got videos
that you talk about is Bolton.
No, John, you're full of shit. I talked about fucking Inui before he even moved to fucking 122 pounds. Obviously, he became undisputed at 118. We
all
talked
the
about
champions he beat.
Emmanuel Lopez. Can I talk? Maloney, Emmanuel, Piano. He didn't win a legitimate title off Piano, but Piano was a world champion. And then he fought Paul Butler. And then he fought Donito Donaire. And he fought Donito Donaire twice. So that's all the champions he fought. Plus he fought McDonald.
Okay. Where's your videos talking about those dudes? Where's your videos giving those guys acknowledgement?
I do, John. See,
where are your videos acknowledging those fighters?
Stop, John. Again, you say, no, John, you're going to laugh and you're going to just embarrass yourself. I'm
not embarrassed myself.
Yeah, you are, John, because Maloney is.
Where are the videos acknowledging the fighters?
Why do you keep talking if you don't let me talk?
Go ahead.
I consistently give these guys praise.
This is fun to me, by the way.
This
is fun to me, by the way. I'm not getting upset. You are.
Me too, because literally Maloney is fighting to defend his title this fucking weekend on Inouye's undercard. Emmanuel Rodriguez has a fight coming up soon that I talked about. Even your guy, Raymond Ford. I highlighted Raymond Ford, who's part of the 5-on-5 taking on Ball, but then I didn't make a whole video about him, so then I'm hating on him. Yet I've made more videos about him than you did, and fucking sure more than the LDBC, who fucking had never mentioned him in a fucking video. I consistently talk about everybody in boxing.
Right.
And I consistently give my opinion. Whether you agree with my opinion, that's nothing to do with me, because I try to keep it as fair and legitimate as possible. But obviously not everyone's going to agree with you. But I consistently talk about these people. I mean, Estrada, who just beat Roman Gonzalez, right, and did it very convincingly in the trilogy, is going to be fighting Bam Rodriguez in a huge fight coming up this year, right? This is me consistently talking about these fighters. Junto Nakatani just moved to bantamweight and hopefully is in line to fight either Maloney or Inouye's brother, and then maybe move to 122 to take on fucking Inouye in a mega fight. I talk about these guys fucking all the time. But
but see, you're changing into talking about the known fighters from that division. My thing is let's talk about Inouye for a second. The guys that he fought leading up to the Fulton fight, why haven't you spoke on those guys? If John, knock it off.
Your son understands you're talking bullshit. But the truth is, what are you talking about, John? I talked about Payano fighting Rashid Warren. I talked about Emmanuel Rodriguez fighting Maloney. I talked about Maloney. I talked about Paul Butler getting knocked out by Tete, who knocked him out in 1 or 2 rounds with a sensational punch. I talked about these guys before they regained world titles and then fought Inouye. So what are you talking about? I never talk about these guys.
But who are these fighters?
I just told you. I put it in context.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, these are fighters. Everybody know that. But who are they? Is what I'm saying. Are they good fighters? Are they top fighters? Are they pound-for-pound fighters? What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to a certain fighter, the opponent matters. But when it comes to the fighters that you support, only the belt is what matters. That's the message.
No, yes, John.
You just said it.
John, that's you.
Butler was better than Steverns.
John, that's you being an ignorant.
Butler was better than Steverns.
That's you being an ignorant American. Paul Butler is a 2-time
world Butler champion. Was he better than Steverns?
Yes, he's better.
Okay, that's all I need.
Better amateur and better pro.
That's all I need to know.
Better amateur and better pro. Two-time world champion. 2-time world champion. Beat world champions to become a champion, unlike Bermain Stavern. You don't like him because you don't know him. He's from the UK. I don't care why. You're going to act like Bermain Stavern. Bermain Stavern's fucking Canadian Haitian. So I don't know why you're acting like he's great, because he's not American. So the truth is, guys like you, ignorant Americans, you don't want to give anybody that's not American credit. So dudes that are leftovers like Jesse Magdaleno, because he's American, you'll act like he's a great opponent. Yet everyone knows he was going to today.
For who?
Whoever.
I never said he was a great opponent. My thing, my stance is that you, when it comes to these fighters, you tend to only say, well, he collected this many belts. But when it comes to the fighters that I support, who did he beat? Who did he beat? Who did he beat? I'm like, okay, fine.
Give me an example. Give me an example, John.
I just gave an example. You talk about these guys having all these multiple division world champions.
The world champion.
No, he hasn't, but he didn't dismiss him for being a good fighter.
All the guys I listed for Inouye, they all beat champions, and they were mostly 2-time world champions.
So why haven't you acknowledged them on your channel?
What are you talking about? I did. I have. I have, John, consistently, all the time. Literally, I just told you, I talked about 2 of them this week who are going to be fighting on Inouye's undercard. I actually talked about Inouye's undercard. I actually talked about Inouye's card, whereas you ignored it and haven't said anything about it. You didn't talk about Bud Crawford's card. You don't talk about boxing unless you can twist it into some sort of racial fucking narrative or hate on a fighter. So you would talk about Inouye's card, but only if you could somehow dismiss him and say he's chasing titles. So Bud Crawford and Haney are pound-for-pound superstars for becoming undisputed. But Inouye is chasing titles. Who's the hypocrite?
No, it's not the hypocrite, because like I told you, Bud Crawford has beat somebody that's better than everybody that Inouye has ever fought.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact, John.
So
You
who's
can't-
better than Errol Spence?
It's an opinion. People
Who's
could
better
say
than Errol Spence?
Hall of
Just
Famer.
tell me.
Okay, here, Hall of Famer. Errol Spence is not going to be a Hall of Famer.
But who's better than Errol Spence?
Errol Spence is not going to be a Hall of
Oh my
Famer.
gosh.
Nonino Donaire is a first ballot Hall of Famer,
Okay.
a 4-weight world champion, a 3-time bantamweight world champion.
Mm-hmm.
Both times that Inouye fought him, he was world champion by beating a champion to
Mhm.
claim that title and then
That's
losing
facts.
to a
That's
fighter
facts.
in Inouye.
Facts.
So
Okay.
what is
Okay.
what is
Facts.
yeah?
Okay. Now, when Deontay Wilder knocked out Luis Ortiz, what did you say about Ortiz?
I didn't criticize him.
He was
I
old.
said it
He was old.
Yeah.
Yes, you
No,
did.
John.
Yes,
John,
you
no,
did.
no, John. No, John. Wait for context. See, again, here you are lying, John. See, this is what you do. You take things out of context. So, what did Deontay Wilder fanboys say when Anthony Joshua fought Klitschko?
What do you mean? What they say? He's old.
Exactly.
41 years old. Ain't that old?
So that was my point. So then, AJ beating Klitschko, a Hall of Famer, a unified world champion, he's being criticized, even though he's still just a prospect coming up. He's being criticized for fighting Klitschko. But yet, you want us to fanboy Wilder taking on Ortiz, who's never been a world champion. And both of them are old. What's
Now,
the difference? One
right,
is a Hall
right.
of Famer. One is a Hall of Famer. The other one is a no-namer. He's never going to be in the Hall of Fame.
See,
He's never-
Sean, like you reach and you like
No,
you just
that's not
taking quote.
That's a
Yes,
fact.
So
That's
at one point, you didn't say Deontay Wilder needed to fight Luis Ortiz because he was fighting Ariella.
No, I didn't.
You never said
I
that?
didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't say that. People said, well, AJ had to fight him. He had two mandatories. Two. He fought one, but he ducked the other. What do you mean ducked the other? You had two. You can only fight one at a time. And then Luis Ortiz went to the PBC and fought Wilder. I said it was a great fight. And when Wilder fucking beat him, I praised Wilder for showing tons of heart in that fight. Tons of heart. So I didn't discredit him and shit on him for fighting him. I praised him for it. But yet you're not going to highlight that. You're going to make it seem like I'm hating on Wilder. How am I hating on him when I praise Luis Ortiz, the best fighter on his resume?
this is just so. This is back and forth. He say she. I mean, it's annoying, but I mean, it's not getting nowhere. No, it's not. It's your facts. Okay.
No,
At the
John,
end of the day,
it is a fact.
it's
Klitschko
your facts.
was a unified world champion and a Hall of Fame. Luis Ortiz isn't. What?
Was Klitschko was coming off a loss to Tyson Fury.
Yeah, he didn't get
before he
knocked
fought
out.
Anthony Joshua.
He didn't
So,
get knocked out. He lost the
You just
decision.
lied. You said he was unified. Hall of Fame, yes, but he was.
No, John, he was unified. We're talking about what people did in their career. And I did say was. I didn't say he was when he fought AJ. He was a unified champion. He is a Hall of Famer. Ortiz was never a world champion. Won't be a Hall of Famer. Both of them were old. Yet one guy was criticized. Well, guys like you defended the other guy.
I didn't have a problem with Anthony Joshua. So I mean, I don't know why you
didn't
put
have
on me. It was Team Bomb Squad on this side any day.
This is why I brought that topic up, because the reason I brought it up had nothing to do with you. You're making it about you. I brought it up because of Wilder fans who criticized AJ. And I just pointed out,
AJ
well,
fans didn't criticize Wilder fans?
what?
And AJ fans never criticized Wilder fans?
Let's not go back there, because
I'm
we
just
know
saying. I mean,
John,
where are you at in the middle? Where are you at in that?
I'm an AJ fan, always was an AJ fan.
Okay, so you have a sort of a bias there, don't you? And
What
that's what
bias
you're
do I
presenting, a biased opinion.
How's there a biased opinion when I'm being factual?
It's your factual. What you're saying is not factual. It's your factual.
No, John,
your
it's a
facts.
fact. John, did Luis Ortiz ever become a world champion?
He didn't because he didn't get the opportunity. When he got the opportunity, he lost to Deontay
He
Wilder.
fucking
But
lost.
he was supposed to fight Anthony Johnson.
Okay. And is he going to be a Hall of Famer?
No.
because he hasn't done enough.
No.
Even without a world title, he hasn't fought
Why?
enough quality opponents.
Why?
Don't ask me why.
Why? Was he the most avoided fighter, just like Golovkin?
No, John.
Ooh.
Was he the most? How was he avoided?
Yes, he was.
John? No, he wasn't.
Didn't Anthony Joshua duck him?
No, he didn't. He had 2 mandatories, John.
Shit.
John, Anthony Joshua.
Sorry.
No, John. If you go back and you look at the history of fucking AJ, he fought literally every single mandatory he had. The reason he didn't fight him is because he chose to go in a different direction. He chose to sign with the PBC and chase after Wilder. What do you want AJ to do? They even offered him a fight later on as a replacement opponent, which he turned down. So they even gave him an opportunity later, which he turned down. So, this is not me being biased. This is just true. I pointed out that because this was the situation. It wasn't me hating on Wilder's opponent. It was
looking out, Damien.
Huh?
Sorry about that. I was talking to Damien in your comment section.
It was just me talking about the truth. Like, if you're going to criticize AJ for fighting an old guy, then you don't think people are going to criticize Wilder for doing the same thing. But I made a video praising Wilder, so don't attack me with that.
Okay, because I'm gonna get off of this. But before I dip,
What
was the perception about these two fighters, Klitschko and Luis Ortiz? What were the people saying about them at that moment?
Pardon me?
That's what matters.
What are you talking about?
What were people saying about these fighters at that moment when Anthony Joshua fought Klitschko and when Wilder fought Ortiz? What was?
Are you real, John?
I'm dead serious. I'm
Are
dead
you
serious.
real, John?
Because I believe people are calling Ortiz a boogeyman.
No, some people were calling him that.
People are calling him a boogeyman.
No, people that wanted to highlight Wilder were calling him a boogeyman.
No.
Klitschko and AJ was the biggest fight that year. It was a huge fight.
In the UK.
Pay-per-view.
In the UK.
So what does that have to do with anything, John?
I mean, every fight's a big fight in the UK. We all know that.
No, John. See, this is you showing your American.
Khan versus Kell Brook was a big fight in the UK.
Yet Wilder and fucking Ortiz wasn't even pay-per-view.
The second one was.
The second one. The second one, John.
Sean, go get some sleep, man. Go to bed, bro.
John, why do I have to get some sleep? You're the one.
I mean, I don't know what time it is over there in your country. I mean,
yeah, John. What time do you think? I'm on the other side of the world, John. So what time?
Great conversating with you. Shout out to your dudes in the comment section. Great night of boxing. I gotta go because I'm going to bed.
And I'm surprised your kids are still awake. It's like must be 2 o'clock in the morning.
Weekend, buddy.
So the kids stay up till 2 in the morning on the weekend?
Actually, it's 12 o'clock. Oh, actually, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, buddy. I mean, 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, you're California. Okay. Peace out. Later. People, you can't make this shit up. Like, this is literally what John does. He accuses me of having a different standard. Yet this is a guy that allows Tank Davis to fight Frank Martin, highlights it, praises it, talks about being pay-per-view worthy. But yet every single fight Canelo Alvarez has gets criticized, whether it's Golovkin in a trilogy fight, whether it's Bivol in a 4th weight division, a world champion, whether it's fucking Ryder, whether it's fucking Munguia, whether it's Charlo, who guys like him actually pushed as guys that could beat Canelo Alvarez. And then talk about how there's a different level of criticism. Yeah, there is. Non-black fighters get no credit regardless of what they do. No credit, right? Damon exposed himself today. He was calling fucking Jaime Munguia a prospect, a guy who was a world champion. He was saying that Frank Martin is a better fighter than Jaime Munguia. Maybe he is, but he hasn't done anything to prove that yet. And if he gets knocked out in 1 round, like Tank Davis says, that ain't going to fucking prove it either. Jaime Munguia went 12 rounds with fucking Canelo Alvarez, got up from his knockdown, right? But yet he gets no credit, just discredited. Yet Frank Martin is a better opponent. And I hate Frank Martin. I like the fight. But when I say that this is not a pay-per-view fight, just because you fight on pay-per-view doesn't mean every fight you do should be pay-per-view, especially when history shows you that if you don't have a name opponent, your pay-per-views just don't do a lot of numbers. So David Benavidez, who did 2 pay-per-views, all of a sudden he should be pay-per-view on every single fight. According to Damon Wester, Mario Barrios is pay-per-view because he was on a pay-per-view fight. Okay. And that also means that fucking that Cuban guy that fought on the bottom of the card that won his fight, he's also pay-per-view because he was also on the pay-per-view card. Like, Cheney, nobody knows who you are. So, you can just fuck off and don't even bother coming to my channel. Fuck yourself. At least Damon Webster and John, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, are boxing fans who, as I say with John, when John comes on my channel, he's very respectful, easy to have a conversation with. That's why I said we should just do more lives one-on-one, but he'd rather close my channel down and then make videos about me, but then close my channel down because I made videos about him. Explain that to you. Like, literally, he just admitted that he put Inoue pound for pound #1. That's literally what my video was about. It didn't hate on him, shit on him, say all kinds of bad things about him. I just used his video where he said that Inoue would be pound for pound #1 if he beat Stephen Fulton. And then I just tried to hold him accountable for what he said. That's it. But, Frank Martin is a good opponent for Tank, and I don't even like Tank like that. Yeah, he's a good opponent, right? First Black American opponent that Tank Davis has fought, right? But let's be fair. At this point, he still hasn't faced a top 10 135-pounder. Respect to Wester and John for clicking the link. Respect me for opening the link. Sean, I wish you would have asked him, questioned him more on your channel. Sorry. You allowed him to question you the entire time except the Inoue question, which he changed the subject and quickly replied. Well, this is what, of course, John is going to do. Always deflect, right? He accuses me of doing the same thing he does, but yet he doesn't understand that. He has a fighter that he has a preference for. But if I prefer a certain fighter, then I'm a racist and a hater towards the fighter I don't prefer, right? That's the problem with guys like him. This is the whole new woke America. If you're a black man or a black woman, you can say what you want, and it's okay. You have your opinion. You have your preference. You can throw around slander, accuse people of racist, do all these kind of things. You can shut people's channels down. You can do that. But yet, if anybody that's not black does this, they're a racist. It's funny how that goes, right? Yet I have different levels of criticism, right? Literally, this is a guy who uses Golovkin consistently to ridicule and criticize because of his lack of resume. But as you saw today, he was defending, why am I terrible? Damon, don't make me block you too. Everything I'm saying right now is fact. But yet, tell me it's not true, Damon. It's a fact. You live in America. You literally know that as a black American, you can say anything. Go on fucking TikTok and Twitter and see what people say. All white people should die. This is not South Africa. This is America. And people say that. If a white person said that, imagine. Somebody said ni hao in America to an Asian person and fucking got closed down because they were being racist. Yet I live in Asia and people consistently say, hello. Maybe I don't speak English. Wouldn't that be racist and offensive for somebody to say hello because I'm white? It's no different than saying ni hao to an Asian person. But this is what you live in America. Sean, nobody cares about your preference. You do, John, because when I have a preference, you call me a racist. So come on, John, you've made a million videos criticizing my preference. Damon and John take the loss like men. Sean wins 120 to 106. Quit playing victims. John and David got barbecued. I'm just being true. It's like the whole Remains to Vern situation. I ain't lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Who said that? Where's that quote come from? Right? Like John literally accused Inui of chasing titles and then called me out saying that I don't talk about the fighters that Inui fights. What are you fucking talking about? John, what are you talking about? He was American 50 years ago. Black people couldn't drink. John, 50 years ago, I lived in Canada. You're talking out your ass because you're ignorant. 50 years ago, Black people could drink out of water fountains. You need to go back a little farther in time before I was born where that was true. School busing happened during my era, but drinking out of water fountains and using the same bathrooms as white people, that dates 56 years. I'm 56 years old. So come on. And I already told you, I have Black American relatives that live in Delaware. Everything you say stupid like this, I literally go on fucking Facebook and I ask them. And literally, not one time have they agreed with anything you said with this kind of stupid statement. This is like you fucking always using histrionics. Histrionics, John. What does this have to do with us talking about Canelo Alvarez, Tank Davis? Right? But yet you don't want to make stuff about race. Was America woke then? Well, in the 60s, let's be fair, this was the big transition for hippies and very conservative America. So this is really when the culture clash in America happened. You're too young to know that, but I'm not. This is when you had university shootings, not killing Black people, killing university students who were against the Vietnam War. Not just Ali, who, obviously had his career thrown off, not just the Black Panthers in California, who obviously had issues as well. But this was just normal college kids, white, Asian, fucking Black, brown, whoever, people that were against the Vietnam War, right? And this was really the hippie generation from the 60s, which then transcribed over to the 70s, which became a much more free, enjoyable year. People weren't fucking hateful. Of course, you had racist American populations throughout the states. You still do. And obviously, we know it's not just white people, it's also Blacks and Asians and others too. Racism is worldwide, John. I live in Asia. Literally, I see racism every fucking day. But of course, I'm white, so I have no idea what racism is. I also went to school in Toronto and all my friends were Black. So yeah, I did see racism. But you consistently want to make it a you problem where it's not a you problem. These are problems that affect everybody. Everybody. But yet you don't know the history, right? You know Ali, you will use Ali, but you don't know anything about Ali, right? This is a guy who literally fought around the world, was a global icon, really kicked down fences because of his stance against the Vietnam War during this whole thing, when Nixon and all these people were literally fucking getting rid of anybody that was fucking anti-establishment. Everybody, not just Blacks. But okay. Machado, comment on the live. What did Machado say? John Boxing bites the dust again. Oh, you said that Black people can say stuff that white people can't. Yes, in 2024, John, we're talking about now. Now. You said back in fucking the 70s that Black people couldn't drink out of water fountains. It's a lie, John. It's a lie. Sure, that did happen, but not 50 years ago. I'm 56 years old, John. 56. I've been to the States 50 years ago. I went to Delaware, visited my Black relatives when I was literally 6 years old. So that would have been exactly 50 years ago. You do the math. And there was no problem fucking drinking out of water fountains, going to the mall, doing anything that everybody else would do. I did not notice any racism, but I was 6 years old. But considering I was a white kid with a Black family, that would have been weird and probably got some attention as well. But things seemed just the same as they did in Canada, at least in Delaware. I didn't go to the South, so, yes, he does. Why is John racist with Hispanics, with a Hispanic wife? I don't know. And if this is the case, John should be very anti-fucking Bruce Wayne, who fucking hates Mexicans, hates them, right? He literally acts like every Mexican is racist. but then that every black guy is fucking totally a victim. Yes, there are Mexican racists. There's white racists. There's Asian racists. I know, I live in Asia. And there's fucking black racists too. But oh, sorry. I just remember blacks can't be racist because they don't have power. Right? Like, you know, when you use those kind of fucking statements, it kind of vetoes the whole fucking argument. We can't really have an educated argument with somebody who's going to then say that blacks cannot be racist. But thanks everyone for jumping on. I think I'm going to take a piss and eat lunch. Here it's almost 2:30 and I've done nothing except go back and forth with John Boxing for your amusement. So hit the like button and share the video. The least you can do is give the man some props for digging in the trenches. John, once again, I'm very civil. I give you a platform. I'm a nice YouTuber that doesn't take any of this personal, except for Jeannie, who's fucking out and don't come back. And Damon, you too, be respectful. I'm respectful to you. Be respectful to me. Sean was born in 1967 and acts like he knows what goes on in America. Damon, when were you born? All I know is John said blacks weren't allowed to drink out of water fountains 50 years ago. That ain't true. But if you can show me a news article that was in 1968, 1970, because literally we're talking about 1974. That's what John said. So in 1974, when the whole NBA was primarily black people couldn't drink from water fountains in America in 1974. And don't get me wrong, I live in Asia. 1963. Yeah, John, that's Webster. That's a little bit farther back than 50 years ago, right? It's like 60 something years ago. And obviously that was in certain states. Where was it specifically? Because that wasn't an American across the board thing either. But I live in Asia. Asia's changed like crazy, right? From the 70s to the 80s. Even you think about the Berlin Wall, which came down in like 1980 something, right? To think about all that and how much things changed. Things change, man. Literally, you had people murdering people in the 70s in Cambodia. Vietnam War was fucking up until 1972, right? You know, the world is not the nicest place. And shit has fucking went on everywhere. Croatia and that stuff was happening when? The 90s? When they were fucking getting rid of Muslims or whoever they were killing by the bucket loads throughout, you know, Slovakia, Croatia, that area. So nobody says the world's a beautiful place and people are nice. But stop making it about you, because this is a global situation where a lot of fucking things are going on. You never been anywhere. You never traveled outside the States. You don't know fucking jack from fucking anything. Never lived in America, outside of America. I mean, never been to India, never went to Africa, never been to Asia. I've been to all those places. And I've been to America. It's a cakewalk in Asia. Come on. It's not Baltimore. No, dude. See, you talking out your ass. In Asia, people will kill you fucking as soon as look at you. As soon as look at you. Life is not valued in many places throughout Asia. It's the same. You don't go to certain areas in the Philippines, Manila, in Vietnam, in other places throughout Asia. So this is only an ignorant American's perspective because you've never been outside fucking your country. And that's understandable. If you've never been outside your country, what can we expect you to understand? But I've been to India. I've been to Africa. I live in Asia. Yes, the world is a big place and there's fucking asshole people everywhere. That's it. See, the reason I leave you on my channel, Damon, because I think truthfully, you're a good guy. And I don't really think you're an asshole. And John as well, even though I wish John would be a little more fair towards me on his channel and not fucking shut down my fucking channel I work so hard for. And then to come trolling me on a Canelo Alvarez pay-per-view. But thanks everyone for jumping on. Peace out. Enjoy what's left of your weekend. Back to the grind tomorrow. And fucking Denver lost to fucking Minnesota. A new star is born, and he's the real deal. Keep your eyes posed, people. Fucking Ant-Man, the next Michael Jordan.